right, welcome into day 2 of the 5 Reasons Dolphins NFL Draft Blitz. Thank you for everybody who was with us yesterday. We had more than 3,000 views on that, so a lot of people were paying attention to what the Dolphins did the first day. Of course, 2 picks the first day, pick 6, pick 18th. Took Waddle, took Phillips, so they've addressed wide receiver, and obviously they've addressed edge rusher now. And people are talking about what they're going to do at running back and everything else going forward. They pick early in this round today. They pick 36. Unless they move up, we're going to introduce you to one of our sponsors here in a second. Thank you to our producer, Manny Chang. Thank you also to my co-host here at the start of the show. I'm sure we'll be rotating in some others. We've got Louis Sung. You can follow him at Louis D. Sung on Twitter. He's got the 5 Reasons shirt there. We got Alfredo Arteaga. You can follow him at Alf_Arteaga on Twitter. And also, of course, 3 yards per carry. I got to get you one of those new 3 yards per carry shirts so you can model that. We're going to have those in here pretty shortly, but they're on our site at 5reasonsports.com. We're giving you 6% off, which basically saves you $1 or $2, until midnight tonight if you want to jump on there. And that's for all our shirts, not just the Dolphins shirts, but the Heat shirts, the Panther shirts, the Marlins shirts as well. All right, let's get to it. It's not going to be long before the Dolphins pick here. They're at 36. I'll just start here. Do either of you anticipate them moving up? There was that report, and I don't know how much we can trust Jason La Canfora, to be quite honest with you, but there was that report that the Dolphins were trying to move up to take Najee Harris and just couldn't get up far enough to get him, to get ahead of Pittsburgh, which everybody kind of anticipated. If he got to the Steelers, they would probably take him. Do either of you anticipate the Dolphins will move up?
I don't.
No, I honestly don't. I feel like that if anything, Chris Greer is the type of person who would much rather continue to move down than he would move up, because with all the talent that's available in this draft, and let's be real about something, no matter who is available at 36, it's going to be an impact player right off the bat, because there's a lot of guys who would be borderline first round picks still available to be picked from. So I'm not anticipating a move up. If anything, I'm anticipating a move back.
What do you think, Alfredo?
Yeah, same thing. If they're going to do anything, they're going to trade down and get more picks. I think they want to be in this sweet spot of the top 100, because there's a lot of talent on the board, especially for the second and third round.
All right, so let's get to if they stay put, right? Everybody's talking about Javon Williams as being the next best back in the draft. It's a little weird here because I kind of do the same thing as everybody else. I was pigeonholed when I was covering the Dolphins in the early 2000s as the guy who declared that running backs don't mean anything. I kind of took a very strong position on the Ronnie Brown selection. I think, Alfredo, people remember Hank Goldberg kind of went after me for like 3 weeks on radio. This is almost 20 years ago now, because I was basically saying that running backs were a dime a dozen. You don't draft one second overall. You can find one. That usually Super Bowl teams don't have elite running backs. Most of the elite running backs who played historically, whether it's Eric Dickerson or Barry Sanders, have not won Super Bowls. I made this whole very reasoned argument, and Hank Goldberg called me an idiot. And this was 20 years ago. I mean, he went on.
I think he played that the Lorena Bobbitt drop.
Yes. Yeah, no, he went after me for a month, and now we've seen 20 years later that the pendulum has swung completely that direction, where nobody thinks running backs mean a damn thing. And yet here I am saying they need to get a running back. So I feel like I'm getting caught in the same trap as everybody else. I'll start with you here, Alfred, and then we'll go to Louis. Do they need a running back?
Yes.
Are you not comfortable with Ahmed and Gaskin and anything else they have on the roster right now?
No, Malcolm Brown.
No, I'm not. There's a reason the advanced analytics have caught up to the sport. Mm-hmm. They were in basketball I could have swore they were in basketball 12, 15 years ago. But in the NFL, it's like a recent phenomenon, and you kind of know who actually makes a difference. And those that make a difference are those that break tackles and get yards after contact. Dolphins don't presently have that on the roster.
Yeah, the biggest thing that we need to think about is what are they missing as far as weapons go? We've got our speedy wide receivers, Will Fuller and now Jalen Waddle. So we've got one for vertical, one for horizontal. We've got our seam threat and Mike Gesicki at least for one more year. We have guys who are at least decent enough that you can say they're good on the outside. Devontae Parker, Preston Williams, and we'll see what else they do from that moment on. What's the thing that they're missing? A legitimate weapon at the running back position. And I don't buy into Juan's reasoning that all you need is a really good offensive line and literally any running back can look like a superstar in this league. I don't buy into that. There's a reason that you don't see the Cowboys with all of Ezekiel Elliott's backups putting together franchise running back type of seasons every single year. It's because you need more than an offensive line to function. The running back actually has to have some talent that you can point at and say, this is what this guy excels in. This is what he's good at. And that's why I feel like we need an actual bump and bruiser type of running back to kind of play the Derrick Henry-ish role. I'm not saying we're going to get a Derrick Henry out of this draft. Even Javonte Williams, there's no way he's going to be that good. But if we could get somebody who can at least eke out those tough 3, 4, 5 yards a carry, even if it means you have to bang into some people a little bit, that would be I'm happy with this draft at that point. Everything else is just gravy.
The guys on the roster right now, who do you like the best, Alfredo?
Oh, Myles Gaskin. Myles Gaskin is a solid RB2, and Savon Ahmed is worthwhile. But
okay.
That's pretty much it. They're also the Dolphins were also bad on 3rd and 1 and short yardage last year. Okay, so they could use some help there. And yeah, I don't buy this that you could just get by with anybody because your running back in pass protection can get your quarterback killed. Okay, and if you lose your quarterback, it essentially ends your season for about 32 teams. Really, I can't off the top of my head. I don't know of a backup that.
It wouldn't ruin Miami's season, I don't think.
Jacoby Brissett could keep it afloat for
right, but they keep it afloat, but it's not like the season's over.
Yeah, well,
Ryan Fitzpatrick-ish. If Fitzpatrick is your backup, is the season over?
Well, we're going to be hearing about Jacoby Brissett a lot once Tua has one bad game too.
I don't doubt that.
You know that's coming. All right, so let's get to the backs then. In your view, okay, obviously Etienne went, Harris went. In your view, is Williams that much better, Alfredo, than the other backs that could be available to them? I mean, let's say later in the 2nd round or in the 3rd round.
Yeah, I like Javonte Williams best. I think it was really a big 3 at the running back position. There's another running back that I really like out of Mississippi State, Colin Hill. He is kind of a Kenyon Drake clone, let's say. He can catch it. He can hit home runs from the backfield. The thing that I'm thinking about is Javonte Williams is probably the best running back left, okay?
Okay.
He's probably the best fit for what they did last year. He is not a very good RPO running back. The good RPO running back in that backfield was Michael Carter, his teammate. Okay? They coached him at the Senior Bowl. So maybe we're looking at the wrong guy, and maybe Michael Carter is the target going forward because he might fit what they want to do on offense going forward.
All right.
Well, before you go on, isn't there some precedent for this? Maybe not for this particular regime, although Greer was here. Who was in the backfield with Kenyon Drake when they drafted Kenyon Drake at Alabama? Wasn't Drake the
Jay Ajayi was the
Jay Ajayi was number 1.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
But Jay Ajayi was a bruiser kind of guy. He wasn't a speed back.
Okay. But I'm saying that sometimes they don't. Well, I guess Ajayi they took also, but I'm just saying that I'm talking about in Alabama. They don't always take the obvious guy necessarily. No. They'll take the guy who might be a better fit for them. That's what I'm getting at. Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
but and who knows if that's what the direction that the offense is going to go in. Tua Tagovailoa at Alabama, the most I looked at the stats, and it was something like 22% of his plays were RPOs. When he came to the Dolphins last year, it went down from that significantly. There was a couple of games where he only ran it 2 or 3 times. So either they're getting away from it or they're going to incorporate it more. I'm telling you that after drafting Jalen Waddle, I would say that's a nod to some changes on the offense.
Right, and we don't know what that's going to look like. I mean, we got 2 guys.
We have no idea. We haven't seen camp.
Responsibilities, right?
We haven't seen camp, and we haven't seen any preseason games. So we don't know if they're actually going to change up the entire offense or if they're going to run the same stuff they ran last year.
All right, so let's get to some other options here at 36. If it's not a running back, or let's say Williams goes higher, we obviously know that we got the Jaguars. Then the Jets are picking 2nd. Who's after them here? They've got it's Jags, Jets, and then who's got the 3rd pick of this round?
That would be Atlanta.
All right. Do we think any of the 3 of them take it back?
The Jets need a running back.
Atlanta could take.
Atlanta could use a running back
easily. Urban Meyer has 5,000 running backs. Why not? One more.
Why not another one? Right, but the other two teams could. All right, so let's say Williams is gone and it doesn't even become an issue. Although I have a feeling this may be another circumstance where a player the Dolphin fans are talking about drops to the spot and the Dolphins don't take him. There's like a 20-year history of this, and of course Dolphin fans that get all pissed off, and sometimes they're right, and sometimes they're wrong. But give me your number one option at 36 if it's not Williams, Alfredo.
Well, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, linebacker from Notre Dame, kind of fits the bill for what they want to do on offense. The only problem I see is that he's probably a will linebacker right now and maybe a nickel linebacker. And I was specifically told that the top 4 picks, which are all 4 of them are in the top 50, are supposed to play a lot of snaps this coming year. So maybe a Dylan Radins, which is a guy that I'm not a huge fan of, but CK has seen a lot more of him than I have. He's a tackle out of North Dakota State, I believe, and he would be a plug-and-play player at right tackle right away. But I will say this. There's one guy to me who was obviously the best in class and really, really stood out at the Senior Bowl, and he would start every game for the Miami Dolphins this coming season. That's Creed Humphrey out of Oklahoma, the center. I think he would press Matt Skura, and he would probably end up starting. I think he's the best center in this entire draft.
And if that's where they go with it, I wouldn't be upset with, again, this is where the balance comes in. I want a certain guy. I want them to address a certain position, but I can't be upset with who they're picking. It's not like they're picking guys that I know for a fact, oh, this isn't the guy we wanted. He's going to bust. He's not going to be as good at the position as this guy at this position. If they decide to pick Creed Humphrey at 36 overall, then I'm very happy with who they picked because I know for a fact the Dolphins do need a reliable center for the future. Again, I'm not down on Matt Skura. I think that he's better than anybody's giving him credit for because they're taking these few games that he had snapping issues and they're deciding to blow it up as one massive problem that he's had for his whole entire career, which is just not true. But I feel like that for the long term, I don't think we're going to be going to look to re-sign Matt Skura to a long-term contract. I feel like that we're going to go ahead and they need to get somebody younger to match the rest of the offensive line and they can all grow together as one unit. And that would make for hopefully a lot of good stuff up in the coming future. That said, I feel like they're an offensive lineman later on in the draft. The running back position is not as deep in this draft as offensive linemen are. You can get somebody like maybe a Landon Dickinson a little later down the line. You can get somebody like
Drew Dalman of Stanford is pretty good also. And he's probably a day 3 guy. And Quinn Miners, you could get him at 50.
There you go.
But I don't think you're going to get Quinn Miners, past 50. Like if
no,
you
not
want
past
Miners,
50.
you're going to have to take him at 50 for sure.
Right, but that's the point. Is that you can get Javonte Williams and you can take care of your running back position at 36. You cannot take care of your running back position at 50. And say for sure, yes, we got it handled.
Manny, do us a favor. When you're texting this stuff here on the screen, don't say who you want, because I thought you meant that Javonte Williams was just picked. So let's be careful.
Yeah, you're tipping picks already.
The Jags have 4 minutes left on the clock, from what I can see here right now. By the way, we'll try to read some comments if you definitely want us to read them, particularly when things get a little bit busier. Make sure you hit that super chat function. Hit the like button, ask us questions on the super chat. We appreciate that. That kind of keeps us going. So,
by the way, another guy that would play a lot, and I was just thinking about him, and I don't know if he's a guy that you would take at 36, but he's definitely a guy that you could take at 50. That's Javon Holland. That's the safety out of Oregon. A lot of people, including Simon Clancy and including myself, think he's the best single high safety in this draft. So he would be not only a fit, but he's a guy that you can look forward to replacing Bobby McCain maybe in the future.
You got to feed the dog, Alfredo. I think the dog's hungry.
I think he sees a squirrel outside and he's like having a fit right now.
He's running around. All right, I want to tell you about one of the sponsors here. One of our favorite sponsors, one of our longest term sponsors on 5 on the Floor, and also on 3 yards per carry. That's our friends over at U-Brake Wheel Fix. If you need to refinish your wheels, You want to refurbish your wheels, you want to do anything with your wheels, they're based in North Miami. Do a great job down there. I've been down and visited them a few times. Again, it's youbreakwheelfix.com. Mention 5 reasons and you'll get a discount. Okay, make sure you ask for Mark. Mention 5 reasons, you'll get a discount. Here's the coolest thing. I wish Mark had sent me the photos for this. They have the Heat Vice colors. You can do the wheels in. They also got the Dolphin Aqua and Orange. Okay, so if you're a Dolphin fan, you want to get your wheels done in Dolphin colors, this is the place to go. They'll do a great job for you. They'll give you a great deal, particularly, again, if you mention 5 reasons, they're going to give you a 15% discount at minimum. So check out You Break Wheel Fix. They're right there in North Miami, not far from the Golden Glades, actually. So, again, it's youbreakwheelfix.com. We'll tell you more about them as the show goes. We appreciate our sponsors. We appreciate you guys supporting our sponsors because that is what keeps us going here. All right, let's take a look here. How much time left for the Jags? We've got.
I think they're gonna stall out that clock for as long as it's worth.
Well, I mean, they should, right? I mean, the whole night has probably been spent with teams that have identified a particular. I mean, having that second pick of the first pick of the second round has become even more valuable over time now because you've got that 24-hour or 21-hour period.
I take it back. Pick is in.
Okay, the pick is in.
By the way, if Dolphin fans want to know, Albert Breer says Dolphins are in on Javon Williams.
Okay, well, we'll see. I mean,
everybody's been saying that, though. I'll buy it when I see it.
I will say this, and we said this yesterday on it. We said this yesterday. The national NFL guys have been way off on stuff.
Yes.
Way off. I don't know which of them. I know a lot of them, and I don't know which of them I can trust at this point. I mean, honestly, until like Schefter or Rap Sheet reports it because it's done, like all the speculative reporters are always wrong. They're all over the place. I know Albert, but I don't really trust him on Dolphin stuff, I'll be honest. He does not have the best track record. And neither does Jason, to be honest with you.
There are also reports that the Jets are looking to trade out of pick 34. So I think looking to trade up exactly.
It's the Cowboys and the Panthers are looking to move up. And they're probably looking to move up to take Azeez Ojulari, the edge rusher from Georgia.
Well, doesn't this, if the Dolphins do want Javon Williams, then isn't this a positive?
Yes, it is.
I think it's a positive. And you know what's really a positive is that a guy like Azeez Ojulari has actually dropped here. Now, it's not a positive that maybe Miami could have gotten him at 36, and that would have been, that would have been a real home run.
Then you could have parted ways with Emmanuel Ogbah, without even thinking twice about it, and take care of the whole salary cap right there.
But I wouldn't do that.
No, I wouldn't do that either. But that's the only. At that point.
Yeah, at some point you got to start. you got to keep your good players. You know what I mean?
No,
especially those that are 27.
I mean, Lewis, who else is left from free agency? I mean, seriously, let's do this. Who is left? Who's left from that class last year? Van Noy is gone, right? Lawson.
Yeah, they kept Byron Jones and Emmanuel Ogbah, the two guys that produced.
Right, but this is what I'm saying is that right now, again, we're looking at players who are we're needing to find cap space from. If you cut Emmanuel Ogbah, you save $7.5 million, and there's absolutely no dead cap whatsoever. So if you draft Azeez Ojulari, then you have Jalen Phillips, who's one edge rusher. You have Ojulari, who's the other edge rusher. And right now, Miami's roster consists of guys who are mostly defensive tackles, but they're all basically these bigger, you could put them outside if you really needed to type of guys. Then you have Andrew Van Ginkel, who's a pass rusher, linebacker, Vince Beagle, pass rushing linebacker, and the list just keeps on going. So how much investment are you putting in that defensive line at that point? If you draft Ojulari, then why do you still need Ogbah?
If Emmanuel Ogbah does what he did last year, he does it again this coming year, I give him 5 years, $50 million. And if they cut him just to save enough money to have $2 or $3 million in emergency money for this season, I guarantee you I would do a podcast ripping them for mismanagement.
But again, this is the point. Okay, so Jacksonville just picked cornerback Tyson Campbell out of Georgia,
Yeah,
the right cornerback.
Yeah, they picked the right one. I couldn't believe that the Packers, they just bought on Eric Stokes because he runs fast. This guy actually plays good.
How do we think that I mean, you've got 2 of the top 5 quarterbacks in the league right now who don't want to play for their teams. I mean, the Watson situation is incredibly complicated, obviously, but the Rodgers situation, I mean, where do you even go with that? He strikes me as the type of person that would retire. Right?
I'm not going to lie. I don't want Aaron
Right.
Rodgers anywhere near my team. I really don't. I really don't want Aaron Rodgers anywhere near my team just because he gets pissy about everything, man. Every year he's complaining about something.
But you don't think he's got a reason to get pissy?
Oh, I do. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. That part of it I get. I get that part of it. But it's like, oh my God, he never stops. And it's like, is the smallest little transgression that his new team does to him going to cause another drama where it's like, nope, I don't want to be here either. Find me a new home, please. Thank you.
Although to play devil's advocate, his team is 26-6 the last 2 years.
Yeah, I get that.
Russell Wilson.
I'm not, but
Russell
okay,
Wilson
so
Yeah.
you're basically saying
Swap
I
them
don't
all.
care. It's like, okay,
Although I will say this, like if Aaron Rodgers is upset at anything, he should be upset that they let his Pro Bowl center go.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as skill talent, maybe it's him. Maybe he's turning these guys into good players.
See, I think it is him. I think that's what it is.
Because
I mean,
Devontae Adams is probably the best wide receiver in football.
but who's
right?
their two though? I mean, he made their two basically.
Well, Scantling, he looks like a good player, but it could be Aaron Rodgers that made him. Aaron Jones is a hell of a running back, and the backup there, Jamal Williams, and then the other one, A.J. Dillon. They have a good running back group. Their tight end caught 15 touchdowns last year.
True.
Robert Tonyan.
By the way, hold on. Marcos is reporting. NFL Network says the Jets will not trade, so they're staying put.
well,
Maybe it is Javonte Williams, potentially. What is their running back situation as we speak? It was Frank Gore last year, right?
Void.
yeah,
They
well,
have
Gore's
nothing.
not there anymore, so let's see. Where is Frank Gore anyway? I know he's somewhere. He's got to be. He's always somewhere.
I mean, and they have a defensive coach now, right? I mean, he's probably going to want to run the ball.
They did take two offensive players. They took a quarterback and a tackle.
Right.
All right. So currently, Jets running back situation is Josh Adams, Tevin Coleman, Pete Guerrero, Ty Johnson, and LaMichael Perrine.
Tevin Coleman's a complimentary player, though.
Tevin Coleman is a guy that, if he's your RB2, you're all right.
Yeah.
But they have nothing at the position.
Well, let's see. The pick is in, so we'll see.
And now I'm starting to get worried.
Yeah, the Jets.
It's time to sweat.
That's true.
Ethan, I don't know this. I don't know the answer to this. And the NBA, do they allow the guys to tip picks or no?
Well, they didn't. They shut it down, and then Woj found creative ways to get around it, where he used various large words with 6 syllables that didn't make it seem like he was tipping the picks. And then this past year, I think they just caved on it, and it was just him and Shams in a competition. It's a really stupid practice. It's just like, who's got the biggest bleep contest. I mean,
well, Twitter went ahead and said who it is, so did our chat room actually. So there you go.
So who is it?
It would be wide receiver Elijah Moore.
Nice pick.
That's a positive though. I mean, by the way, the chat. What chat are you talking about? Because
our chat on the YouTube chat.
Oh, okay. There, we appreciate that. Because
by the way, for those of you,
chat is dead right now.
Yeah, so if you guys want us to respond to your question, for sure, make sure you leave a little something in the super chat. We're going to be able to get to you as quickly as we possibly can. It also helps to keep the conversation going because it's going to be a long night.
It is going to be a long night, and I think a lot of our guys have bailed on night 2. So we'll see who actually.
That's why we're here, right? To go for the long haul.
That's right.
We're here for you guys. Don't worry. We're not gonna leave you with Mike Greenberg.
I recommend that you guys check out CK Parrott's Twitter account today. He had a very long thread regarding Jalen Waddle, which I think is a worthy read. So I've retweeted that from pretty much everywhere. Again, I think most people overnight kind of digested the pick, and I think they think the pick. Most people I think the pick makes sense. I don't get the. There's always going to be we drafted Ted Ginn and his family comparisons again because people. The funny thing about that is, and I was covering the team at the time, but it was a circus because everything with Cam Cameron was a circus. But the thing about it is Ted Ginn had a much better career than the majority of the first round of the 2007 draft. I mean, he played 13 seasons, right? I mean, he still might play this year. Played 13 seasons, played in Super Bowls, played for a bunch of really good teams, contributed as a kick returner. I mean, he never really became what they hoped he would become. They kind of forced him to become when they try to make him the number 1 receiver. But Tipkin was not the worst draft pick in Dolphin history. Deion Jordan and others, I think, you have it. Who is, in your guys' view, the worst first-round pick in Dolphins history?
Oh, Dolphins history.
You
want a wild card?
Yeah.
Jamar Fletcher.
Because of the circumstances?
Yes.
He wasn't a terrible player.
He wasn't, but he
totally
stopped us from picking someone else.
He agrees. Well, I mean, you could argue that taking Ronnie Brown, you could have taken Aaron Rodgers, although everybody could have taken.
I still would have wanted Drew Brees.
No, the worst pick. Jamar Fletcher actually went to San Diego and played a couple of years over there.
He was okay. I mean, Deion Jordan's had a little bit of a career.
Deion Jordan's actually starting games for San Francisco.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yes, Manny. Manny was going to jump in here with a thought, or no?
He's really that Deion Jordan has done what? Get out of here, bro! What do you mean Deion Jordan has that? Deion Jordan hasn't done anything.
Why are you hiding in the background? Just be on the show, man.
Listen, Deion Jordan went to Seattle with the GM that drafted him, and he had 1 or 2 good weeks, and that was it. Get out of here.
Right, so who's the worst for you? I mean, you can't just pop in.
Manny, just be on the show, man. Welcome to the show. Hold on, guys. Woo, we got a trade. Denver just traded all the way up to the Jets pick.
Okay, this is absolutely not a running back. They're stacked at running back. So they got like 5,000 running backs.
Eric Kumaro is a good choice. John Boza is a good choice, by the way.
Yeah, John Boza is a great choice.
A really good choice. That was a total disaster.
Again, John Boza played like 3 or 4 good games, then blew out his knee, and then decided, all right, I'm done.
Yeah, John Boza just started.
Never came back.
He just started producing kits to rush the passer.
I don't know who the pick is, but for what it's worth, the Broncos war room is very, very happy right now.
Is it JOK? That would make the most sense for them, wouldn't it?
It would make a lot of sense for them. Absolutely. They could take a corner. It could be Kelvin Joseph here, maybe, and he makes a lot of sense if that's who they take.
You know what? When your head coach is mainly defensive mind and his defense hasn't been very good in the last couple of seasons, you'd think they try to improve that immediately.
Oh, I'm sure there's some.
Although they were sneaky good this past year. Their problem was their injuries. When they were healthy, they were actually pretty good last year. And of course, they managed to get the entire squad healthy for the Dolphin game, and they kicked the crap out of.
Are you ready to be destroyed?
It's Javonte Williams, huh?
Yep, my guy, isn't it?
Denver just picked Javonte Williams.
Yep. Damn it!
Wow.
I will be curious to see what the draft compensation was for that.
And they jumped right in front of Miami to do it too.
Yeah.
Because I guess they had this inkling that that's who they wanted. I don't know. I don't know if I buy it, but nonetheless.
Well, now they have 3 good running backs.
Okay, so let's hear. Here we go. So we were talking about this last night. And the Jaguars maybe could have been lured away from one of their guys to trade for maybe James Robinson. Who's on the Broncos roster that Miami could get some use out of?
Well, Melvin Gordon, but the Dolphins, for whatever reason, they hate his agent. They hate him, I guess. So that's not going to happen. So I don't know. Philip Lindsay, is he back there?
Here's the compensation, and it's what we thought it would be. The compensation apparently was a 4th. I mean,
and they gave up and they also got a 6th rounder out of it back though. So
okay,
so it's not like they got something.
But here's my question, and I know that the guys in 3 yards have talked about this. I think in particular CK's been on this. Like Chris Greer, hold on a minute. Chris Greer hoards these assets, right? And then doesn't deploy them ever to move up, right? I mean, he just did when he went down from 3 to 12 and back to 6. But it's like, this is, again, and I take everything to the Heat, but this is my frustration with him sometimes. Like when Riley identifies someone, they go get him. Okay, even if not necessarily, even if not everybody else has him as high on the board, they identify the player and they go get him. Greer is risk averse, is he not?
Yeah, last year, what was the trade for Igbenogany? That was a trade down 2 spots, right, to Green Bay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then they took Igbenogany. So, yeah, I don't remember the last time that he actually was aggressive to actually move up to go take somebody.
My only thing is that if we're going to praise him for all the positives, maybe he thought that Williams was going to be available right now.
And we thought he would be too. And then the Broncos were like, we need another one.
That he wasn't. So it's just one of those things like, listen, the NFL is not like the NBA, right? Like, it's not like, the NFL, you can draft first, second, third, fourth round, and then you can end up with a Tom Brady. In the NBA, you got to get the guy. If not, you can't risk that round 2 and 3. There will be a guy.
No, that's true. That is the difference. There's no question. But look, we saw last year, and I'm not the running back guy, but we saw they passed on 3 running backs basically, all of whom produced at a high level.
Yeah,
okay?
and we know for a fact that Eric Studesville was pounding the table for 2 of them, and he actually picked out the 2 good ones, the 2 best of the group, which was J.K. Dobbins and Jonathan Taylor. I wonder where he is on all this.
Well, Miami didn't hesitate to make their pick, so it's already in before we even had a chance to blink.
The best running backs available, according to a lot of people, is Trey Sermon out of Ohio State and Michael Carter, which is
Michael Carter is the guy that the 3 yards guys have been on mostly, right?
Well, those 2, him and Williams, were the ones that outran Miami Hurricanes, I think, in that game.
Yeah, everybody outran Miami Hurricanes.
These guys had 200 yards apiece. What you mean?
One of them had 300.
One of them has 300 yards.
Yeah, it was Michael Carter that had the 300, I think.
The pick is in, and we know who it is. Do you want to get?
I mean, I don't understand what the hesitation would be. Just tell us.
It's Javon Holland.
Okay.
They took the safety, the one that I told you about at the top of the show.
All right, so sell us, Alfredo. Make us feel better.
This is why you guys, for all the viewers, you gotta make sure you tune into the 3 yards per carry podcast, man. All these names the Dolphins have talked about or have drafted, these guys, Alfredo and CK, and they've been nailing it. This is why you guys should be listening. All right,
Javon Holland,
convince us.
He's the best single high safety in this entire draft.
Which means if you split safeties is when you play Tampa 2 and one guy's on one hash and the other guy's on the other hash. Single high is when you play man across and you have one guy in the center of the field and he's going to shade to one side of the field or the other, wherever it's overloaded with wide receivers. So Dolphins play almost 90% single high, and then sometimes they disguise it by running a robber. Robber is when you run one of the safeties into the box to disguise your coverage. Okay, Javon Holland is more in the Eric Rowe mold, where he could come down to the slot and actually guard tight ends as well. But if he plays right away, he would take over for Bobby McCain essentially and just play mostly single high because it's the easiest thing to play and it's what he played the most at Oregon.
So how does they drafted? So explain for people who don't understand it. They drafted Brandon Jones last year, who I thought actually showed promise, particularly as the season went on. They've got McCain, right? They obviously have 2 elite corners. And then they have a corner they drafted in the first round, who they have a big investment in, who may have to be a starter if they end up trading one of those elite corners, particularly X. How does Brandon Jones fit here with?
Well,
with
he's the safety in waiting. Like right now, they have Bobby McCain and Eric Rowe. If they got rid of both of them, the starters would be Javon Holland and Brandon Jones because they're essentially carbon copies of each other, and they're both very versatile and can do each other's jobs. So Javon Holland will play right away, though.
So you're saying Holland's going to play right away, even though they have 3 safeties who played a lot last year? Yeah,
because they play a lot of dime. So if you play a lot of dime, you need that deep center guy. So Brandon Jones will probably move into more of a nickel safety. So if they play with 3 safeties, Holland would be the single high guy.
Alf, you trust Eric Rowe at safety?
He was great last year at safety.
He was really good last year.
Play a full season?
Okay, listen. Darren Waller beat him up, but Darren Waller beats up everybody. What can you do?
Yeah, Eric Rowe can't be great all the time, but this is one of his. This is likely his replacement in a year, and who knows if Bobby McCain is going to make this team because now they have the flexibility to actually dump Bobby McCain if they want to.
Okay, that's what I was about to bring up. So again, we're still looking for cap space here because that's something we have to look at. So according to Over the Cap again, Bobby McCain, if you were to cut him this season, 1.4, almost 1.5 million in dead cap, 5.6 in savings. In Eric Rowe's case, it's about $1 million in dead cap, $5 million in savings, so a net profit of $4 million.
Alf, what do you know about Landon Dickerson?
He has an injury a year for the last 5 years, and that's the problem. If he didn't have an injury a year for the last 5 years, and they're serious injuries, he actually had a knee scope in December. If that didn't happen, he would have been the best center in this draft. The only reason I think Creed Humphrey is the best center in this draft is because he doesn't have that injury history, and he's actually been pretty healthy his entire career at Oklahoma.
A certain Miami Dolphins reporter just tweeted out disaster.
Which one is that?
It's disaster if you were looking for a running back.
Disaster with a period.
No. Okay. Can you tell me which paper? You don't have to say no.
Which paper? I don't really read
the one to the south without an office.
Miami Herald.
Okay, I can probably.
It could be either one.
No, I think I know. I think I know which one it is. But the point is he still on Twitter? I thought he wasn't on Twitter anymore.
He's back.
He's back. Okay, well, all I'll say is this, okay, and this is, again, why we don't really pay attention to a lot of the mainstream stuff anymore. Again, I've been in those rooms. It is just the name that they've heard of. They haven't watched any tape, okay? So, it's let's just be clear on that. So I don't know, just because they don't take the guy that you've heard of doesn't mean it's not a good pick, but we can sort of evaluate, whether it makes sense. We got Shane Marinelli joining us here, straight off the stream. Let's get to it. Your thoughts on the pick?
It feels like Noah Igbenogany in a way. Like, could be a good pick, but down the road. But there's just a little bit frustration with, is this a guy that helps us next year? I mean, I've heard the 3 yards per carry guys talk about him, and yeah, there's probably some long-term thought with replacing Bobby in the secondary there, but okay, we're replacing him. Fine, in the future, maybe. But didn't they draft Brandon Jones? Kind of falls into this. He played well last year too. I understand safety was kind of a back end need, but
as Alfredo mentioned, is ideally he and Brandon Jones would complement each other as they're basically carbon copies. So the idea is to remove Eric Rowe and Bobby McCain from the equation at some point. So let Brandon Jones and Javon Holland play this position instead. So a young secondary.
When it's week 4 and Savon Ahmed has 36 yards on the ground and we're down to the Bills, I'm not going to feel really good about at least we have Eric Rowe's replacement on the team.
There is a certain point. Let me ask you this question. Shane actually raises a good point here. It does feel like there's a lot of churn. Okay. And I know that good teams have churn. The Patriots for years have had churn. The Steelers have had churn. They let players go. They move on. They draft somebody else to take their place. But it feels like more. It feels like lack of conviction in certain guys. It feels like they give a contract to somebody 1 year, and then basically they decide, maybe not so much, and they go get someone else. Where is the line here? What is healthy churn, Alfredo, and what is just they really they can't follow through with their convictions in certain positions? Eric Rowe was one of their best players last year for a while, right? You can't. Bobby McCain, after I know CK and others hated the move to safety, he seemed to adjust really well to safety and played well. Even his red zone play really wasn't awful, even though that was the huge problem before. At what point is it healthy churn? And at what point is it just they don't know what the bleep they're doing?
Well, this is an NFL team.
Yeah, well, right now on the secondary.
No, go continue.
Yeah, right now on the roster, they have essentially their entire secondary is essentially set for the entire year. They're not going to add anything else. If they add anything else, it has to be camp fodder, really. But I just find it, as far as roster churn, I do find it kind of interesting that they have everybody's replacement in waiting right behind them, right? So if you're Bobby McCain, you kind of already know you're going to play this year and you're probably gone. And if Eric Rowe's agent is smart, he's probably telling him, ask the Dolphins for a 1-year extension and guarantee some of that money because it's kind of obvious that they're cutting you in a year.
Need to pop
along
in
with Bobby McCain.
Yeah, it just in a league where only 46 guys play on Sundays. It feels like, especially with some of the free agent signings, you guys point out it was kind of a lot of fringe guys around the roster type guys. And this guy just feels like this year, at least this year, he's going to be one of those guys. How many guys are we going to sign that's not going to have kind of this direct impact this year? You don't have a farm system in the NFL. Like your 46th guy has to be a major contributor.
Well, Shane, that's a good. Okay, so let's look. I mean, Waddle's going to play right away. Obviously,
Yeah.
I mean,
Sorry about
that was a huge position of need.
Dickerson just went, so
okay. So Waddle's going to play right away. I mean, Phillips is going to play right away. So I mean, their first two. I think we knew with Noah last year that he might have to wait, but even he played a lot early until he was unplayable, right? And then he played more towards the end of the season. So I mean, they have played these guys, but I get your point. Like I get it that. I don't know. Do you think, Lewis? I'll go to you. Do you think they think they're close? Because to me, that sort of sets the table for everything else on what kind of players you go for.
I mean, if you think about it, the Dolphins went from a 5-11 team to a 10-6 team in one season, and all they had to do was just added some extra veterans here and there. They developed the players they already had on the roster, and they managed to get to where they were last season. So I guess you could say if they're focusing on development, which they are, then you would say, well, yes, all we have to do is get X, Y, and Z players to take another next step forward, and they'll have everything that they need. Because as much as I want a running back, regardless of how we liked the offense or how we didn't like the offense, they did go 10-6 with the running and the passing game that they did have on the field. So if Austin Jackson takes a step forward, left tackle is solidified. If Solomon Kinley continues to develop, that is solidified. If Robert Hunt develops, that is solidified. And then all Fluker has to do is not suck, and Matt Skura needs to just not snap the ball badly, and we already know he can block really well. So the offensive line at that point is pretty much set. And then I guess maybe you can try to make the argument that because we keep forgetting this one simple thing, and I feel like it gets overlooked just because we want this guy, and I still want it. But New England has made a long time, and they made a dynasty off of Tom Brady's arm, but also just getting other running backs who don't really do much to be something. They turned Jonas Gray into a workhorse for a few weeks until he showed up late to practice, and Belichick said, yeah, you're done. Next replacement in line, please.
Yeah, but even then, Bill Belichick did draft 2 running backs in the first round.
Yes, but they haven't been using them very much and other reasons, and they still have a running game.
Speaking of the Patriots, we should mention Barmore to the Patriots. You're right. Twitter's a couple picks ahead because I'm following actually on the stream here on ESPN, and they're a little bit behind.
Yeah, I don't have cable anymore. It's raining over here, so I have no signal. So
well, I lost out to Jesse on the Disney Channel, so I'm in here. We're watching reruns of Jesse in my living room right now, so that's where we are. By the way, I want to reintroduce everybody for people who are just joining us now. Alfredo Arteaga, 3 yards per carry. Louis D. Sung, of course, part of our extra yard crew, and does Propulsive Sensation, and Shane Marinelli, who's part of our Shula Bowl pod and other things on the network. Others will be joining us here during the show. Thanks again to our sponsor, You Break Wheel Fix, youbreakwheelfix.com. Mention 5 Reasons. Get that discount if you want to refinish or refurbish your wheels. There it is. Ask for Mark. Mark knows us, and you'll definitely get your discount. It's great. It's a great place. It's in North Miami. They do, like I said, the Vice colors for the Heat, and they also do the Dolphins colors in aqua and orange, and they can fix up your car too. So make sure you check them out, and please support our sponsors. All right, so let's get to it here. Let's get to the next pick. What's the next one? 50?
Okay, so before we do, I just want to let it know the Bears have selected Tevin Jenkins, so that one's off the board for Miami. We're not getting a right tackle right now.
Okay. And then
although Dylan Radins is probably going to be there at 50. So
okay. So what do we think at 50 now? Okay, I mean, Shane, I'll go to you because you joined on this, and I know obviously there's this concern about a running back. I mean, do they have to get a running back now? By the end of the night, second round, third round?
Yeah, I think I understand. I mean, it really depends how you are and the other gentleman from North Carolina, but man, I really think the center position's got to kind of into here. That one concerns me more than anything. Like now, I think the next back probably isn't that much of a dramatic jump from someone else. You can get probably 4th, 5th, But that position, because I don't want to find out week 2 that Sura hasn't figured out his snap situation. So I'm sure they have a plan B for that. But I mean, I would like to see a center here.
And let's give a little more. You talked a little bit about Holland here, Alfredo. I mean, their history at that position. We know that Greer likes to play. Well, Flores likes 5, 6, 7 defensive backs, right?
As many as 8 last year, a couple of times.
Right. So I mean, how does that affect? We saw the linebacker position has churned a little bit this offseason too. They've also got a decision to make contractually on Baker, right?
Yeah.
Ultimately, I mean, this seems to me like a coaching staff that puts such a premium on the secondary. Are they going to pay not Robert Baker, Jerome? Sorry, I'm going back to a guy who had 1 catch in the NFL and became a rapper. That's how dated I am. But are they going to pay Jerome Baker?
It seems so, because it seems that they've loaded up his plate for 2021. He's going to play a lot of roles and a lot of snaps. So, yeah, it seems like they're setting up to pay Jerome Baker. And I've heard some people think that he's only going to be like $6-7 million a year. Get ready to see what that contract's going to look like, because it's going to be pretty fat. You're talking about $11-12 million a year.
Is he worth it in your view?
For what they have him do, yes. If the defense is once again, and I know that there was a calamitous situation at the end of the season that dropped them from number 1 to number 6.
Right.
When you give up 56 points, that tends to happen. But let's say they're top 5 again. If they're top 5 again, it's going to be because of Jerome Baker, at least partly, because he's going to have a full plate this coming season. So if they have a top 5 defense again, it was partly his doing. So, yeah, I would pay him. They haven't paid anybody yet, right? You've just paid 2 corners. So
I mean, they re-signed Nick Needham, if you want to count that.
Yeah, but that's only like $2 million.
I know, but
so Needham's basically their 4th corner, right?
Yeah,
essentially.
Yeah, or it could be 3rd. Right now, they should have a lot of competition for that slot position.
You know
because
what?
They still have the nuclear option. Remember, Byron Jones was a really good safety when he played it at Dallas. Mm-hmm. So if they ever have a deficiency there, Byron Jones can kick down to the slot. Igbenai could play outside, or Byron Jones could play free safety, and Bobby McCain could kick to the slot. So they have a lot of versatility.
That's what I was about to suggest.
I will say this. Just want to jump in here real quick because I just pulled this, and I'm a little surprised. 62% of Dolphin fans responding here like the pick, like Javon Holland. I thought there would be more negativity.
Because again, it's
the running back.
Because here's the problem: it's not the player; it's who do they want instead. What was the position? If you had said, if you had framed the question in the sense that would you have preferred Javonte Williams instead of Javon Holland, I guarantee you that poll would be flipped.
Well, here it's interesting. The comment I just got here from row 11I9, like the player, position not so much.
Right. So that was the thing, is that they like the player, not the position. Speaking of which, we keep saying that Trayvon Moehrig is the best safety in the draft. Well, the Falcons just selected Richie Grant instead of him.
Yeah.
So that's 2 safeties that went before Moehrig.
The problem with Moehrig is that he's kind of, he's pigeonholed into playing a defense that's kind of dying out. That split safety look, you're talking about. I don't have it in front of me, but I would just guess out of the top of my head that maybe 10 defenses play that out of 32 teams. So that kind of narrows where he can go, So, although I will say this, let me address something that we've been getting on 3 yards per carry. Everybody's been saying, yeah, Kareem Hunt, go after Kareem Hunt. If the Dolphins got Kareem Hunt, who cares about any of these running backs? Because Kareem Hunt,
well, that's
better than all of them.
Okay. Well, here's the other point. Okay. Running backs can contribute right away. We know that. Easier than wide receiver, easier than other positions. And that's why fans want the running back they've heard of. They see a J.K. Dobbins, and he's going to come in and be good immediately, right? It's just instant impact, okay? And, again, that's what the beat guys are responding to here, okay, is everybody in their ears. But the reality is there are so many backs that you can get who have just been phased out somewhere else. I think part of this is that Dolphin fans – are gun shy about going to get a running back from somewhere else because Greer, wet the bed in free agency last year, right? I mean That's the thing. Like it appears
Okay,
right now.
but they
he can't
traded for
evaluate
Matt
the-
Breida though, and he was supposed to be like the
I'm
speed
getting it.
guy, and it didn't happen.
But that's what I'm saying, Lewis. That's my point. My point is they made 2 targeted moves in free agency last year. I know they went after other people first, okay, and Gordon, etc. But they made two moves. They brought in Jordan Howard, who obviously had the big yards per carry numbers, supposed to be their bruiser. They brought in Brianna, who was supposed to be, their speed guy. And both of them, they didn't want to play Matt, okay, and Jordan Howard was a disaster. And so, and I think the fact that Gaskin and Ahmed outplayed both of them, I don't think that reflects well on the GM necessarily. It's kind of like how with the Heat, where like you're getting good games from Max Strus and Gabe Vincent, and you're like, okay, what does that say about Tyler Hero right now? Like I don't think it necessarily reflects. I mean, Alfredo, isn't that part of it now? Like I don't know that people trust Greer with the running back position.
Well, they'll trust him if he can trade for Kareem Hunt, but I'll tell people like this: put yourself in Cleveland's shoes. Cleveland's shoes. They just won 11 games.
Hey guys,
they beat the Steelers.
We got a trade. It's Miami. They just jumped up to 42.
Okay, that's interesting. So he did move up.
You know what? I just realized that Azeez Ojulari still hasn't been picked.
Yeah.
I wonder who. Okay, so who coming up? They just jumped San Francisco, Dallas, Jacksonville, Cincinnati. Who is in there? Who's available that any of those teams actually needed?
JOK. Dallas doesn't need JOK. Dallas.
Okay, but we just drafted a safety.
Ojulari.
We need that too.
He could play will linebacker, and he could also be Jerome Baker in waiting. He could be the Jerome Baker in waiting as well.
Okay, so another
like
replacement for somebody who's already here.
Jakari's saying that. Hold on, I don't. Did he say they took the Notre Dame lineman?
Banks or Hainsey?
I don't know. He says he doesn't know which one.
Okay, so according to Cameron Wolf, it's Liam Eichenberg.
They took Liam Eichenberg. Okay. Oh.
And what does he do? Does anybody know who he is? Is this annual? Who the hell is that pick?
Well, he's a tackle, but on our podcast, we don't run a front office. He was not a guy that we were very high on. Let's just say that.
Why was you tweet? I just tagged you. I loved your reaction to that. Okay, that's
Simon has him ranked as the 5th ranked tackle. Okay, on his board. Okay, but let me see who would have been available to him at this point.
Dylan Radins, Creed Humphrey. Okay, for what it's worth, the Draft Network sees this guy as a plug-and-play starter at left tackle. Could he play right?
He can, and he's played it a little bit, but I don't know. This is a real head scratcher. It just is.
You should tweet now. People are waiting for you because I've thrown you out there. So there you go.
Are they really moving Austin Jackson to right tackle, and then this is what they're doing with that?
I honestly have no idea.
This is a head scratcher. It's a real head scratcher.
This is the annual. What are they doing?
We traded a third.
I don't get it.
Wait. Shane, what did they trade?
They traded, according to Albert Breer, it was a 3rd rounder in next year. So to move up 8 spots.
So the San Francisco one?
The equivalent of a 4th rounder this year.
Yeah, so they had 2 3rd rounders next year, so now they have 1. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't say which one, but
wow, this is it's a head scratcher. It really is. Because I guess it means that Austin Jackson is moving to right tackle.
So what will their line look like now? Hunt at right guard, right? Skura at center.
I don't know.
Left guard is Kinley. Is that right?
Yeah, we know that. Solomon Kinley should be the left guard. Now we don't know who's the left tackle.
What is the backup plan for Skura? Is my question.
The backup plan for Skura is who they've trained at that position right now, and that's just Michael Dieter right now. And Jesse Davis, but I don't know if Jesse Davis
Dieter played, I believe, in 2 games last year. Actually,
Is Dieter still on the team? I
Yes,
forgot.
Yes,
still on
he
the
is.
Okay.
he came in and snapped. I believe he played center for the second half of a game, or a couple
You're
guys
right.
banged up.
You're right. I forgot about that.
I'm trying to remember. I don't remember him playing poorly in that game. I remember going, "Oh, okay, he's here and he's doing at least comparable NFL things." I don't know how that would play out if Skura becomes a right guard, because he snaps it over to his head 3 times.
Are we going to worry about? I know, Louis, you're not worried about that, right? Like, we've seen guys with the yips who don't recover. We've seen guys with the yips who do recover.
Again,
It's more of a baseball thing, I feel like, than it is a football thing typically. But
I wasn't concerned about it, just because, like, again, if this had been a thing his entire career, then yeah, I get it. But he's been playing center for 3 seasons now, and only last year for a couple of games did this snapping issue become a thing. It's not like he's been dealing with it his entire career. He can fix the problem. I'm sure that he can fix the problem.
Well, no, but we've said that about other. Again, I'm going to use the baseball examples.
Okay, Jamil Douglas. Here, let's use Jamil Douglas.
Mick Mackey, Sasser. I mean, sometimes you don't fix it. Like,
Rick Ankiel.
Nick Anderson in basketball. Nick Anderson was an 85% free throw shooter until he missed 2 in the finals against Houston when he was playing with Orlando, and he was a 50% free throw shooter the rest of his career after that. I mean,
in the movie Major League, when the catcher he couldn't throw back to the.
Oh yeah, the catcher couldn't throw Chris Davis. Yeah, no. So it's. I mean, I'm assuming it's going to be okay, but they better have a good sports psychologist. That's all I'll say. All right, listen, we want to get these comments on here. I don't know if is Manny still with us?
No, he is not. Manny is no. I am now running the show. So who do you want?
Let's get some of these comments on here, because I know people want to get in, and I don't. For some reason, I didn't give myself authority, but we've got about 60 comments lined up here. So let's just spin them out here. Let's try to get to as many as we can. By the way, if you do it through the super chat, especially because we got so many coming in, we'll take care of you immediately, okay?
Okay, so here's an interesting stat. According to Pro Football Focus, Eichenberg, in the 1,400 plus snaps that he's had in pass protecting, he's only allowed 3 sacks. So I guess that's a metric for you. There's an analytics thing, maybe.
Oh, I did not mean to add. I did not mean to add Simon Slaughter as a moderator of the channel. I meant to post Simon's comment. So this is why I should.
Okay, so tell me who you want me to highlight. I'll do it for you.
No, just get them up. We'll start to get through them. Well, not that fast. Okay, but hold on, because I want to be able to get through some of them, because we appreciate everybody who's commenting here. Let's try to get to some of the questions again. Super chat, we will definitely get to them. Does that make Eichenberg the new right tackle, or does he play center? We're assuming right tackle, correct?
I mean,
Alfredo?
off the bat.
Well, he was a 3-year starter at left tackle at Notre Dame, and he made his name as a left tackle, and he got drafted because he was a good left tackle. Now you're going to make him a right tackle? I don't know. I'm just completely confused by it.
All right, throw the next one up, Louis. Homie better be able to play center. Is there anybody else on this team who can play center?
Just those 3 guys, Skura, Dieter, and Jesse Davis. That's it.
Mike Barbie wants to know the low dome media. I don't know what was the low dome media.
I don't know.
We're not making any money. That's for sure.
I guess that's what he means. We're making low dough.
We are making low dough. I guess.
I don't know if he could snap or call coverages, or he's ever done in his life.
All right, let's ask you guys this one. Should they have taken the Georgia linebacker?
Well, he's obviously rated higher.
You can make an argument for anybody.
Yeah, you can make an argument for a lot of guys here. This is a really loaded draft. Especially around here in the second round. So now their next pick is 81. You could see a lot of those like borderline first round talents. They could be all gone by then. So
to this point, from was this Troy Nukier, I believe, if I can read it correctly, Eichenberg was scouted to be a safe pick. That's an interesting point, because we talked in the first round that the Dolphins went for not reaches, but high upside, right? Like possibly lower floor, higher ceiling type guys, which I think Juan in our network was praising them for, right? That's a Riley thing, okay? It's not necessarily a Greer thing, where they went for the higher upside here. But obviously Phillips and Waddle have injury histories, and 2 are the same last year. This, at least, and I'm trying to catch up to you guys, do a little research here on the side, it seems to be like this is the kind of guy you pencil in on your line for 5 or 6 years, like he's safe. Is that fair? That maybe this is just somebody that you can count on?
Yeah, he was on every single board that you can think of as a second round left tackle. Like this is a guy where if you're a rebuilding team, you take your quarterback in the first round, you get the guy to protect him in the second round, and it's Liam Eichenberg, and it makes perfect sense.
If nothing else,
what I'm confused about is where he's going to play. That's if they came out and they said he's our new left tackle and Austin Jackson's moving to right tackle, okay, then I understand it. But then why did you sign DJ Fluker?
Right. Maybe he's okay. So again, this is simply about competition and nothing more. Maybe they just really, really are tired of arguing about the offensive line, and they're like, we're gonna throw every body that we can find and say we're gonna find the winners that make the best offensive line. And this does solidify one thing for sure: the Dolphins are not considering moving Robert Hunt to guard. They are moving him inside to guard. There is no question about it anymore.
That's a done deal. Like, there's no doubt about that now.
I remember something you said on a podcast last year, just before the last year's draft, right? You guys were doing your little mock, and you said you're going through, and it's like, okay, well, I think it was you have Tua, and then someone else in the second round, and the thought was, okay, well, with all these picks they have, I guess they could just kind of quote unquote, I think you said it, or Simon maybe said it, shotgun blast the O-line, like just tons of guys in those mid rounds. And we're traditionally the Dolphins for nearly 2 decades haven't hit on those guys, right? And it seems like they're still just doing that. We're still just going to continue shotgun blasting the mid rounds until we find 5 guys.
But Steve Cross makes a good point here. It's hard to say they're throwing just players. I mean, they targeted this player. Like, they gave up a 3rd round pick next year. Like, that's currency. Like,
Alfredo, was he in the Senior Bowl?
Liam Eichenberg. Let me see. Robert Hainsey was in the Senior Bowl. And so was Robert Banks. Eichenberg was on the other team. He was on Matt Rule's team.
It's not like the Dolphins couldn't watch him play.
Yeah, he was not on. Yeah, but they couldn't get hands on. So
did he perform?
Yeah, he's good. He's fine. What I'm confused about is Austin Jackson moving to left tackle. Moving to right tackle. Or is this guy going to train? Is this guy going to train a right tackle? If he's going to train a right tackle, this is a guy that played left tackle for 3 years.
It should be mentioned just now, the Raiders selected Trayvon Moehrig. So there, finally he's gone.
And that's one of the teams that plays split safeties.
By the way, just one programming note here as we sort of cycle up in our second hour here. Again, we got Alfredo, we've got Lewis, we got Shane. Shane's moving around right now. I'm Ethan. We're going to have Jakari and CK will be joining here. They just told us in about a half hour. So we're going to be rotating people in here for additional commentary. One thing, and then I'm got to take a slight break, and then I'll be back. But one question here. I just saw that Simon likes the pick, or somebody was tweeting at me that
Simon does like him.
Simon likes it. And here's what's interesting to me. Simon didn't like the picks yesterday that CK left. Thank you, Andrew, by the way. We appreciate it. Yes, Dolphins crowd now into the Super Chat. Andrew, we always appreciate your contributions here. We make sure to read the comments. Lewis is going to be turning the comments, but we'll get the Super Chat comments up there quickest. But yeah, I found it interesting that Simon and CK just did not see eye to eye on yesterday at all. Simon was okay with both picks, but he liked 2 other players better. Yeah. CK nailed the 2 picks basically, and now I don't. Do we have a thought from CK on this player yet? I'm just curious because I saw
CK says he'll come on at about 8:30, or at least he won't be able to until about 8:30. So there is that. Good. So everybody who's looking for the 3 yards per carry, guys, stay tuned.
Yeah, they'll be back on.
I can't wait to have him. Yeah, he's going to be on this show. Yeah, he's coming on.
Does he still have his glorious haircut?
Yeah, I don't think he cut his hair overnight. But yeah, the trade was costly. It was a 3rd in 2022. It was next year.
Okay,
so,
but, it wasn't. But this draft is loaded, so I'm glad it wasn't this year's 3rd. So I'm happy for that.
So yeah, I'm just I can't wait to to ask him to see what he thinks of it because
let's be honest about something else.
I know he's a good player, but to be honest with you, I didn't do I watched him play at Notre Dame. He was a fine player, but he was a left tackle. I thought we found our left tackle. So if they're going to train him at right tackle,
thank you very much for the £5 donation. Much apprecited.
Thank you much. Thank you, Ian. We appreciate that. For sure. Right. We'll take it in pounds. We'll take it in euros. We'll take it in whatever you want to take it in.
For anybody who wants absolutely for sure for their question to be answered, make sure that you go ahead and put that in the Super Chat. Again, it's really appreciated to help us to support us and make it easier for us to do what we do.
Yeah, no doubt. Also, Lewis is stingy with the posting the other comments. He's gonna make you pay for it. So I don't blame him for that. All right. Well, I'm gonna leave the three of you guys for a few minutes. I will be back. Obviously, we're gonna have CK. We're gonna have Jakari on here. The Dolphins will pick again, right? So they pick in the third round. No, they pick in the third round. They pick 81st.
Yeah,
I believe. But we'll get into more of
Kelvin
this.
Joseph to the Cowboys.
All right.
That's a
right
very,
back.
very nice pick by the Cowboys there.
All right. So now let's go ahead and get into more of these things going on here in the chat room. So left tackle, one of the most important positions in football, need that depth. As an Eagles fan, I can attest. So he's probably here for Manny, so that's fine. Unfortunately, Manny's gone for now. I'm the one running the show. I apologize for everybody who was looking for Manny. So I get the whole left tackle argument, but again, this is assuming that we have a right-handed quarterback. Tua's blind side is the right tackle position. So we're actually trusting Austin Jackson to cover that now, assuming that's what they're doing, more than we are trusting Liam Eichenberg. So and this is the question that we've had people ask several times before, and it seems like the answer is always different whenever, depending on who we ask, is how easy is it to transfer from one spot to another? Like, would it be easier for Austin Jackson to move to right tackle, or would it be easier for Eichenberg to do that?
Well, Jeff Schwartz says it's extremely difficult. Okay, and you guys remember Josh Sitton?
I remember Josh Sitton, yes, and I was very happy when we signed him, and very pissed off when he got hurt in the very first game of the season.
And it ended his career, by the way. Like, he never played football again after that.
I know, right? It's just like we finally got our veteran guard who knows how to block. He was the best offensive lineman, bar none, all camp long, and he was the best offensive lineman in that game until he got hurt.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, career over. But Josh Sitton said that playing one side to playing the other side is like wiping your ass with the wrong hand. Okay, and that was Josh Sitton's quote.
It's a very awkward, awkward feeling.
Awkward.
It doesn't feel right. Like me trying to write with my right hand when I'm left-handed.
Yeah, he says that it's awkward, that you have to like, gradually ease into it.
Oh, Alfredo. So
Yeah.
you said Dylan Radins, you said Creed Humphrey, all these guys, right?
Yeah.
Okay, apparently the Dolphins aren't the only ones making questions. Walker Little, tackle out of Stanford for the Jaguars.
That one's it's a head scratcher. But then again, these teams have different boards, right, than what we have.
Oh, I'm sure.
What we have are the games that we watch, and I watch this guy play. He's a fine player, but he's not better than Dylan Radins. At least, I don't think he is. Tevin Jenkins went in the second round, So, Liam Eichenberg is a fine player. I'm just confused with what they're going to do. We're going to get some clarity pretty soon because, they did spend a lot for him. So I'm pretty sure in the press conference at the end of the night, they're going to lay out exactly what they're doing going forward.
Do you guys I'm thinking this, there's part of me that has a hope they come out and say more than him being a left tackle, that he's the right tackle. Because again, like we kind of said earlier, without do they have conviction when we talked about the Holland pick? Bam, now moving Austin Jackson to right tackle after taking him in the first round last year. It just seems like some of these things just seem to add up. Kyle Van Noy, Flowers. It's always this guy's here, and it's just another one of these little moves where it's like, well, just a year ago you had this on him. I understand, and I like the argument of, hey, we're always trying to get better. We can't let one mistake, 1 year or affect how we think about a player or position the next year. But still, man, there's really part of me that just comes out. Yeah, he's all right. He's going to compete for right tackle.
That could be. And remember, because a lot of people are thinking, okay, they're just throwing stuff at the wall and hopefully some of it sticks. They were pretty clear when they drafted Robert Hunt last year in the second round. They said he was going to have every opportunity to fail at right tackle. And if he did, they were certain that he was going to be really good at right guard. And a lot of us know, like we watched his tape and, you could project going into the season that Robert Hunt was going to be a really good right guard. So maybe they already made that determination as soon as the season ended. I know he played poorly against the Bills the last game of the season at right tackle. He allowed a lot of pressure. So maybe they already made that decision. They said, you know what? Robert Hunt failed at right tackle, and he's projected to be a really good guard, so he's our right guard going forward.
And he was good at guard when they had to move Jesse Davis out there in those
Yeah.
games. I remember him being very well.
Yeah, so it seems like they made the determination. And this is not just me, but I've talked to scouts, and they all say the same thing. And when scouts tend to just parrot each other, there's reason for it. And they all say the same thing. Robert Hunt is a guy who could likely make the Pro Bowl as a right guard.
And then there's this where it says Colin Cowherd says we're winning the draft. We're doomed.
Okay, then we're screwed. That is not good. Now, if Skip Bayless comes out and says that we're winning the draft, then we're really, really, really
no, he won't say that because we still have Tua as our quarterback.
It's so Cowherd. You go with a West Coast Oregon guy that he actually probably knows and watches a little bit, right? 10 players someone else didn't tell him about out there, and then someone from Notre Dame, right? So it's just you're into his wheelhouse. If we were to take some corner from UCLA in the 5th round, he'd be another big win for.
Yeah.
So here's a question for you: if the offensive line is not okay, by the way, Jackson Carman out of Clemson, another tackle for the Cincinnati Bengals. Still no Dylan Radins.
No.
Still no Creed Humphrey.
Odd.
Okay,
and this is not just me, by the way. This is Daniel Jeremiah. This is this is not my draft board. This is not Simon Clancy's draft board. This is not 3YPC. This is Daniel Jeremiah. This is Mel Kiper. This is Todd McShay.
Was there any concern about Humphrey where he may be falling this far?
No, the only thing that anybody ever said about Creed Humphrey is that he has short arms. But who cares? He's good.
But he's not. Is he okay? So could he play guard if we needed him to? Like for instance, is it that he's purely a center and nothing else? Could that be heard again?
Some say that he can play guard. In my opinion, he's a center, and he's made to play center.
Yeah, but the question is not whether he could. It's like, do people view him as purely?
I don't think so. I would say so. I don't think he's a versatile type. I don't think he's a guy that you could kick out to left guard or right guard because, like I said, he's really good in confined spaces and locking up guys. So I would say he's locked in as a center. The guy that is very versatile, and Robert Hainsey of Notre Dame is a guy that they had on their team in the Senior Bowl. That's a guy that you could look forward to. Maybe he's a center target, and that was Liam Eichenberg's teammate. Robert Hainsey can play everywhere. He can play left tackle. He can play left guard. He can play center. He's played right tackle. He's played right guard. He's played all 5 positions in college. So Robert Hainsey is a guy that you can pencil in as a very versatile type.
So now here's the next question I have, because I feel like at this point, if this doesn't solidify the offensive line, if in 2022, all this investment has been made and we still have questions about the offensive line, like either the Dolphins are cursed or the scouting department is just really, really bad at finding offensive linemen, because right now we have so much competition there. You could put Austin Jackson at left tackle. You could put Eichenberg at left tackle. You could put Kinley at left guard. You could put Skura at guard and make Dieter the center. You could, assuming we're going to still draft the center, because I imagine we're still not done at that point. You still have Robert Hunt, who we assume is going to be an elite level right guard. And by the way, Davis, just By
the way, we have somebody in the super chat that said Giovanni Pastrana. He says Brian Baldinger projects Liam Eichenberg as a left guard. If Brian Baldinger says it, I guess that's true too. Okay. The only thing is that he's only played left tackle at Notre Dame. So
he's one of those. Oh well, he was a tackle in college, but he's a guard in the NFL things.
Maybe if that's the case, then what? Solomon Kinley is back at right guard, and now we have what?
Right. Exactly. It's like, see, there's not enough. There's not enough space. There's something's got to give.
Yeah, they have a lot of guys that are versatile. Well, like, we can't say that. A lot of these guys can play a lot of different positions, and that's a good thing, and that's something that they've always wanted. All right. So we shall see. I'm very interested in that press conference, because somebody has to ask the question, what is he playing? Is he a left tackle? Is he a right tackle? What's happening with Austin Jackson? Those are the two questions that have to be asked.
That's going to be the That is definitely going to be the thing. Actually, Liam Eichenberg.
We do know this, by the way. We do know this, by the way. Like, what is the evidence that Austin Jackson can play right tackle? He's played before, and supposedly some project him. I've never seen him play it, but some project him to be a fine right tackle. They say he can do it.
So, and we already mentioned this, and now Ethan just put it in the 5 Reasons Dolphins chat that Simon Clancy is talking about how he absolutely loves Eichenberg. So, I mean, again, this is kind of where the whole situation comes into it. Some people like this guy better. Some people like this guy better. There's really no set consensus on who the best guy is.
Yes, Simon had him rated. When the Dolphins took him off the board, Simon had him rated as the number 1 ranked offensive lineman on his board.
Out of everybody, offensive line, period.
Yes, I have his draft book right here, and Liam Eichenberg is right there at number 5. So,
number 5 overall?
Number 5 among tackles.
Oh, okay, among tackles. Okay, well, you told me, you just said like the best tackle, period. I'm like, okay,
but if you go through the guards, they were all gone coming into this spot. And the centers, those are the ones that were still on the board. So if you're talking about interior or exterior offensive line, if you're talking about a tackle or a guard, Simon Clancy had him at the top of his board at that moment.
Okay, so best player available is what you meant. Okay.
Yeah, he was the BPA at tackle at that spot.
Gotcha. All right.
This is really interesting here. Asante Samuel Jr., this is a guy that met with the Dolphins twice. Okay? You know his father. His father played for the New England Patriots.
Wasn't he a Hurricane? That's why Omar Kelly loves him so much?
Nah, he went to FSU. He played for the Seminoles.
Who was I thinking of then? It was somebody. There was some Hurricane that Omar always loved to talk about, and he always wished they would sign him. He was a corner. I think he might have been a slot guy. You know who I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about. Is it Philip Buchanan? Maybe?
No. What was it? Entree Roll. That was his name.
Okay, Entree Roll. Yeah, nice.
Okay, player, I was like, is that the guy? No. Okay,
he should have played safety, by the way, and they did turn him into a safety at the end of his career. But this is a very nice pick by the Chargers here, Asante Samuel. Like this could be, a very, high dividend. This could be a low risk, high reward pick. Although they did lose Desmond King. Okay, and Desmond King was a Pro Bowl slot corner. So Asante Samuel slides in, and his expectations are to replace Desmond King, who used to be a Pro Bowl slot corner. So
now they're showing highlights of his father. So there's that. So playing with Phillip Rivers. Wow, if Phillip Rivers had played one more year. That's kind of fun. Oh, God, we're old, aren't we?
Yes.
All right. So far, they're showing the corners that have been picked now. J.C. Horn, Patrick Surtain, Caleb Farley, Newsome, Stokes, Campbell, Joseph, Asante Samuel. There's a little bit of a run there. So
yeah. By the way, Dylan Radins is number 9 on Mel's BPA list right now. So
who is on that list anyway? Because I'm trying to keep track of everybody who's available at this point, and it's kind of hard to do that.
Well, I think he has Creed Humphrey in there. I didn't see it, but they already just took it off the screen.
Yeah, Humphrey's still there. We know that. Dylan Radins is still there. We know that.
But we have to understand. Another thing we do have to understand here, okay, is sometimes production is not what a lot of these teams are looking at. One of the best football players I saw in college football last year was Amari Rodgers, the slot receiver for Clemson.
I believe he's still there. Yeah.
Okay, and everybody said everybody's now going to learn their lesson. When everybody poo-pooed, what's the name of Deebo Samuel, the slot receiver for San Francisco? When everybody said, this guy's not going to be that good, he's kind of slow, or he's not fast enough, he has weird size, he's kind of built like a running back, and they passed him over, everybody said, okay, everybody's going to learn their lesson, and now they're going to take Amari Rodgers earlier. Well, it's not happening. We're up to pick 48, and Amari Rodgers is still there. That's a guy that can play football. And if you want a guy that plays football, you should take him. But he's dropping.
All right, so people have been talking about Jalen Waddle's ability to be a returner. I like him. He's my guy. I'm always going to defend him just because I like him, and it's not just because I interviewed him and I'm a little biased. But if the Dolphins do dump Jakeem Grant, and let's assume that it's post June 1st, because quite frankly, if we do it now, we're not really saving much. If they decide to cut Jakeem Grant after June 1st.
Oh, by the way, there's a guy on the super chat that says, don't all these guys play football? Some guys get in uniform and do the act of playing football. Other guys actually do play football. Amari Rodgers plays football.
Okay, I got you. Just for the record, guys, if you want us to respond to your question, for sure, make sure that you actually leave a donation in the super chat. When we say super chat, we mean that's when we you pop in and be like, hey, here's a little tip jar for you guys. Thank you for doing what you do. Otherwise, it's just the chat.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of like Kung Fu Panda. Chitty, chitty, chat. It's not the same.
Yeah, it's not the same. Look, Aaron Banks right now to San
Francisco.
There goes
Aaron Banks.
That's a fine pick. That was a really good.
I love the first
Notre Dame offensive line.
I love the first word to describe him. Massive.
Yes.
It's like, okay.
He is that, and physical.
So basically, Solomon Kindley.
Pretty much. Although he's built a little bit differently than Solomon Kindley.
Would you call I keep trying to look for the next bowling ball with legs. That's what I always called Vince Wilfork, because he was about as round as you could possibly get and still play football. Yeah. So I'm still looking for that guide so I can have him be the new one in my little book. So people are still saying that we're looking at Amari Rodgers or Dwayne Eskridge. I just feel like that if we're going to do that, then we're absolutely going to have to essentially cut ties with both Albert Wilson and Jakeem Grant, because if you're going to keep you can't keep everybody on the roster. I wanted Albert Wilson to compete, but if you keep adding wide receivers, at some point, again, something's got to give.
Yeah, I would say so. Now, if they take one of those guys, then obviously what they're doing is just a complete purge of the wide receiver room.
At that point,
those two guys.
Okay, so let's try that. Let's say this then. If you pick Amari Rodgers, that's a slot guy. You're not going to do anything if you're either getting rid of Wilson, and I'm surprised Allen Hurns isn't gone yet. That's just me being dead honest with you. I would have gotten rid of him already. I don't see a need for him. He doesn't bring anything special to the table.
Well, if the Dolphins line up to play football tomorrow, they line up to play a game tomorrow, Parker's going to be on the outside. He's going to be a boundary wide receiver.
Right.
Jalen Waddle's going to be the slot guy.
Right.
And Will Fuller's going to be the other guy. And then Preston Williams is going to be the guy that subs for the outside guys.
Or if we're having to do some goal line stuff, probably.
So, or when they go 4 wide receivers. So, yeah, the boat's full. That room is pretty much. I think they should be done. I will say this, man. It has to be tempting to be on the board and looking at an Amari Rodgers or a Dwayne Eskridge and say, you know what?
What were the concerns with Eskridge that he started to fall? Because some people were saying, oh, he should be a first-round pick. So it's just one of those things. Like with Walt Aikens, he wasn't from a big school, so he got overlooked.
So everybody just, they look at him and they say, because he is fast. He runs sub 4.4, okay? And he's physical. But the problem is they look at him and they say, small school, bad competition. He's just beating up on bad competition. That's what they do.
So, now here, let's take this from a scouting standpoint. When you are looking at these small school guys, you can't dismiss them just because of small school. You could potentially be missing out on some really special talent. So how do you make that determination? It's just taking a shot at it?
It's just projection. And then you got to, hopefully they go into the Senior Bowl like Dwayne Eskridge did. And, and maybe it works out, but it's mostly projection. Personally, I've always liked, you want the guy from the bigger school because the competition is tight, the competition is right. And it's closer to what they might see in the NFL. So a small school guy, it's almost 100% projection, really.
Speaking of competition, Arizona's wide receiver room just got even more stacked. Rondale Moore to the Cardinals. Mm-hmm. So wide receiver class getting a little bit smaller as time goes on. But that's the funny thing, is that even with all these wide receivers that are going, there's still so much talent there in this draft. And that's the craziest thing. That's why I kind of wasn't necessarily saying we needed to get a wide receiver in the first round, because there's still so much talent that could have easily taken care of a lot of the stuff we were missing. So Now, we do have somebody here in the regular chat saying he wants to know if you're going to be doing X's and O's videos for the draft players.
Maybe. I gotta be.
That'd be a lot of work.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. Yeah, I gotta get inspired over something. Maybe I do a Jalen Waddle thing and how he's gonna work with Tua.
Nah, that's too easy. All you have to do is just turn on some tape, and you're gonna say, "This is how they're gonna work together." It's like, here, just watch this game here.
Well, we know the 7-yard in cuts are coming, and we know the RPO is coming with Jalen Waddle because that's what he's really, really good at. Those drag routes are coming with Jalen Waddle.
I want to, you know what?
3rd and 4 should be a lot easier to convert now with Jalen Waddle.
I would like to, this is going to sound crazy, but I would like to see some screen passes again. But you know why? Because they always did, every time they did the bubble screen, it was always with the wrong guy catching the football. They tried it with Devontae Parker. Parker's not a screen wide receiver. They tried it with Kenny Stills. Stills isn't really a screen wide receiver. The only time they ever had any success with that was when it was Jakeem Grant and he was slipping by guys, which is how the screen pass is supposed to work if you really think about it. So with Jalen Waddle, you can get away with that again. You can get away with doing those screen passes and just let the guy run with the football.
Absolutely.
And it is a part of the game that a lot of people overlook in Miami because it never worked with Adam Gase, and it's just because the personnel was wrong. But if we're being dead honest, a lot of teams, they use screen passes, and we get burned over and over and over again. So it's not the play that's the problem. It's who's doing it.
All right. Let me they're talking about Saquon Barkley. He missed 14 games last year with a torn ACL. Yeah, that's another guy that everybody's talked about, offer something to Saquon Barkley. None of these teams are going to trade these guys for, 50 cents on the dollar. Like, this is all wishful thinking. Like, everybody, we got this a lot on the 3 yards per carry account. Go get Kareem Hunt, offer something for Kareem Hunt. Cleveland won 11 games last year, and they beat the Steelers in the first round of the playoffs. Their identity is that running game with Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt. I don't think that that's something that they want to break up. I would say, especially when he's kind of cheap right now. You got to wait till he's a free agent and just, plop down some money for him.
So, and this is where we're going to have the discussion. Are we okay with another year of just Myles Gaskin? And then, God, I already forgot the guy's name. I literally said his name earlier, and now I can't remember what his name was. The guy we signed from Seattle.
You mean from the Rams, Malcolm Brown?
Oh yeah, okay. Wasn't he in Seattle at some point?
No, I don't think so. I think he was.
Am I thinking of someone else?
Yeah, you're probably thinking of some. No, you were thinking about Chris Carson, who they were supposedly in.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, yeah, okay. So Malcolm Brown from the Rams.
Yeah, he's a nice player. Like, they got nice players, but they just don't have the one. Do
you guys even stream on Twitch?
What happened?
Do you guys stream on Twitch?
Nope.
Okay, everybody wants you to go to Twitch, apparently. Like, make the transition, become one with the master race.
No, we don't. We're not on Twitch. Let me see.
I guess with Twitch, people are more. I will say this: people are more willing to donate on Twitch. Like, a lot more people are willing to donate when it's on Twitch.
Yeah, like, it's really weird. What they've tried to do with the running back room has been weird. Like, they have to have something up their sleeve. Because they were in on Aaron Jones. Like, all those people could not have been lying.
And they were probably in on Le'Veon Bell. And that didn't work out either.
Yeah. And, that was a fact that they were in on Le'Veon Bell because his agent said so.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, yeah, his agent said so. That makes all the difference.
And the Dolphins didn't deny it. And the Dolphins usually do deny it when agents, go out there and, like, flap their gums. And they didn't deny it. They just said, nothing really happened. So, but yeah, it's interesting, right? Like, what are they doing?
What are they doing? I think they feel like they're legitimately set with Myles Gaskin, Salvon Ahmed, and this other guy that they grabbed from the Rams. I mean, for real, I guess we're just gonna buy into the argument that I guess we're going to go ahead and buy into the argument that Juan was projecting, is that as long as you have an elite offensive line, anybody can be a star running back. And now we bring back Shane Marinelli back to the show. Welcome back, my friend. I see you.
Sorry, a little technical difficulties there.
You've switched environments. It's no
Yes.
longer the same environment.
Yes, back home, not at the gym.
Back home where you belong.
You know what I was thinking? I don't know where you guys were picked up, but on my quick little drive home, and granted, there's still a draft to go, and I was one of the guys that was kind of overly concerned early in free agency, and I always point back to the last Bills game. That game left a lot of the good of the season bad in my mouth, but just as kind of, I'm 31, so I'm still in that boat of like, you know, I've had a lot of bad Dolphin seasons, so I tend to be more negative. Did you feel when watched that game, we were 2 top skill players away? Because it felt like, I remember that game, it felt like you could throw almost every skill player away, and we need more. And now it's Will Fuller and Waddle, and it seems with our top few, our top, our
Aziz, sorry to interrupt. Aziz Ojulari off the board to the New York Giants.
Very nice pick.
So kind of with a top free agent spot and now only one of our top 50 picks on skill position, it's like, oof.
Yeah, I look at that last game against the Bills, and you almost have to throw it out because it was one of those games that happens about once a year. It just happened in the worst spot it could have happened. It happened in the last game of the season.
Well, that game's been happening once, twice a year to the Dolphins for the last.
But it happens to almost everybody. It happens to almost everybody. Remember, the Super Bowl champions lost to New Orleans at home 38-0.
Yeah.
Okay. So, you know, it happens to every team once. It just happened to us in the biggest stage because nobody played good in that game. I couldn't find anybody that played good in that game. Maybe Devontae Parker. And even then, he fell down on one play, which was a crucial play when we were within 2 touchdowns. He fell down, it got intercepted, and it got run back for a touchdown. So even he had a bad play. You know, even a long snapper snapped it low once. So it was one of those games where nobody was good.
And I think just the setting is a little PTSD for Dolphins, right?
Yeah.
Playoff chances on the road in Buffalo is like.
Yeah, well, that's happened 5,000 times.
Yeah.
And it happened all throughout the 90s. You know, it happened in the playoffs too. So, yeah, it's a thing that has happened a lot. But they need to, you know, I think they've done a lot of good work here. I think there's some still left to be done. And remember, those June 1st cuts are coming, and they could find 2 or 3 starters from other teams that after they get cut in June. So,
but if they're going to do that again, they need cap space for that to happen. So who gets dumped?
They need about $3 million. They need to have enough money to sign these guys, and they need about $3 million for emergency money. So you're talking about $12 million. They'll find it. They always do. They always find a way to, you know, move a contract here, move a contract there, redo a contract here, and they'll clear up the space. They're not that far off right now, and they don't need that money right now. They need it for, you know, when the season kicks off in September.
And I'm just looking down at the roster again, just because I feel like this is where it all comes out. The biggest money savers, ironically enough, are the 2 guys that we would actually get the most use out of on defense. Again, Emmanuel Ogbah would save us $7.5 million. Bernardrick McKinney, who we just traded for, would save us 7.1. And obviously, we're not dumping Bernardrick McKinney after we just traded for him.
And Emmanuel Ogbah, they're not dumping him either, because the way the defense is built right now, he's crucial right now. Because they need a guy that can rush from 3 and 5, 6, and 7 tech. He's the only one that can do it right now.
And by the way, whether it's post June 1st or pre June 1st, cutting Albert Wilson literally does nothing as far as our net gains, because we would only gain about $500,000 worth after you take into account dead cap. So we don't really gain anything by dumping him.
Although
there was
a very strong rumor that they were trying to work Bernardrick McKinney's contract to try to clear up almost $5 million in cap space. So maybe that's what they have.
Extend him, you mean?
Yeah, or maybe they convert some of it into cash. So, yeah, there was a rumor that they were working on something like that, and that makes perfect sense because if you could free up $5 million with just working one contract, that solves all the problems.
Another tackle went.
Oh yeah, they're gonna be going for a while now.
All right, Dolphins. Next pick is 81, right?
Yep, it's gonna be a while before we get our shot.
Although it starts to move a little bit once the second round is gone.
According to Troy Newt, Grant saves a lot. Actually, not really. Well, I mean, yeah, if it's post June 1st, then yeah, he saves about $3.4 million if you consider that a lot. But if you dump him right now, then not really.
Yeah, not now. But if you dump him after January 1st, that $3 million, that's enough. Like that gets you right exactly where you need to be. Because that's about what they're short, what they're going to be short.
Yeah, post June 1st, then you save cash. But other than that, it's not worth it.
So I think that's the move. That's probably the move. Or just, if maybe you want to keep the entire roster intact. You want your kick returner.
Bobby McCain saved a lot of money if you get rid of him.
That's true, too. And Bobby McCain could be a guy that they just say, look, let's restructure and give back some money. And if he says no, they cut him. That's a possibility. And now they have the bodies to play in his spot.
Mm-hmm. So the pick of Javon Holland, it still feels like this is a goodbye Bobby McCain type of deal here. Oh, who's this guy on the screen right now?
They have a fake Macho Man on the screen
for Cleveland.
So they got that chair from Goodell and just put it on the stage, and that's a thing now.
It's become their own prop.
It was so famous and talked about last year. Goodell and his I'm so tired of being here chair. Yeah,
with the 400th pick, I'm not supposed to be here anymore. I'm only supposed to do the first 2 rounds. It's like 6 rounds in and he's still reading.
I mean, all of last night with the NFL, I remember I was at a buddy's house watching it, and it's just there is an element of just pure cheese to the NFL, right? Like Kings of Leon performing before it, and it's just like, wait, what are we doing here for a second?
Oh my God, he's still going. Yeah, let's go. Pick again.
Because the Browns are going to pick, and they're in Cleveland.
They have to celebrate as long as they possibly can because they don't have anything else to celebrate.
Hey, they were 11-5 last year.
Yeah, well, I'm not holding my breath on that happening again.
I don't know. They almost beat Buffalo. They almost made the AFC. They almost made the AFC Championship game.
It's Cleveland. This is not the Cavaliers. This is not LeBron's town. These are the Browns. It's not the same thing. So, here, Antoine went ahead and just said it because we're tired of waiting. Antoine Staley. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah finally comes off the board.
Wow. That's a good pick. He'll play a lot for them.
So
and he's perfect. He's perfect for that division. Chase down Lamar Jackson, play in your nickel pass defense against the Steelers. That's a very nice pick for the Browns.
Yeah, when you say chase down quarterback, with Phillips last night, I thought they had to have drafted him with on some of his tapes and watch him chase down guys and being like, well, Josh Allen does this to us. I think he right, like someone had to have said that in a room at some point and been like, I mean, Josh Allen historically is, I think, what runs for over 70 yards.
Well, they've obviously made a determination that they got to get faster on defense for Josh Allen, and that's what they've done in this offseason. That's a fact.
So I'm just checking to see who's coming in. Jakari said that he's going to be home soon, so we may get him. CK says not yet. He's still putting the kid to bed, which I'm just telling him now. Put some more milk in this kid and let's get him to sleep already.
Aaron Banks.
He already went.
Yeah, I'm looking at him. I'm looking at all these guys. All these guys at one
still
point.
There.
Yes, he is. At one point or the other, those guys that just went, the last 5 that just went, had first-round grades at one point. and they're going almost at the bottom of the second round.
Yeah.
Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah was on 3 mock drafts in the first round.
I think
in
some of my, Pro Football Focus simulators, I took him at that 18th pick a couple times, and depending how it fell. But
so what does Owusu-Koramoah do, and why did he take so long to go down?
Well, because he can play linebacker, but he has to play linebacker in very specific systems. So,
such as
like a Tampa 2 system, okay? And he has to play the weak side. Or he could be kind of a box safety. You could project him as a strong safety, like a Rashad Jones type, okay? So he could also play, on your nickels. Like, had the Dolphins taken him, this is a guy that would have played every single third down, okay? And probably replaced Bernardrick McKinney and would have played in the box, would have probably guarded tight ends or running backs out of the backfield.
I have a question for you, Alf, because I'm obviously see more of the day-to-day with the high school and the college game. And NFL's really funny how, and you talk about his positioning. Football's the one sports where it seems the lower parts of the game trends move upwards, right? In other sports, it's things going on in the NBA tend to move downwards. And do you think, and sometimes with the high school and even the college level with the spreads and stuff, they've almost gotten too positionless, right? You read some of these depth charts and it's like they got a star and a jack, and you're just like, you're trying to figure out everyone is a hybrid. No one has a position. Everyone's a hybrid. Nickel and linebacker, strong safety. Everyone's kind of fitting into that, and it's just. Then in the NFL, you get to the NFL, and it's like, okay, we got 46 guys that can play. You need to play somewhere and be really good at it. You can't just flow around against a spread team.
Yeah, and sometimes the way the composition of the league at any particular moment actually hurts a guy's draft status. Like Trevor Moore, the safety from TCU. Everybody thought he was going to be a top safety. He was going to be in the first round, or he was going to be the number 1 safety taken. He was the 3rd safety taken. Okay, and why? Because he doesn't fit a lot of systems. He fits very few defenses in the NFL, like 10. So now you only have 10 teams that can use that type of safety. When 32 teams can use a good left tackle, or they could use a right tackle, they could use a cornerback. So, yeah, the specialization has hurt some of these prospects.
You know who else could use a good tackle, and it's somebody that we wish they had gotten a good tackle for the longest time? Ryan Tannehill, and he just got one. Is Dylan Radins.
They got Dylan Radins? That's
they
interesting.
Did. And that's a team I feels like I get a step back this year, right? Does anyone get that feeling? Like if Vegas put them at 8.5, I'm going under.
Jalen Mayfield is also available from Michigan. He's a really good right tackle. So, yeah, there's players out there. This is a good pick. If you look at what happened with the Titans this past offseason, they lost their right tackle, they lost their backup right tackle, and they lost their left guard. And that's a team that's entirely powered by their running game and their play action game. So you need offensive line. So this is a very, very good pick.
I mean, this is Ryan Tannehill we're talking about. He needs an offensive line to function. So,
well, he needs everything to be amazing around him to be.
Okay, not everything was amazing in Tennessee. His running game was amazing.
Yeah, and he had 2 freak receivers.
Who's a freak receiver? Who's a freak? Who's a freak willing?
AJ Brown.
AJ Brown. He's not a top 3 wide receiver. That's what I consider a freak wide receiver.
Still,
he's up there.
He's up there, but he's not top 3.
By definition,
he's not up there with DeAndre Hopkins.
I don't know. AJ Brown he's a true number 1. We can argue that. We'll say that he's a true number 1. He's better than anyone he had here.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not going to argue that. Yeah, but what did he have here? That's not a great argument. It's like Mike Wallace, Brian Hartline.
Always with Tannehill or any quarterback yes, they need pieces around him, but man, you shouldn't have to build an offensive football team around him for him to perform at a top 12 level. And that's what he requires. He needs everything else to be around him to be Pro Bowl or close to that to be a top 12 quarterback.
Well, let's be fair. He was not a top 12 quarterback. He was a top 3 quarterback last year. He was an MVP candidate last year. Like the run he's had the last 2 years has been absolutely ridiculous. The run that Ryan Tannehill has had.
Yeah, I mean, I still look at the playoff numbers when, it kind of comes to it. You always talk about in the NBA how it's like, okay, sometimes the system isn't going to get it for you. It slows down. It becomes more of an ISO game in the playoffs and stuff. And that kind of happens in the NFL playoffs where quarterbacks just got to go make great throws, right? Mm-hmm. We know you're doing this. You just got to do it. And that's where he falters, right? And it's not, all right, we're in rhythm of the game. Derrick Henry's getting 6 yards of carry. I can bootleg, all this stuff. That's all great, but eventually you're going to be down 10 points.
Yeah, last year they just got blitzed against the Ravens. They just got completely destroyed. That year that they went to the AFC Championship game, the only game where he actually was kind of carrying the offense was in that AFC Championship game. And he just had to outscore Kansas City, and they couldn't.
He threw for under 100 yards in the first 2 playoff wins.
Yeah.
At New England and
Baltimore. Yeah, they didn't ask him to do pretty much anything in those first 2 games. He was just handing it off and then play action. And then, he was efficient with his play action passes, but that was pretty much it. The Colts. Carson Wentz. Anybody think that the Colts are going to be any good? They were really good last year. I thought they were a sleeper team last year. I
had honestly forgotten that Carson Wentz went to the Colts. I completely
Anybody
forgot.
think that's going to be enough? Because that's a talented football team.
Yeah, their defense was not. A lot of people talked about how good their defense was last year,
and it was consistent. It was consistent all year.
Yeah, they're a well-built team.
Great offensive line, some good skill position players, a really good running back, and now Carson Wentz. If he's any good, if he's back to his, when he was an MVP candidate, they could be really, really, really good.
And somewhere Manny will be crying.
I think when they were the better team versus Buffalo in that playoff game, but Phillip Rivers was just so. I believe they had a situation where Buffalo. I remember Phillip Rivers missed an easy throw, and they ended up going for it down in the red zone from the 5 and didn't get it, but they should have scored. Rivers was just so out of gas.
Although he played great. He played great in that game. I think he set a record for the highest quarterback rating, the most yards without an interception, and losing a playoff game or something like that.
But he missed. There was a couple of throws he missed. Mm-hmm. But they were better. They were the better team that game. I remember thinking that to myself, like Buffalo kind of got away with them. They weren't dramatically, but I mean, the Colts talent-wise were toe-to-toe with Buffalo on the road.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So at this point, we've seen a run on tackle, not so much the interior offensive lineman, because that hasn't been much of a thing yet. So at 81, which is still a ways away, don't get me wrong, there's still like 30, almost 30 picks left to go before Miami even gets a chance, assuming that they don't make another crazy trade up. Like, where are you going at that point? Because we're assuming that Creed Humphrey's not going to make it all the way to us at 81. But if he does, let's say something crazy happens and he does, do you make that pick and just go offensive line one more time?
Yeah, you just got to do it. Like, there's just no way. That he was number one on many, many boards as the number one center. So, yeah, you just have to do it. There's a lot of good players still on that board. A lot of good players.
Are there any guys that you still would have had a first-round grade on?
That's a good question.
Deo Odeingbo to the Colts, a defensive end out of Vanderbilt.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that plays in that type of system. He's going to play in a flex 4-3 and nothing else. Like, he can't play much of anything else. So that's a team that could use a guy like that. So yeah, another guy with a first round grade. Maybe Creed Humphrey is the only guy because I was seeing him in a lot of mock drafts get in there. So maybe that's what's left.
I wouldn't be upset. Just big. All right, well, we're gonna have the Cowboys offensive line. But, I mean, a type of offensive line that Dak his first couple years developed under.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I'm curious. What is your thoughts if they don't take running back here on maybe later, depending on how the picks fall on Hubbard?
Well, there's a few guys that they liked, okay? It's looking like Michael Carter could even drop to them at 81. If they pass on running back again at 81, then it's a philosophical thing. They just don't care about the position. They think that they could just put anybody in there and that'll be enough, And it'll be 2 years of evidence on this. So, at 81, man, there could be so many ways that they can go. They already got the safety. Like, that's where I thought that they could have gone, but they got him at 36. So there's a lot of good players still on the board. Like, there's like you name the position and there's going to be a good player at 81.
I like to envision in the Dolphins draft room right before Denver traded up, like, they said we're going to get the running back, okay, Gotze, and then Denver trades up, and Flores is like, oh no, well,
like, Denver's move
safety, so pats Gotze on the back, yeah, we were going to do
Denver's
that
move, and Denver moved into which spot?
Right before us at 42.
So before we continue, just gonna go ahead. Before we continue, gonna quickly introduce Juan to the show. Hello, my friend. How are you? Welcome to the show.
Louis? Are you in a full emergency Mayday mode right now?
I mean, I'm not in full emergency Mayday mode. I'm in full. I really wish we had a running back mode.
But who traded the pick? Who traded the pick for Javonte?
Atlanta traded their pick with Denver.
Okay.
Denver obviously targeted. I was watching it. Somebody goes, well, Denver just traded up in front of us. We know what this means, right? Denver probably had a strong inkling, or they said, they looked at the teams between them and Atlanta and said, well, Miami's the best chance.
Oh, we have another tight end off the board. Feels like it's been forever since Kyle Pitts went. Pat Freiermuth.
Baby Gronk.
So is that something is that what we're doing here? Like, is he the second tight end off the board this entire time?
Yes, and he's the second rated tight end by almost everybody that's ever done a draft guide this year.
And it took this long, huh? Wow.
Yeah.
That just goes to show how high Kyle Pitts was compared to everybody else.
Well, he went 55. Where did Gesicki go? What was it, 32? 36, no?
Something like that. Yeah, he was early for us in the second round.
Okay.
But even then, it's not like there were how many tight ends went before him? Like, it wasn't that many. It was Goddard and
Hayden Hurst.
I think Hurst was one of the guys we passed on to get Gesicki. He was still there.
Passed on him, or he went? No, he went in the first round. Hayden Hurst went in
the first round.
Yeah, to the Ravens.
Okay, so did we pass on Goddard? Was he the one we skipped?
Did we? I don't know.
I think Goddard went before.
Because I remember that there were
Dallas Goddard
could have picked
42.
Okay, and which tight ends went before him? I'm pretty certain that Goddard went before him, right? Because Dallas wanted him and Dallas passed up on. No, they were trying to trade up to get him, and then the Eagles just took him.
Now I'm pulling it up now just to double check here.
Yeah, I think Gesicki could have been the third tight end.
Okay, so let's see. So the first tight end that went in 2018 was Hayden Hurst to the Ravens, 25 overall. And then right after that, it was Mike Gesicki. We picked him next. And then later down the line, it was at 49, Dallas Goddard to the Eagles.
Okay.
Well, I remember it was a really big deal when Goddard got taken because Eagles traded up in front because at the time Witten just retired.
Yeah.
So it was Hurst, Gesicki, Goddard, and then Mark Andrews also to the Ravens.
Yeah, and then the Eagles traded up in front of Dallas to basically Dallas was like, here's our Witten replacement. Eagles jumped them to take him. And I believe the draft was actually in Philly that year. So it was like I remember it just being a big deal. Philly, sticks it to the Cowboys
So now the Seahawks on the clock. What does Seattle even need? It feels like they need everything. They need offensive linemen, that's for sure.
They need an entire defense.
Yeah, I remember the good old days. The Legion of Boom are so far away.
Yeah, they got nothing left.
Defensive cores are just they're always shooting stars.
Mhm.
I guess that's why we're putting so much effort into finding guys now.
Sometimes we're taking defense, but just always taking those guys like a Holland and stuff, but always replenishing. But yeah, good defenses are shooting stars. It's so hard to be back-to-back number one defense. I mean, just look at the year after with Jacksonville. There's so many number one defenses.
So since we have Juan here now, let's get his thoughts on those picks. So first we'll talk about Javon Holland. So we skipped on running back. Well, we didn't skip. We got jumped to get Javon Holland. So
I don't know. I'm starting to really feel like Greer and company don't value running backs as highly as others do.
That's become clear.
It just feels to me like they're gonna go the Patriots route. And they're gonna go, everybody's gonna have a designated role, and you're gonna have a James White, you're gonna have a LeGarrette Blount, you're gonna have a Deion Lewis, you're gonna have a designated person for each role, and we'll see how that works. It looks like Malcolm Brown
traded for Corey Dillon at one point, and that was a huge deal at the time.
They also drafted Lawrence Maroney. They also drafted Sony Michel. So they've gotten burned in the first round with running backs as well. So and Flores has been through it all.
They took Damian Harris a year after they took Sony Michel.
So and that Sony Michel's even worse because of the fact that his teammate is Chubb, and obviously a much better player. As Ethan, the CEO, joins us.
He just can't stay healthy. I don't think it's so much a talent thing. That's
Sony.
Ethan has plenty of talent. He just can't stay healthy because of too much Miami Grill.
Wait, what is that? What just happened there? What's up? You told people about the PI yet?
We have not actually. Have we?
Well, I haven't. I'm not 100% on where all this stuff is hiding. So
that's all right. Well, let's get the comments up. Yeah, Juan, we should tell people about the PI though. But
all right, so let's talk about that. That's one of our sponsors. Where is the picture?
Yeah, CIA, PI.
We'll give it 5 minutes. You guys cycle back to that, okay?
I'm looking for it. I promise. I found the video, just not the picture.
We got.
Did I just roll tape?
I don't know. We got Disney Channel on in my place, so I had to come back in here. What? I lost the television set.
I'm Ethan Skolnick, and you're watching Disney Channel.
When are the Dolphins up again? Exactly.
81.
We're still a ways away.
I think they trade back though, because they probably want to get a fourth rounder somewhere in there.
I don't see a picture.
Do you guys think they have a trade for a running back in place?
I think they either have that or they have Le'Veon Bell sitting on ice.
So much groaning. And with that said, let's go ahead and go to our sponsor, which is the criminal investigation private investigator. I'm just going to roll the tape and we'll just call it there. Okay. You can talk more about it after I do.
I like this video.
I do too.
It's a good pick. Yeah.
Can they find a running back?
We need to hire a investigator to find them.
I saw in their missing person, so maybe we can put in their stud running back. For
Seahawks took Dwayne Eskridge. Great.
I see that.
Russell Wilson bitched a little bit. Now they're giving him even more weapons.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers bitched, and they drafted a cornerback.
There's gonna be so many open guys when Russell Wilson.
The Packers are numb to all the complaining from Rodgers. He complains every year.
Here, look, Lewis. Juan, now that you're here, maybe you can settle this. Lewis actually said earlier in the program, and I let it slide. He said he wouldn't want Aaron Rodgers anywhere near his team because he complains too much. Lewis, my point with John Beck and Ray Lucas and Joey Harrington and Tyler Thigpen and Jay Field and AJ.
But we have a quarterback now. We're not questioning who's the quarterback. It's Tua.
But I'm just saying, how could MVP?
I am talking about a man who, the moment that you stub his toe, he's gonna start calling the whole organization trash.
Maybe they are.
But that organization has been I mean,
Okay,
they would
you
be,
could, but
they
your
would be the
quarterback
Lions.
is calling him
They
on the
would-
carpet.
Absolutely. Hey, listen, if you have that pull, if you got that weight, you gotta you gotta throw it around, man. And,
Okay,
and
so
if
are
not,
you a fan of Rodgers or the Dolphins?
I'm a fan of the Dolphins, and if Rodgers
Okay, and
makes
if
the
Rodgers
Dolphins
calls the
better,
Dolphins out for nonsense, like if these, like,
what's
let's
not?
say,
Wait, time out, Lou. What's nonsense? Because nonsense is they don't draft wide receivers or weapons for him in
You're
any
talking
of the
about
first,
the
second
Packers.
rounds.
That's fine. I get that. I don't mind him complaining about. But what he's complaining about is that he's not making as much money as Patrick Mahomes. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm
That's
sorry.
not,
That's
like,
you're a little bit like simplifying it. It's like multiple things with him, and one of those things is the money part. But the real kick in the groin that started this whole thing was Jordan Love.
Okay, that's fine. I understand. That I get.
You
understand why
you don't draft a quarterback when the dude is 36 in his prime, and literally the next year he drops an MVP season.
Okay,
They actually did it with him.
Okay,
and they did it to Brett Favre.
Yeah,
okay. My point was about he gripes about everything though. Like he doesn't even talk to his own parents, for God's sakes. Why? What's wrong with this guy?
I mean,
Brett Favre didn't throw 48 touchdowns with only 5 interceptions the year they drafted Aaron Rodgers either.
Who's talking about Brett Favre? I didn't say anything.
No, but it's Shane's got a point though. I mean, what was the purpose of the Jordan Love pick last year? Like, seriously,
to piss him off,
right? I mean,
there have been rumors that
they traded up,
retire,
and they traded up.
It's just not the same as the Dolphins taking a quarterback in the Jimmy Johnson era of Dan Marino. I mean,
and not to add to it, but he was live on Pat McAfee's show when that trade happened and when that draft pick happened, and he immediately hung up. So he had no clue it was coming. So you kind of saw the writing on the wall. You don't treat your franchise like that unless you're the Packers and you think you're going to be able to pivot the next season with whatever quarterback you draft. And,
but we see this all the time in sports for organizations. Jakari wants to jump in, so I'm going to jump out and come back. But, basically, we see this all the time with organizations where they think they're the reason for the success instead of the player. It happens all the time.
Belichick's going through that.
Belichick.
Aaron Rodgers.
I heard it with the Heat in 2014. Okay, LeBron's gone, but that's fine. We're going to rebuild around Bosh and Wade, and we'll be fine. I mean, there's certain guys. There's a handful in every sport that they're the reason. It's not you. They're the reason. All right, I'll be back. Jakari's going to jump in here. He loves all the picks tonight, as does Simon. So I'll let him argue with you guys. I'll be back shortly.
Okay, I'll see you later.
I want to get Juan's thoughts on Javon Holland and Liam Eichenberg.
I like the picks. I don't think we started off with that. I don't think they were gonna go running back there even if Javonte was there. It would have been enticing and it would have been maybe like a tough decision and they would have talked about it. But Flores, if you hear the call or if you watch the call, he immediately told Javon, "Hey, look, I'm low key a safeties coach, so I'm gonna be on your ass, And it to me that just screams like, hey, that pro day that they went to go see at Oregon, it wasn't for Sunday. It was for Javon. And also to add to that, the whole they're not gonna draft a player who sat out last year. That went to smoke too. So I loved it. I mean, it was a complete smokescreen. Excuse me, it's complete smokescreen for them, and it looks like they got the player that they wanted. Liam, that was a little bit shocking. I definitely understand the thinking process behind it. They're obviously trying to put Kinley and Hunt at guards. They're gonna probably have Fluker kind of battle it out for whoever it is there on the right side, apparently, or maybe even the left side. I'm not sure it really just depends. Austin Jackson threw a wrench in it when he kind of just said, "Hey, I can play either side, and I don't care."
Just going to point out real quick, Tutu Atwell to the Los Angeles Rams.
That makes a lot of sense for that.
Wow.
Look at the NFL comparison.
Jakeem Grant.
By the way, now that we're here, I feel like the writing is completely on the wall. If Jakeem was going to stay to be a wide receiver, we drafted a wide receiver. If he was going to stay to be a specialist, well, Javon Holland and Waddle are elite specialists when it comes.
Okay, you want Jalen Waddle out there returning kicks and punts?
Yeah,
I feel like every now and then, you can 100% do that. And
I think what you do with Jalen Waddle is with the Dolphins. You guys don't remember it, but the Dolphins. You guys know Mark Clayton, right?
yeah,
Remember Mark Clayton? Yes.
Mark Clayton was an elite wide receiver. He caught 18 touchdowns one year, like
That's
1,500
insane.
yards receiving.
it's insane to hear about a Dolphins player doing that.
What they used to do with him he never returned punts, but in the playoffs he returned punts.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
in the
it's a
entire
weapon.
playoffs.
That's a weapon, and you use it sparingly. You know, I'm not saying you're gonna throw him out there every single game, every single punt return.
Yeah, but
You
I
could
could
do
say
that.
like let's say we're playing Buffalo for the division lead,
And you
week
and
16.
you need to flip a field.
Yeah.
Why not? Go.
Yeah,
Go.
throw him
Waddle.
out there to return a punt.
Absolutely, 100%.
I'm still keeping Grant as the punt returner because honestly, he just got named All Pro for his returning skills. I'm not getting rid of that for nothing.
You say with Grant, one of the most curious things I have about this Dolphins offseason is that whole middle tier of receivers. Like, who makes it out of the Wilson, the Grant, the Lynn Bowdens,
Bowden and Grant stay. Wilson and Hearns probably go.
If we're just knocking it down logically, locks right now: Will Fuller, Devontae Parker, Jalen Waddle. I'm not putting.
I think Preston has to make it.
I'm not Preston as a lock. Preston's gonna have to fight.
There's no one else on the outside right now.
Because listen, I could very easily see them saying, "Hey, look, Lynn Bowden, Malcolm Perry, and we go young." And Preston,
those are slot guys. Who's playing the outside?
Devontae and Fuller.
Waddle
Okay,
can play outside.
they
Welcome
always
to
got
Corey
hurt.
Gibbons to the show, please.
Waddle can play outside.
Thank you, Jakar.
But now you're moving pieces around. I'm just saying, you guys
That's what
pointed
you
out
do.
3 yards per carry. You have 2 outside receivers with
So the only
get hurt. I don't mind Preston being the third guy there.
The only problem with Preston is him and Parker essentially play the same. So you got to go with who's healthier. Who's
That's
in the
okay.
contract.
That's fine.
Listen,
They
when
can
you
each
have-
play
when
8
you-
games.
When you have a hail, okay, well,
That's not
I mean,
even
that's
accurate.
ultimately what's going to happen.
Not accurate. That's not accurate. That's flat out
Hey.
like inaccurate. Like, you could go look. He has not played 8 games in a season. Like, he's played
But
more than that.
you understand what I'm saying? We have
No,
2
100%,
injury
100%.
prone
We could say that.
receivers.
We could say that for Will Fuller. We could say
And
that for Jalen Waddle. We could say that for the whole damn wide receiver room if we want to be negative.
I
like
just
that,
think he makes it as your swing outside guy.
but he's the same. He hasn't finished the season. Yeah, I mean, you literally just told me like Devontae doesn't play 8 games a year. This dude has
Okay,
played
let's
8 games a year.
let's be fair to Devontae Parker, please. He played through.
Oh no,
some pain.
I love Devontae. This last season with Devontae,
Devontae
it
Parker.
was- it was damn.
Everybody
if you
talks
do, damn if
about
you
how
don't.
Devontae. Everybody talks about how Devontae Parker's always injured, whatever. Most of that is myth making from that one
Yeah.
year.
Yeah, 100%.
He's missed 13. He's missed 13 games in 6 years.
I think
Yes,
I think Preston Wilson showed enough to make the squad.
in 8
It's
games
just-
every season.
It's just like younger players in the NFL don't know how to take care of their bodies. Parker learned that the hard way, just from experience, from knowing. I used to go to South Beach. I'll see him out there,
Vibing.
it's a seriousness that you have to have as a pro. So
We welcome CK to the show now. Now we got 2/3 of the 3 yards.
We got
per
Trevor
carry
Lawrence
here.
better hair.
You don't have the hair is missing. He pulled it back into like the man bun.
So you just have to see it that way. But the younger guys, that's the biggest adjustment in the league is knowing how to be a professional on and off the field and taking care of your body. So Parker didn't early in his career, and once he put it all together, he had a phenomenal season. But for my guys that's gonna be on the roster is gonna be Malcolm Perry, Lambeau, and Waddle, Parker, Preston, and Mac Hollins.
Mac Hollins.
He's a
If
special
I want a
teams
special
player.
if I want a special teamer, I'm picking Grant for returning.
Yeah, but you need gunners though, and
Mac Hollins
Mac is
the
an
best
elite.
gunner.
He's
Javon
an
Holland's a
elite
gunner.
gunner.
Let him be special teams. Let Brandon Jones do special teams.
Javon Holland's a returner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so was Noah Benogany.
We were just talking about the writing on the wall with Jakeem.
We thought the writing was on the wall for him last year.
No, it's on the wall with him, but I don't know if it depends because for me, I'm not wasting Jalen Waddle on the return game.
Correct.
just because he's too valuable. He's going to be too valuable to the offense.
Remember Preston Williams returning kicks? Who thought that was a good idea?
Well, that was never
then,
a good
boom,
idea.
he's gone. No
that was a bad
no
idea
more
for
Preston Williams.
a plethora of reasons. We don't need to get into that.
But that's the point. You're gonna throw Jalen Waddle out there and rush.
Plethora of reasons. I'm gonna help my boy out.
Thank you, though. Thank you.
But to Al's point last night, would you guys feel that the Dolphins have got 4 impact players in those first 4 picks?
Depends on how you consider impact. Are we saying that Liam Eichenberg is immediate impact guy? Is he gonna immediately?
You can't tell me one bad offensive lineman from Notre Dame in the last 5 years.
They drafted him to play. They drafted him to play. He's going to play.
All of them are going to play.
Mitch McGletcher, Quentin Nelson, Zach Martin, Nick Martin,
whatever Martin.
Martin.
They've had very good offensive line. I don't know who their offensive line coach at Notre Dame, but whatever. Ronnie Stanley. Can't forget about Stanley.
That's a great.
But you can't deny that. So he's gonna play. I don't know if he's gonna be guard or right tackle. That's the thing. I think Hunt's better at right tackle than he is at guard, but that's my opinion.
I wouldn't want to give up on Hunt at tackle yet. I don't think he's giving you a reason to just give up on it. Before you at least see the year 1 to year 2 jump. But yeah, I think he can play. He can certainly play guard if you want him to play guard. He says he'll play 5 positions. Frankly, those Notre Dame offensive linemen, the way they're coached and the
they're
way
all
they
cross-trained to play everywhere.
So I mean, Robert Hainsey, we'd never seen him play center until at the Senior Bowl week. All of a sudden, he's playing center during the week.
Yeah,
and so what does Liam Eichenberg look like at center?
He played left tackle at Notre Dame, correct?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, Liam Eichenberg did. Yeah. So there's a left tackle to center pipeline. I mean, it happens. That's which happens.
Zach Nelson. Not Zach Nelson. Zach
Quinn.
Martin and Quentin. Well, Quinn was playing guard, but he did play left tackle there. So
yeah.
They kick in the guard and be Road Raiders.
Aaron Banks, when what's his name got punched in the eye and it got swollen shut. Liam Eichenberg got punched. Aaron Banks switched right over to left tackle during that game. It was like they didn't miss a beat.
Whoever their offensive line coach, somebody need to go get him $5 million or $10 million a year to come coach at the NFL level.
I tell you, it's.
He got war daddies down there at Notre Dame.
Did they between the recruiting and the coaching? I mean, that's pretty incredible.
Yeah. So
but yeah, I don't mind him.
And I like Holland. I think Holland used to be a corner, moved to safety, so it's pretty good.
Like everybody else in the DB room, like Eric Rowe, like Byron Jones, like Bobby McCain, everybody.
But Byron Jones is the only one to go to safety to corner that I've seen like transition very well.
Yeah,
because that's pretty.
Oh, Sam Young. Sam Young was a Notre Dame lineman.
He wasn't good.
He wasn't.
Of course, he was the one that Miami had.
He was a utility guy though.
He was a backup. He was a swing.
You want to kick it old school with the Dolphins? What didn't Tim Ruddy go to Notre Dame?
Was that Notre? Oh, okay.
Yeah, Tim Ruddy.
Tim Ruddy was a Notre Dame guy. Yeah,
I had no idea. I guess I probably knew that maybe 20 years ago.
Oh, hold on a second, guys. I have a problem.
No, I was gonna bow out for a moment and just kind of be the Manny Diaz behind the scenes, but I guess Ethan's not ready to pop on just yet.
Oh,
I'm waiting for him to go.
Panthers took Terrence Marshall, man. That's a great pick.
And now Shane bowed out. Okay, so
I like what Carolina's building.
I was trying
there.
to figure out how backstage to get all the comments up, and I don't think I'm a moderator of my own network. So
there
you go.
Damn, Ethan. Gotta get permission, bro.
You have to log in through the 5 reasons.
I gotta log in through 5, or I'll have to have Alejandro show me how to do this.
I'm a front man. I'm not a backstage man.
I don't know what the hell. But I see a lot of comments here. Let's throw some of these up. And obviously, everybody, use the super chats if you can. We'll make sure to answer those questions as we go here. Thanks again to our sponsors, You Break Wheel Fix, and also our friend the PI. We'll run that video again here before we go because everybody loves that video. I have one thought. I'm not going to stick long, but I do have one thought here. It's interesting to me, CK, and I don't know if you guys have addressed this, but it doesn't seem like you and Simon agree on a lot on this draft. Am I wrong to say that?
It's true and it's not true because if you get to Simon, who's a good player, who's not a good player. I think that Simon thinks that a lot of these guys are good players, and I think that there are a lot of good. These guys are.
Hold on, CK. What the hell? I come on and you called a boober already? Jesus Christ. All right, go ahead. Sorry, CK. Continue.
That's okay. Well, it was appropriate though.
Yeah, thanks.
No, I think that he thinks a lot of these guys are good players, and we have similar evaluations. Just as a matter of what we should do and what we should not do. I mean, I think he really wanted Devonta Smith and probably Najee Harris, and I think that what they've done is pretty good as well. I think what I heard today, and I was talking to somebody. This is been a really phenomenal source over the years, tipping me draft picks and telling me who was getting the head coaching position and the Laramie Tunsil trade way before, everything. And that person was basically saying to me, after the Dolphins tried to get back into the first round to get Najee Harris or Travis Etienne, and it didn't work out. And once that worked out, it was just kind of deflated, like it's over. Like at that position anyway, like changing gears. We're going somewhere else now. And so
it's not like they didn't value it. It's not like they didn't value the position then. CK.
No, they certainly tried to get up back. I mean, that was what I thought was going to happen. That's what they tried to do. But they tried and they didn't. It didn't work out. They failed. And so I think they switched gears. I think I don't even know. I don't think Javonte would have been the pick if the Broncos hadn't traded up.
Okay.
I think Miami values Miles Gaskin more than we do.
Probably.
I think that's a thing as well. And you have to put it like this. I know running back's a position of need, but running back is also always come a dime a dozen.
Yeah.
There's always a story that comes out of undrafted world. Oh man, this running back, James Robinson, for instance, from Jacksonville.
Would love to trade for him, by the way.
They're not gonna. They won't trade him because that's their thunder and lightning with him and Etienne. So
no, you didn't hear Etienne's going to be a third down specialist.
That's right.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like it's there. But I think Miami.
Carlos Hyde.
Yeah,
He's the thunder. He's bringing the thunder.
do not draft Chuba Herbert at all. Stay far away from him. Hell no.
Oh, Chuba.
Hell no.
I'm curious, why are you not high on him?
Well, first off, Chuba Herbert does not have good feet in the hole. If he doesn't make his one cut downhill, that's it. You've seen many times he got tackled for loss in the backfield because he has no moves. Like he doesn't have any jig to him. He's a one cut runner. He like Aaron Foster. Give him the ball. He has to hit a hole. If he doesn't, he's dead. But I don't see him as a guy with draft. He's more of an undrafted guy in my opinion. I like Khalil Herbert over him. I like the guy from Oklahoma, Stevenson. And I'm gonna throw a wild card out there. I'm gonna throw a wild card out there for y'all guys. Puka Williams from Kansas is another guy that's very exciting.
You've been beating that hammer, that drum hard, bro.
That's your school, man. Come on.
No. But legit, Puka Williams has a spot in the NFL. Like he's gonna go undrafted because he's a little bit on the small side, but
a little bit.
Yeah, he's very small.
He's 574 pounds or something like that. Like
he like 170. So
he did run a 4.38 though.
No, he's very explosive. I wouldn't even be opposed to a guy like Amari Rodgers getting drafted and moving to running back. just like Rondale Moore.
Built like a running back. He's built like a running back, you know.
He's
Like
5'9", 211. He is a brick house, bro. I love Amari Rodgers.
he's built like Maurice Jones-Drew.
A bowling ball.
No,
Wait, Juan, on the extra yard. Remember when we had Royal Kuiper Jr. and
with Werner? I just saw.
And I told him that's a hell of a pick, and he could go higher than most people think. He just went before Baron Browning.
Yep, I just saw that, bro.
So Royal Kuiper Jr. pulled it off.
Royal Kuiper Jr. Look at that.
Juan is a solid player though.
Yeah, no, he's a really nice player. P. Warner's a really nice player.
And he's sort of like when you it's certain guys you draft and you know what you're gonna get, and he fits that category. Like you know what you're gonna get from him, and it's like, okay, I like what I'm gonna get at that value. But Kenneth, the guy from Memphis is also a good running back too. So I wouldn't be, yeah. And if I'm the Dolphins, I know that the Bills probably won't trade Singletary in division, so I will call and see if Singletary is available. Though.
If they're going to get anybody from, if they're Michael Carter's obviously the best, right? Yeah. Michael Carter's obviously the best one left, and that's we'll see how far he falls down. They view, I heard it from a very good source. They still view center as a need. So
Reiner is still there. Creed is still there, I think, right?
But Creed is still there. So when they get to the next pick, they're going to have, you're just going to be looking at that. What I would keep in mind about center is, Creed and Miners are still there, but I'm not sure that they will be when we pick again. But, keep in mind somebody, Trey Hill is right up their alley. Trey Hill is so their guy, of Georgia. So keep him in mind. I think that, the Power 5 thing, I wonder about Jack Anderson personally because he moved there in the Senior Bowl. But I think at running back, if you're gonna target them, aside from Michael Carter, who is the most obvious one remaining, I would look at really Khalil Herbert, but Elijah Mitchell of Louisiana. I don't know if you looked at.
He's a solid back. He's really
he's a really good back. Like I think I watch him play and I look at him and I'm wondering, what am I missing here? Like what's the butt on him? Because we are talking about a guy that's has the legit size. Few of them have that, right? He's 5'10", 215. He runs in the 4.3s. He's got legitimate agility and everything. And you watch him play, he's explosive. He's got that speed all over the place, right? You see it.
I'll be right
back. And then he breaks. He doesn't run low. He doesn't necessarily run low, I wouldn't say, but he breaks tackles. Like the tackles fall off him, and he does. The criticism of him, I guess, is bad schedule. And he played behind some good offensive linemen over the years, but that's not so bad.
But running back is the easiest position to translate into the NFL. Like you can't name me a guy who was really, really good in college. Besides, it's a few that cracked through, but you can't name me a guy who was really, really good in college and was not good in the NFL.
For Trent Richardson,
you took it out of my mouth, CK.
But Trent Richardson,
and somehow the Browns were able. They were still able to get rid of him.
But look at this though. Did Trent Richardson he had a strong rookie season, and then Kalen Ballage had a strong coming on.
For the Vikings game.
He had a strong half in Minnesota.
That Minnesota Vikings game lasted him like 4 years in the NFL.
But what? Like Daniel Thomas was a really strong back at Kansas State too.
I hate
that. I hated that pick then.
And he was awful.
I played with DT at K-State. Yeah, DT was. I just think he didn't last.
Didn't he play quarterback or something like that? Like he
didn't last in the league because he doesn't run hard enough for his size, bro. I know people.
I don't.
I like De'Ami Brown. I like De'Ami Brown here.
Who was it? It was somebody. It might have been Chris Joseph or it might have been Kevin. But somebody part of their crew nicknamed him Vagina Feet. And I was like, oh my god, that's awful.
That's a very descriptive description.
That's a very descriptive, horrible, like
So
horribly descriptive. Yeah.
The Packers must hate Aaron Rodgers.
But yeah, it was terrible. But they got good nicknames for these guys. Kylan Hill, what do you think about Kylan Hill?
Oh, I love Kylan Hill. I think he's
okay.
Legit when he was running the football the year before in 2019. His game reminded me of Josh Jacobs, like when you seen it, like how they ran similar running styles, and he could catch the ball out of the backfield thanks to Mike Leach making him. But it helped him. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody takes him in like the 5th or 6th round and he turns out to be a solid NFL pro, because I think he has.
Josh Myers off the board for the Packers.
Nah, he's a waste.
The Bills took Carlos Basham.
Yeah.
And still no Creed Humphrey.
Bogey Basham.
I don't understand these guys, man. The Packers.
Why is Creed? Does anybody have an answer about why Creed is failing?
He's a lefty, and they don't like him.
No, he has short arms. And I've heard a lot of people mention that over and over and over again. Evidently,
always got short arms.
It's something that's stuck. It's stuck with scouts, and they have it in the back of their head, and that's it. And that's how they dinged him.
And I feel like they said that he was unathletic, but I don't feel like that's very true either. I feel like he can move a little. Like I feel like he's mobile out there.
Yeah.
I'll just be honest with you. Oklahoma,
like Josh Myers just went before Creed Humphreys. That's
Oklahoma, another school, great offensive line coaches. Like, I don't know who got their offensive line coach, but
Creed's been.
TK, I don't think we asked you how do you feel so far about the Javon Holland and Liam Eichenberg picks?
Liam Eichenberg, I thought I singled him, or I had him picked out as one of the solid tackles that I'd actually liked, and and I had quite a few picked out that I wouldn't like.
The Chiefs just selected Creed Humphrey, by the way.
Oh, okay. Well, that's perfect.
Wow. They just fixed their whole O-line in one off season.
Yeah, that's
good. They had to.
They had to, but they did. Like, look at everything they got. Like, everything they did.
They traded up.
Doesn't
an arm and a leg for Orlando
Aaron
Brown.
Rodgers a little more, like seeing Pat Mahomes like in his 3rd, 4th year, whatever he is, like being just surrounded with every possible weapon everywhere.
Okay, but look, the Chiefs ran into again the perfect situation. They traded an arm and a leg for Orlando Brown. They paid Joe Tooney
an arm and a leg. I don't think that trade was an arm and a leg. There was a lot of swaps.
Didn't they give up a 1st rounder for him?
There was a lot of swaps there. There was like a 1st for a 2nd, a 4th for a 5th, and a 6th for a 7th. It was like it wasn't that crazy of a trade.
Okay,
he still has to get paid. That's the problem.
Yeah. Okay, but still, it's still a 1st round pick. You know who's available in 1st round? A lot of guys. So there we go.
Is the 31st
as good as Orlando?
Now, okay.
As good as Orlando? I don't think so.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna go over this again. Orlando Brown, they traded for a 1st round pick. They paid a boatload to Joe Tooney. Now they have Creed Humphrey, who is
it going to be a boatload in 2-3 years?
Kind of guy.
I feel like that's why they're giving these contracts like that, or they're able to. They're just looking at it in 2-3 years. The cap's going to spike, and then it's like Tooney's going to be priced in. Like I get what they're doing. It makes sense to me.
I would ask them
to find a good guard who came out of retirement just to play for them. I mean,
the previous year they did take Lucas Niang at the end of the 1st round, right?
And they had another
tackle
who went to be a doctor through COVID too. Is that him?
Yeah, no. He's returning. They're gonna cut.
No,
he's not.
Who? Niang?
No, they're gonna cut. The guy who took off, the guy who went to be a doctor.
I don't know.
How long?
Laurent Delvar.
Duvernay Tardif. Yeah.
Yes, they're gonna release him.
They're gonna release him. Well, if they're gonna release him, a lot of teams would be interested in him. I think
it's like what we talked about last night, CK.
Yeah, that's true.
I got the guy who took off a year, who's gonna be, and plus. I know everybody liked the Chiefs fixing their O-line, but that wasn't their problem in that Super Bowl. They did give up 38 points.
Well, that's true.
Mahomes was on his back, was having to make
Throwing shortstop throws.
a Mahomes miracle throw.
Yes, but at the same time, your defense gave up 38 points.
But I mean, I just
and they were giving up those points every which way. Like
running it, throwing it.
They couldn't get off the field on third down.
They
were useless in that game.
This is interesting. I would talk to them. I would talk to the Chiefs because they have Austin Blythe and they have Nick Allegretti. And Nick Allegretti has played center before, and he's been a good player. And Austin Blythe is a good center, and that was considered to be the guy that was probably going to start this year. And now they just drafted Creed Humphrey. So,
well, you got to remember Daniel Kilgore started 5 games for them last year at center. So
Daniel Kilgore,
yeah. So it's not a bounty of riches over there.
And another thing that was wrong with the Chiefs too, they couldn't run the football. So
yep.
Like
100%.
they're gearing up to probably run it back
after spending a first round pick on a running back.
But it was not his fault. It's the O-line can't run block. That team is built around Mahomes. They're built to pass. All their guys are pass protectors. Mr. Schwartz, elite right tackle. Like he's very elite at his position. Like those guys are built to pass protect. They weren't built to run the football. Now what they're getting guys who are legit good at both. But like I said with the Buccaneers, like with the Bucs,
where's Kai?
Their defense changed when they got Vita
Kai.
back.
We need Kai in here now.
That's why they strengthened.
Wow, the Bucs took Kyle Trask.
Oh no!
Oh my god!
Oh no!
Wow!
Oh, I forgot they got Kyle Long. The Chiefs did.
Yeah. I was saying they got a guy who came out of retirement to play for.
Yeah.
So that's what was happening though.
Quarterback, that's what happens.
Vita Va is top 5 at his position in the NFL, and he was killing them. He was pushing the pocket, him and Ndamukong Suh, so that's why it was happening like that. I don't know. Chiefs still defensively to me have to get better before we start talking about winning multiple championships. But with Kyle Trask, he has tools, so I'm not,
the comparisons that the national talking heads are gonna make to the Brady and Trask. Oh, not really mobile, doesn't have the biggest arm.
I thought that would have been Mac Jones to a T. Like
that's Mac Jones.
You guys have seen the picture circulating, right?
Yeah, it's just as someone who sees it like at the lower, it's like just because there's just because there's someone else who's really good with those negatives, man, I can find 10,000 football players who are really bad with those faults, who don't make it at tons of levels, whether they go from high school to college or college to the NFL. I mean,
Kyle Trask is a poor man's. What's this guy name?
He wasn't a starter in high school.
That doesn't matter though.
Can you name a team?
I understand the situation, but yeah, still, it's
like his game is like modern after like what's his goddamn name from he looks no. He looks
Gardner
like
Minshew?
No, bro. I can't. It'll come to me. But he got tools to him. He just does not have what you need, like to be a starting
talent.
Talent?
No, he got tools. Like he's good. He makes some throws here and there. He's not consistent.
I'm surprised he went before Kellen Mond, to be honest.
Kellen Mond is terrible. Jimbo
Who watched him every Saturday and really loves him? That's what I got.
Jimbo Fisher is a quarter. Like I don't know how he gets
a quarterback killer.
No, hell no. He getting them paid. He got EJ Manuel drafted in the first round. Christian Ponder.
EJ Manuel. Wow, Christian Ponder. You're right.
The only guy he had that was really, really good was Jameis Winston, and Jameis is just it's between the ears with him.
EJ Manuel wasn't even good and that great in college. Like there was.
That's what I'm telling you.
I watched a lot of Florida State football. I liked them growing up, and that was like started the really beginning of the before that that really awkward end about
There
it.
was, yesterday there was a tweet, which I thought it was tweet of the century, where somebody said, leave me alone. I got to sit down to watch these 32 picks go off. And somebody said, you're going to watch Jameis Winston play?
I remember that.
That was such a good tweet.
By the way, has anybody photoshopped yet Mac Jones, the shirtless Mac Jones picture next to the shirtless Tom Brady picture?
Yes, over and over and over
Okay.
again.
All right, I haven't seen that. I gotta look for it.
It's one of those common, where every Twitter journalist and meme artist thinks that they thought of that one first.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought
of it just now. Like I thought of it for the first time of anybody in ever. So
I just love how Belichick just pump faked everybody. Like the one angle you saw him at his pro day was him looking down and shaking his head, and he still drafted him. It's crazy to me.
Well, the fucking guy hit the roof on a pass.
They drafted him more so off of they can make.
He did that on purpose. Look, he did that on purpose. I've been to maybe 3 or 4 dozen workouts of college quarterbacks, all right, where they're transferring. I've never seen something like that. Like that doesn't happen. He tanked that on purpose.
That's who Kyle Trask remind me of.
Who?
Brad Johnson from the Buccaneers.
All right.
Oh man,
he's a
the
statue.
irony.
He wishes.
He's a statue in the pocket. He can't fucking move. He just that's the only thing with him, and I don't understand how a guy that size can't move. And
Brad Johnson was really accurate, though, from what I remember. There was right. He was almost poor man's Rich Gannon, or just kind of.
They are way NFL Network's way behind right now, like way behind.
They are. Yeah, because I'm looking at the Vikings taking Kellen Mond, and they're still talking about Kyle Trask.
Yeah, so Jaguars picked Andre Cisco.
Which is a really good pick because he's a
Jaguars
legit
selected Andre Cisco.
He's a legit.
CK does not like Cisco. I feel like I do kind of like Cisco.
He's a center fielder though. Like he's a legit center field safety. Like now all the rest of the things. Yeah,
CK, why are you not feeling Cisco, bro?
He's a center. He's a center field like I don't know. He's a center. He's a center bystander.
he a ball hawk though. He makes plays like he's a ball hawk, but I don't.
Yeah.
He don't tackle very well for me. That's another thing I don't like about him. And go ahead.
If you're gonna be the last line of defense and you don't tackle very well, that's troublesome.
Yeah. At safety, you need to be able to tackle.
But a center field. I mean, we're talking if you're going to play deep center, you're the last line of defense.
But on third down, on the obvious passing down, he's very good because he's a ball hawk. He does make plays on the ball.
I cannot get Tutu Atwell burning him to cinders out of my brain. I mean,
Tutu Atwell did that to a lot of people though.
He did, fair, but. He's also 3 apples high and weighs 12 pounds. So
155 pounds. I'm still. Wow.
Anyway, in the second round. Anyway, that's I still think he's really talented, but
he went.
Chris, do you have the Zaven Collins? I don't know if everybody here heard.
What did he say? I'm so shocked he said.
If you have the quote, read it to everybody and read it to our viewers.
He said we're gonna. Well, he said I could just know what he said. He said we're gonna effing kill everybody. And he was so happy and gleeful, and it was such an emotional moment while he's saying this. It was very confusing and menacing and happy and like all at the same time. And then he said we're gonna get a Super Bowl ring so big even a show dog couldn't jump it.
Oh, okay.
CK.
I mean, it doesn't make sense, but it makes sense.
It doesn't make sense.
Wow.
As a center fielder, this Cisco can make plays. He just.
Oh, come on.
He's a ball hog. I don't like him how he tackled. I don't think he tackled. Hey,
how good can he be? He played at Syracuse.
His freshman year though, he had first round film.
That's a long time ago.
I mean, that's why they drafted him in the second round, because they hope he can get back to his freshman year.
Did you see Andrew Hawkins? I just retweeted it now. Did you see his tweet with the kid from like the NFL Network commercial? This kid, he's like, someone tweeted that this kid grew up to be Mac Jones.
Yeah, from Cam Newton commercial.
The Cam Newton commercial.
A comment earlier had said that.
Oh, that's amazing.
Shit. Jacksonville just they trying to get team speed, but ETN, Campbell.
Third down specialist. I'm still.
Yeah. Campbell, what's he going to be? Is he going to be a special teamer?
Nah, but if Campbell can get his ball skills together, he got damn elite corner, because he got every tool to be it. But that's just an American heritage thing, because none of them goddamn corners come from there got ball skills. Surtain, Campbell, Marco Wilson.
You know what? I went and saw them when they were all together. They played, I think it was one game at Traz. They were playing it early in the season, and Schwartz actually was the guy who had 2 pick six in the game.
Well, I think Schwartz would have been a better corner than he is receiver, but
he was playing safety.
It could have been worse.
Because
I don't think he's a good receiver.
I'm gonna tell you this. To me, and this is my personal opinion from what I look at, when I look at God. Offensive players are they're naturally just gifted. Like when you see them, you be like, well, damn, he make moves. You don't ever see a defensive player move to offense and be like that elite. You see guys move from offense to defense all the time, and they be elite players.
I totally disagree with this premise.
What?
I totally disagree with this premise, and I have a whole. And I think you could scheme offensive players into being a good offense, right? And this is why at a certain point, someone, right? We'll talk at the lower levels, high school football, South Florida versus college football.
The Texans got a quarterback.
Yeah, well, I mean, they all score.
Davis Mills.
When it comes down to it, you keep seeing kids drafted from Miami-Dade and Broward out here. I mean, so Elijah Moore went, Tyson Campbell. Right. Eventually, when you play defense, you just got to be a great athlete because the rules are against you. Everything. You can't scheme your way into certain things on defense, and eventually you just have to go make a play. And offense are great to that.
Name me one player that has switched from defense to offense and been great. And I can name you 1,000 players who switched from offense to defense and was great. Gregory Rousseau was a fucking goddamn receiver. Moves the defensive end.
Yeah, but okay, Greg
Hardy was too.
He was at Monarch High School freshman year because he was a tall, lanky kid.
All right, so I need to point this out. So we got a little bit of a run on quarterbacks all of a sudden. So obviously the Bucks took Kyle Trask. Vikings ended up taking Kellen Mond, which, by the way, NFL Network is still obsessing over that. And the Texans went Stanford quarterback Davis Mills.
That's a good one.
I got your defensive player that turned into an offensive player and was pretty successful. Devin Hester.
He was a return guy.
He was a return man.
But he also played receiver. He was a successful.
But
receiver.
what did he play? What did he play at Miami? When he
was
first
a corner.
got there. When he first got there. Okay,
yeah, he was a corner.
No. But when he played in high school, he was a receiver, returner guy.
All right.
But they tried to turn him into a corner in
again.
College.
This is why you see 50 points a week in the Big 12 every week, because Florida has better athletes down here, and eventually you got to line someone up across from him and be like, defend this guy.
Well, I think the good athlete, the best athletes the fastest players have to end up at corner. I mean, you have to be fast in the NFL. To be playing corner in the NFL, you really there's almost, and there are corners that are shit corners in college that turn out to be better in the NFL because they got one-on-one. Yeah, it's more one-on-one, but they got the athleticism. They teach them better, and it's just the way it is. So
the Dolphins took a first-round corner last year, Noah Igbenogany, who was playing receiver for 2 years. Switched to defense, first-round guy.
Michael Parsons was a running back in high school.
That you just proved this point.
You just proved this point, Shane. You went the other direction. You went from offense to
I got
defense.
one for you. I got a better answer for you. Anthony Barr.
Yes.
Oh no, wait.
Went from
Anthony
offense
Barr.
to defense.
No, you're right. You went the other way too. Like you went both ways actually.
Okay, you proved Jakari right again.
I think also a lot of these points, a lot of these
If
top
somebody
guys,
gets
most of them
Jakari
just
wrong
played
for just
both
like 5
ways in
minutes.
high school.
Who?
Right? I mean, most just played both ways.
No, what an offensive player,
Oh,
bro,
no.
their movement skills is special. Like you ain't like Saquon Barkley not playing defense because of how elite his movement skills. Elijah Moore is not playing defense because of how elite his movement skills is. Devontae Smith was at corner, but hell, you see how great he moves with the ball in his hands. Like offensive players are very special players. Like
Okay,
Jakari. Wait, the Pittsburgh running back. What's his name? That he was just running last year.
James Conner.
James Conner. Did he play defensive end first? I think he played defensive end first before he moved to running back.
Okay, but do y'all see him as a special running back?
Elijah Moore plays.
He played in the NFL. He played in the NFL. He was 1,000-yard back. I mean, you just got you're one of the best in the world if you do that, right?
I have to interject because NFL Network is not going anywhere, and there are picks being made like constantly here.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
Falcons take Michigan tackle Jalen Mayfield, so no more Jalen's for Miami.
Yeah.
Bengals took the Texas edge player Joseph Osai. And
Good
then
value.
Eagles traded down with Carolina, and they picked Braden Christensen.
From BYU.
He's good.
Yeah, that's a very nice pick.
And I'm just trying to keep an eye because the heck with tipping picks, because if we wait for the television, we're gonna be here all night.
Yeah, I'm even trying to.
I'm not gonna lie to you. The Chargers don't miss when they goddamn giraffe, man. God damn. They have had a run where they have just hit quarterback. They hit with Darren James, Bosa. They really hit. And I love Asante. I love the pick for Asante Samuel Jr. I think he's going to be a great pro, especially in that system.
Well, it's not hard to imagine with the pedigree he's got.
Every guy, every NFL player signed is not good.
Although
no, I know that.
To be fair, they hit on Desmond King and then they let him walk. And
yeah,
Asante Samuel essentially replaced Desmond King.
Jakari, what? Just real quick back to our thing. Guys from defense to offense usually don't. Usually guys switch from defense to offense because they're being exposed. You made the point that Elijah Moore, he was never going to play corner at any level beyond high school because he's 5'8". But you can take 5'8" and make it work on offense. You can't take 5'8" and make it work on defense. You could take Tutu Atwell and make it work on offense. Tutu Atwell wouldn't be an FCS corner. So
yeah, he was a quarterback. He was a quarterback in high school.
Yeah, he was actually committed.
He was a natural offensive player. I think that's the point. Is offensive players. I mean, offensive players do come out natural. It's like basketball. Like it's like scorers. It's just a way. It's just the way they play. And I think that defense is just different. I think most often, it's true. Like James Conner is the one guy I can even think of that I think played defensive end first before he went to running back. But it just doesn't happen. It doesn't happen that often. And I think it's just because the offensive guys are just natural ball in the hands scorers. They're like
I that to a degree, but you're
the Giants just traded up with Denver.
Well, weird.
Davis Mills went to the Texans.
Yeah. Deshaun Watson replacement.
The Giants just traded up with the Broncos.
They don't say what they know what they're doing though.
Not yet. I'm watching Twitter now because Twitter is much faster.
Yeah. I'm trying to check out Twitter to see if I can get up to date. And
Giants selected Aaron Robinson, the corner from UCF.
Okay.
Which pretty good pick. I think the kid is pretty solid. That's number 3, right?
So I'm trying to look at a list of players who are still available for when Miami makes their pick, and I'm looking at ESPN's like best players available list here. So Miami still can get their choice of Oklahoma defensive end Ronnie Perkins, LSU linebacker Jabril Cox.
Cox is an interesting fit though, because he fits what Miami likes, the versatility. I see him as if he's gonna play linebacker in the league, which I think that's what he is. He has to play like a run and chase style player. He's gonna get swallowed up if he plays in the middle. But I think Cox is an interesting guy at pick in the third round. But I personally think Miami is gonna go offense again. But that's just my opinion.
Quinn Miners is still available.
That's what you got to keep your eye on, because I know they like him, and I know they view center as a position of need. I know they like Trey Hill as well, so I don't really know, and I know that they got a thing about the Power 5 conferences. So,
Chaz Surratt.
Oh, Surratt's a really good linebacker. Like, I really love what he can do. Yeah, I think Surratt's he fits in the modern game though. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like But
you were just saying about Jabril Cox that he's going to get swallowed up. Like Chaz Surratt's going to get swallowed up.
No. I'm saying swallowed up if he's playing like Mike linebacker, but weak side.
Well, there's a guy that went from offense to defense.
Who's that?
Surratt.
Yeah.
Surratt.
From quarterback, right?
Baron Brown is available. Baron Brown is Miami fit. Baron Browning, Ohio State.
Just to address what Robert Hilbert's saying, like, what I understand that you want us to stick with the network coverage, man, but the fact that it is 5 picks away is the ultimate frustration. Like, they'll still have an hour's left of coverage by the time the draft is over.
Yeah, I just saw Jalen Mayfield just now.
It's like that's no good, man. That's no good.
I seen Surratt walking out probably a couple of months ago at the Hill, and I spoke to him. But a really good kid. But his brother's gonna get drafted too, Sage Surratt.
Yeah, Sage. I thought a while, like I was watching the two of them, I was even more interested in Sage. You know, he's a bully. He's dominant. You know, he's so damn physical. If he's going to be a physical bully the way and that's what he is, he's 6'2" and 215, 220 pounds. I mean, it works, right? You know, that can happen he can be an Eric Decker at the next level, or he can be, something like that. And
it's just Miami has those guys already. So
I know. It's not going to be Miami. It's not going to be Miami, but I mean, he's going to work somewhere if they know what he is, and, I think that could work out for them.
Yeah, we're at the point in this draft where I think 2 receivers, Diami Brown and Amari Rogers, they're getting underdrafted, I think.
All right, so Lions selected Alim McNeil out of North Carolina State.
You said underdrafted. I would say that because if you're gonna take Rondale Moore that high, even though he has
that's okay.
Even though Rondale Moore has the speed, I think Amari Rogers can bring the same thing to your offense in another way as well. He's not explosive, but he's a guy.
How you guys feel about Eskridge to the Seahawks?
Oh, I love Eskridge. I think he could have been a first rounder.
Eskridge and DK Metcalf is a very tantalizing prospect.
No, hell no. You talking about Tyler Lockett?
Tyler Lockett, yeah, that was like
Tyler Lockett's still there.
Lockett's their best receiver to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But I mean, Eskridge could have been a first rounder. He's one of those guys just like. Yeah, you could have seen like San Francisco take him at the end of the first. I mean, they didn't have picks and whatever, but I mean, in another year, that's one of those things where you could just like see him go pick 24 or something like that to the 49ers. Or
if he was 5'9", he'd drafted first.
You ever?
Go ahead.
Oh, so you speak of going to 49ers late receiver. You remember when AJ Jenkins was drafted?
Yeah.
Just a complete shock.
Yeah, terrible.
That was the same draft with Baldwin too?
But the draft is a crapshoot, so it's not like.
Yeah, but that was a surprise. That one was a reach.
But I mean, the Seahawks are terrible drafters, by the way. They don't draft shit. That they're like real crap shooters. Like they like athletic freaks, and they hope that they can turn into good players.
Ian Anderton, the most up-to-date draft is just go to Twitter, honestly. Personally, I'm just watching NFL Draft Diamonds. They seem to be on top of the picks as they come in. Nothing special.
Okay.
It's just letting us know who's who.
Yeah, Draft Diamonds is pretty good.
I'm gonna go there then.
Eagles are on the clock.
I mean, what can I tell you? Like, I understand that the draft is a big pull. The ratings are high. Everybody wants to see who's next on their teams, but it's like, my God, there's so much nonsense in between.
Ali McNeil.
Yeah, every year people kind of complain about this where
we're tipping picks. It's too fast. Slow down. Go with the TV. I'm like, if you want to wait for the TV, okay.
Or the NFL should just.
Okay, so Osai is gone.
Yeah, he went. He went to the Bengals.
I honestly think that next year that Overshown kid number 0 is gonna be a first round pick for Texas. Like I think he's legit to me.
What about on God? I'm trying to remember the team now. I get Texas. It's the uniforms. I get Texas A&M and Mississippi State confused. But
two all the time.
Yeah, I think it's Texas A&M. They got outside.
Yes, I agree with you. Thank God we're not having like the story of how sad their lives are.
What about Jack? You look at DeMarvin Leal of Texas A&M at all? Like, have you seen DeMarvin?
Nah, I haven't.
Okay. I was wondering what you think. He's 6'4", 290. The man moves like an outside linebacker. It's crazy, but
like the only guy I know next year for sure who gonna get drafted probably first round for man, and if he has a strong season, is Spiller. I think he's probably a top back. But I mean, the top 3 players next year for me is Kyle Hamilton's number 1 for me. I think he's the best safety prospect we've seen in a long time.
So Eagles selected Louisiana Tech defensive tackle Milton Williams.
Oh, Milton, he's good. Short arms, but he could have. He fits a lot of defenses. Actually, I mean, he's just really, really athletic and just. Watch him on the football field. It's athleticism that translates. So,
Juan, what's on your mind? You look like you want to jump in here. You look a little bored.
No, I was just seeing like the lines. I feel like they're going super heavy on the meat and potatoes, and they're just being like Man Campbell would be drafting O linemen and D linemen.
By the way, when we were talking about the quotes from what's his name, Zavon Collins, like
right.
how many tears would Man Campbell have shed if he had drafted Zavon Collins and Zavon Collins said that to him? We're gonna fucking kill everybody. We're gonna get a Super Bowl ring so big that a show dog couldn't jump it. Like
that would be Dan Campbell to a T for real.
He would just be crying. He wouldn't stop.
The most physical 6-10 team in the league.
They're going to be the top 6-10 team.
I wonder if after this year they would give up on Jeff Okudah. I think Okudah's really good, but
really,
I think.
You think they're going to give up on him?
I mean,
wasn't that the corner that they drafted so they couldn't have Tua?
That was crazy. And Herbert.
Okudah's really good though, bro. So
why would they give up on him?
I mean, teams do dumb things all the time. We didn't think that like you wouldn't think that Aaron Rodgers would be in trade talks right now. Packers do dumb things all the time.
They're not going to trade him.
Another Broward.
If Aaron Rodgers tells him I'm gonna retire or you're gonna trade me,
then he retires. He doesn't need to play anymore. He really, really doesn't. He's got Jeopardy all lined up.
I think that was partly a flex too. Like, I really like doing Jeopardy. I could see myself doing that, and that just pushed the situation to the edge.
Do we know Jeopardy wants him? Is that confirmed?
Supposedly, he's on the top of the list of tryouts.
But Aaron Rodgers is gonna be on one of these damn networks, just like Tony Romo, calling NFL games how Romo does, because they done played in the league for 700 years, so they know all the plays.
You know what's crazy? I was seeing a video specifically of Romo that they made on YouTube of just him continuously being wrong, and I'm like, I feel like I never see that live.
Romo,
yeah,
right? No, Romo
wrong.
Right.
I know. I feel like I see that live, but I swear it was a complete like 5-minute video of just him just being flat out wrong.
Yeah, but if he gives you 50% in a game, that's better than anything Dan Fouts did in his entire broadcasting career, right?
Romo give you about 75%, bro. Like he legit. But it's sort of like guys like, and when you play football, it's just certain things, bro. You see it, you know, like, okay, they're gonna run this play right here because it's so repetitive. Like everybody pretty much runs the same scheme in a different form.
But he's quick-witted. Like he recognizes things and he just blurts it out. Like he's quick on the mic, and you don't have the time because they turn off your mic so you could get the play off. So he has like 5 seconds to get out there with his take, and he's on there every single time. He's the best. Nobody's even close.
And then if you add Aaron Rodgers, you know, Rodgers would be on the same thing. Like, because it's easy for once you play. If you play quarterback, any position that's like a position of a lot of film study, it's kind of easy for you to be.
I don't know. I foresee if Rodgers stops football, he kind of separates from the game.
What?
Like he's not going to be broadcasting. I foresee him just doing other things way outside of football when he leaves. I don't see him just, pushing over Boomer and being like, "Hey, I'm the new guy."
Washington has selected Minnesota cornerback Benjamin St. Just. Is that how you say it, or is it Juiced? Juiced.
St. Juiced.
I
He's
like
good.
I like that.
He's really good.
I like that Newsom kid from
Greg Newsom.
Yeah, I think he's pretty.
Well,
good.
Newsom's gone a long time ago.
Well, he went first round.
It was first time. It was first time in history that Northwestern had 2 guys drafted in the first round.
I mean,
did you guys hear about Rashawn Slater potentially playing center? I was looking at that. Some people were saying that.
Did somebody say that?
Bro,
Wow.
if he got
Didn't he go
top,
to the Chargers? They already got Lindsey, didn't they?
He's gonna be a goddamn left tackle out there. War daddy. That Pat, he's a legit.
I think who did Slater go to? Did he go to
Chargers?
Yeah, he went to the Chargers.
He went to go protect Justin Herbert.
The natural. That's what he is. The natural fucking quarterback. When his parents pushed him out, they didn't expect him to be a natural. He a natural.
So Miami's coming up, guys, and once again, here's the list of players that we could still get our hands on potentially. So,
what number is Miami picking?
They are
81.
82.
Damn.
No, 81.
No,
81. I'm sorry, 81.
So there's going to be 6. There's going to be 6 more players taken, and then Miami's up. So
I think we trade down. To be honest, I think we trade back.
I would agree.
Okay,
I
if you're gonna,
I think they're
trade
looking
back
for
at
that.
this point.
They're looking for that center, and so.
Okay, so
if it's Quinn in here, I think they've killed this draft if they get Miners here.
Yeah. If they get Miners here, that'd be a hell of a pick. I don't see because what's Liam Eichenberg? He can do a lot of different things. The Notre Dame guy,
So what's the plan for Eichenberg? Right tackle or left tackle?
Well, it could be left guard or right tackle. I mean, it could.
You don't think they would put him to? Because I was thinking Kinley. I was thinking Kinley's going to be.
Yeah, but Kinley played more right guard than he did left guard last year. Yeah, he played left guard in college, but that doesn't mean what he's going to do. His profile, Kinley's profile, is a right guard. Like what he's good at, what he's not good at, what he's.
Yeah, he's a road raider. He's a fucking.
Yeah, he's a right guard. And so, I wouldn't. Everybody, that was an assumption. Everybody just assumed you got rid of Eric Flowers. It's like, then that must mean Kinley is going there left guard. You can't assume anything until it's all done, until the personnel's all in place. And right now, Liam Eichenberg could be left guard. He could be right tackle. I doubt he's left tackle because I don't think they're going to move Austin Jackson. But
All right,
yeah.
so since
That's good.
since everybody's assuming that all the networks are going to go to commercial by the time the Dolphins pick, we're going to go ahead and jump the gun here, and we're going to do our commercial right now. So let's go ahead and get it done here. So once again, want to thank our sponsors. This video is brought to you by U-Brake Wheel Fix. They can help you customize your stuff here. They can get you some really good, nice looking rims. They can also fix up your car if you want to. Again, you can go to U-Brake Wheel Fix. Maybe get yourself some aqua and orange looking cosmetics for your car, among a lot of other things. All right, there. Commercial done. Now we can get back to some Dolphins football. Just as Jakari walked away. Let me just.
That's because we broke and he's fixing a drink.
By the way, interesting thing that Brian Baldnigger said on
I would have had a better speech, but I didn't have anything prepared. I'm sorry.
Brian Baldnigger went on NFL Network, and when they asked him about Liam Eichenberg, he said that he would pencil him in at left guard for Miami. So
Yeah.
that's an interesting thing.
Okay,
and
so
he's pretty good at what he does.
I can see it. Yeah.
So who's getting uprooted though? Kinley, where's he going?
So the assumption is Hunt stays at right tackle.
Yeah.
Well, we don't. Hey, listen, wait.
I know. Yeah, I know what you're gonna say, CK, but
You don't know everything yet, so we gotta wait.
Yeah, this is just Brian Baldnigger saying you should
Right.
pencil him in at left guard. You know.
I think with Eric Flowers gone, he's probably the most qualified left guard on the roster. Liam Eichenberg is.
Even
You know?
Kinley, I thought Kinley played well at right guard last year, and left guard's an even more natural position. So I mean,
I don't think it's necessarily a natural position for him in the NFL. Like he profiles like a right guard in the NFL. He struggles a little bit in pass protection. He's a really strong road grading run blocker. That's usually not the side you do that at left guard. And so
All right. So the Cowboys selected Osa Ode. I'm not even going to try to say that.
Odigizua, and that's Miami coached him. They loved him too.
that's a value.
And
in
the
Senior
Saints
Bowl.
moved up with the Broncos, and we'll see what they do.
Uh-oh.
Why?
Well, just because they have a history. Sometimes they know what we want. But
So the Saints moved up, and they are taking drum roll, please. No, I don't know.
No, because we're still waiting.
we're still waiting on it.
NFL draft time is really fast on the draw, so I'm not concerned about time.
I have to say, if you're still stuck on the offensive lineman thing, Quinn Miners is still there at center. Kendrick Green can play center. I've seen him play center.
Paulson Adebo, cornerback.
Paulson Adebo.
He has a lot of upside.
Yeah.
I see him more as a zone corner in the league, but you got to be able to play man in the league to be successful. So
Trey Hill's another center that they could take right here. We're just going through the players that they could take at the next. If Michael Carter is there, and if Michael Carter is their pick right here, then
I would. That's another pick I'd be ecstatic about.
Shoot me in the head for not having predicted that like 2 months ago. It's just
take away your Christ title.
Right, you might take that away at that point because he was the star of their show at the Senior Bowl. On offense, he was good all week long, and
we saw him in a running back committee too in college. So
but he's not an every down back. Carter is a committee back.
Who is?
True.
Who is?
Najee Harris. CK.
No, Travis Etienne is by his own coach is now a third down back.
Okay,
even when he ascends, he is not going to be the bell cow back.
Yeah, and we mock
he's
him.
Going to be sharing back with Coach James Robinson. But he's going to be sharing the back. Even when Carlos Hyde is out of the way, he's going to be sharing carries with James Robinson. Who is a bell cow back now in the NFL now?
It's no bell. It's
Derrick
no
Henry.
bell cow. It's no bell.
Is getting beat down because he's and Tony Pollard's going to eat into those carries.
It's only 3 bell cow backs: Zeke, Dalvin Cook, Derrick Henry. That's it. And even Cook splits carries with the Madison kid.
Yeah, he does.
And Tony Pollard's going to start taking snaps away from Zeke too.
That's a guy, if he don't have a good season this year, I think we'll get traded.
Zeke.
Well, the number of touches
that
that
contract,
Christian
you think-
McCaffrey gets wouldn't that qualify as a bell cow?
But that's
True.
a touches guy. But he wasn't healthy in year 2 though either.
No, it wasn't healthy last year.
Saquon Barkley.
Saquon Barkley, no.
Just tore his ACL.
Well, he got hurt.
That's the point. When you rely on just one guy to be, the guy,
Guys get hurt.
you leave yourself
Doesn't
open
happen.
for that.
It doesn't happen nowadays. It does not happen.
I'll be honest. If I was a team, I'm patterning my running back system after the Saints. Period. Their best player is Alvin Kamara. Doesn't get hit much because they use him in a correct way. Give him the ball in space. Let him create.
I'll give credit to Alvin too. It's the way he runs. He's good at like avoiding the big hit too.
I've never seen no guy play like him.
His balance is literally like nothing. I've seen nothing like it.
And they say he's a 4'6" guy, and I'd be like, I don't know about.
Is that what he ran for real? Is that way?
Yeah.
Wow.
He ran 4'6".
But Butch Jones hardly used him at Tennessee.
And I think he wasn't at Alabama too, and he got kicked out or something like that.
Yeah,
yes.
he got kicked. Butch Jones, and that's why his ass got fired because he was doing stupid shit like that.
If there's two more players and on offensive line on the outside that Miami could look at coming up, I think Spencer Brown would be a good right tackle. If Liam Eichenberg's left guard, Spencer Brown is a natural right tackle. He's massive. He's he's like Sebastian Vollmer. I think that he could play. I think he could play if they get off the Power 5 kick. Then that could be a real pick for them. Robert Haynes, he played right tackle. He also played center at the Senior Bowl. They might be targeting him. We don't know. On the inside, the inside of Miami. You think they're what again?
I think they're going to
What
go
again?
defensive back.
I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be an offensive line. I think Quinn Miners. I think Trey Hill. I think somebody. Maybe Robert Hainsey, if they really think, they talked to him quite a bit at the Senior Bowl. And
Who are we talking about? The Chargers?
No, I'm talking about the Dolphins. The Dolphins coming up in like 5 picks or 4 picks or something.
Chargers got Josh Palmer, wide receiver from Tennessee, I think.
Oh God, that's a reach. That's a reach.
Yeah.
But I think the Dolphins could go, and Michael Carter, the running back. I mean, that just seems like it stands out.
It makes the most sense.
And Baron Browning, the linebacker, if for whatever reason they're just deciding running back doesn't exist anymore, then Baron Browning, the linebacker, would make a perfect Miami pick. And I think corners. I don't really know if they're going to go another defensive back. Miami is at this stage.
There's no room for him.
Or I was just Ben brought that up, but I was going to say tight end is another spot that they can potentially go.
Not after they traded for what's his name, Ashland, and he turned out. Shaheen. Yeah, he turned out though. Like that's the important. So what they traded for him, but like he played.
And I feel like they're high on Smythe too.
He is what he is. He's a blocker.
He's a good blocker. And they love that he just does his role well.
Right. I think
that's how you stick in the NFL.
You can't ask for more. Could they go for another receiver?
What about when do you think is a good time to explore Tyler Shelvin?
Ooh, that's
tomorrow.
I feel like there's a varying opinion when it comes to him, and it's usually just if he can keep the weight down, right?
Yeah, right.
Well, that and that's a guy that's going to play 15 snaps, if that, a game. So
because he's what like a true zero.
I can get a Kairos Tonga really late, and I mean if I need that kind of role player,
and I like him. Yeah. That's the guy from BYU, right?
Yeah, that's the BYU guy. I need that kind.
He's noticeable.
If I need that kind of player, I mean it's really not. No, I don't know why you draft that on this day, on day 2. If you're just going to get that kind of player, you can get it. To me. That's just my opinion.
I'm just curious. This is to take away Raekwon from being a nose and going what into
Surratt
John
to
Jenkins
the
is
Vikings.
already the nose. We don't need Davis to be the nose tackle.
No, Raekwon is the nose. Okay, Raekwon is still the nose. That's when they put him in last year. It was, I mean, he was phenomenal.
A beast.
You're not going to take him away from where he played well.
Like that Denver game, he was
round.
wrecking that Denver game. Like there was moments where pulling guards, like he was wrecking 2 and 3 offensive linemen at a time.
If he had came out his sophomore year, it'd been a top 10 pick. Like if they was able to come out the sophomore year, top 10 guy. So you got value in the third.
I think Alabama even made this mistake. Like you move him away from where he played really well, and you ask him to start playing something different just because he's so good. Maybe he can impact you here, and then you get disappointed with the results. And I think
and then you wonder why.
He's the nose. Yeah, he's the nose.
Let me ask you guys this: is the sexiest pick at 81 Amari Rodgers?
Listen, I will probably flip backwards if we get Amari Rodgers at 81. I feel like that is like literally D-Boy 2.0. Like if you messed up and you didn't value him, I feel like that's your chance.
It's pointless. It's pointless if you already have Jalen Waddle. You get Amari Rodgers, it's like slow Jalen Waddle. Like, it's I don't understand. I wouldn't understand it at this point.
Do we expect
you're not needing to fill? Amari Rodgers is checking a box. Amari Rodgers is checking a box. You need a slot player. He's like, he perfectly lines up in what you want as a slot player. If you need to fill that spot, like I need to fill this. This is a player that I can count on. You got Jalen Waddle to do a whole lot more than that, right? You got Jalen Waddle to do a whole lot more than just fill a spot at that slot position. And so I think that it's just superfluous to get Amari Rodgers at this point. You got to get Michael Carter. You got to get an offensive lineman. I don't see maybe Baron Browning if you just like running back doesn't exist.
Jabril Cox is still there.
Jabril Cox. I could see Jabril Cox too.
I just think Miami's got
the Vikings got Surratt.
He fits what he fits.
It is kind of weird. The Raiders go twice before us, so I wonder if
that's weird. Yeah.
Is there any other team like the Raiders who think they're always the smartest in the room?
The Raiders just made a bad GM goddamn hire. That's why they faltering how they do.
Yeah, I wonder though, because that could it's John Gruden. I've heard that John Gruden is like unworkable behind the scenes. Like
they'll go him screaming about Johnny Manziel.
He's not a good coach though.
No, but I mean, I think he's a decent coach. I think he hires good coaches too. But I think that behind the scenes, I've heard that like their draft meetings. I don't know if that's true this year or whatever, but their draft meetings, like they'll go through the entire round table, and everybody will around the table, including the GM, will trash a guy, and then they'll get to John Gruden and go, yeah, but I like him. It's just like everybody's just like, okay, throw your shit out.
Chris, too early for Erlison Smith?
For who? Allerson Smith?
That's the second time I heard.
It's absolutely not too early for him, but did he just go or something? Because it's not too early for him. I just, if you've already got Jalen Phillips, I don't see
the TV is finally starting to catch up to what's actually happening. So
yeah, that's nice. But yeah, I don't see the point. Again, Miami has to actually. They need contributors right here. They've got spots open. I mean, they needed Javon Holland. I think that people.
All right.
Don't realize.
First pick for the Raiders. Malcolm Kuntz.
Oh wow, that is a pick.
That's a reach.
That's the nice way of saying they once again think the smartest in the room.
But speaking of the University of Buffalo, I do like the Patterson kid as a late round running back.
He's short, but yeah, I do like him.
Tiny little mother. He's 5'6".
Yeah. Oh, Jakeem Grant. Okay.
He's tiny. He is tiny. I kind of like him too. I wouldn't draft him. He's an undrafted. You got
Do y'all not know the type of athlete Jakeem Grant is to be in the NFL at his size.
He's an amazing athlete.
100%.
Like,
I heard minicamp folk tales about him, but I just don't
Grant.
see it in when the bright lights
you
show
heard,
up. Bro.
you heard it from me.
True. I think it was unfair, but it was Lewis too for sure.
Grant,
Though.
look,
Lewis too.
I'll say it right into the. Where's my camera? There's my camera. I'll say it right into the camera. Jakeem Grant is the best practice wide receiver I've seen in maybe 15 years. 15
One more
years.
time.
done, sure. Yeah, so
Jakeem Grant is the best practice wide receiver I've seen in maybe 15 years.
And that's probably why he makes the team every year because
Yeah.
Exactly.
well, he got his extension for that reason.
Alf, I'm curious, who's another dominant Dolphins practice guy that you watched maybe for 2-3 training camps that just never put it together that you could never figure out? In the last
Danny Amendola was a guy that was like really, really like you can watch him in practice. You're like, whoa, this guy, he's going to be great for us. And he was okay.
Was it true with remember the receiver at Arizona State, Derek Hagan, I believe his name was? He just looked the part. He was big and fast. So everybody, he looked the part. But I'm trying to think of a guy that was really, really good in practice, that looked good in practice and was just not very good in games.
Legadunade.
That's one. That's one right there.
Darius Thompson.
I'll tell you one guy, and this is going way back in the days.
Wait.
Every single no, even farther than that.
Oh,
okay. Remember, I'm old around here. All right. Farrell Edmonds. Every year, I thought he was headed to the Pro Bowl because there's no way you could see a 6'7" guy running down the field catching passes from Dan Marino, and you're like, okay, this guy's gonna get 1,000 yards and 15 touchdowns, and he was just like an average NFL tight end. He was like nothing special, and they tried to replace him twice, once with Eric Green, and then finally with Keith Jackson.
Well, I will say this: like playing football, that's where you see the most amazing things. Man, practice, you be like, God damn, because you got to think about it. You got to bring out different tools in your toolbox because you're going against the same guy every day. So he knows you. So it's like.
So there's a video on Twitter right now of the Eagles war room. Who was it the Eagles picked again?
I gotta look.
Because apparently the Eagles, Tom Donahoe is not happy with this pick.
He's unhappy with the Milton Williams pick?
I'm looking at it. Wow.
He's really Milton Williams. That's your WTF.
Let me pull up
that was some serious he's in the corner of the room, don't
Separated.
even talk to me.
Right?
I wonder who he was putting his fist down for though. That's what I'm curious about.
By the way, anybody nervous that Colin Cowherd's on Twitter saying that we're murdering this draft?
Oh,
no!
You say that now. I am.
The Dolphins legit have made great picks though. If you being honest.
I mean, they got it's the best safety in the draft for them, certainly.
You guys, so the guy on the right is
Raiders select a linebacker. So I think we're gonna have a group of guys that we've talked about.
Okay.
So it's gonna look like we have Miners, Carters, Wilcox.
Hold on.
Don't fist bump me. I don't want to see you.
Who's the guy fist bumping?
All right.
Yeah,
they got Kuntz and another linebacker. Is that it?
They just said Raiders got a linebacker.
Yeah. So if I had to run it down, I think on the offensive line,
they selected two linebackers.
Divine
Diablo.
Linebacker. That's a safety. That's a strong safety.
Diablo.
He's a good player too. Miami could have been interested, and they coached him in the Senior Bowl.
Well, the Dolphins are on the clock.
And Divine Diablo is a ready-made Pro Bowl special teams player, right now. Yeah.
And he's a great character, great person out locker room, work ethic kind of guy. I mean, I think his coach said that he said something along the lines of, if he's not one of the top 3 humans that I've met in my life, or if he's not the best human that I've ever met in my life, then he's at least top 3. Like he's like he raves about Divine Diablo. I think that's a nice pick. But if I'm looking at Miami, you're gonna be looking at offensive linemen like Spencer Brown, maybe Robert Hainsey. You're going to be looking. That's on the outside. On the inside, you're going to be looking at Quinn Miners or possibly Trey Hill. There could be. I mean, Wyatt Davis. You never know. He didn't go.
Chris, you don't like Drew Dalman here? You don't like Drew Dalman here, or you're waiting?
Dalman, I love Drew Dalman. I just, he's down the list, and I don't know how much I need to trust these lists and stuff like that. But I would easily take a Drew Dalman here. He's worth it. But so I think Quinn Miners, Drew Dalman, Trey Hill could be there at the center position. I don't know.
My boy Juan want a running back. CK.
Okay, well that's Michael Carter.
I think you're talking about me there, Jock.
Yeah, that's Michael Carter.
I wouldn't mind a running back here.
I could justify personally Elijah Mitchell this high at running back, and I mean that's just my opinion. And I think that if you were to go to Michael Carter or Elijah Mitchell,
Dolphins drafted
Hunter Long. Oh my.
Okay, so who said tight end before, and I just totally shot it down.
A tight end.
That's for Smythe's spot right there, is it not?
Jock. All right, Jock, you take that one. You take it away.
No, but Hunter Long, I will say this: he is a good receiver as a tight end. I would have preferred Brevin Jordan there.
He was at the Senior Bowl too, I think.
Yeah, I think Jordan's a little bit better than him. But, I mean, Hunter Long, a lot of people liked him. I mean, I haven't really seen much on the kid. I did see that he did have a solid, from the highlights I seen, he's a good pass catcher. He has
Brian Flores was at the Boston College Pro Day, and it was easy to dismiss because of his connections there. Like he's like he just went back to some stomping grounds to visit. But Hunter Long was working out that day. And so, maybe that has something to do with it. Who knows?
The only reason why I said tight end is this reason, because it's not 100% sure they bring back Gesicki next year. I mean, I would hope they brought him back. It's not 100% sure. So I just seen tight end as a thing. Like, you know what? We can take a flyer on the third guy, because right now you got to think about it from what Alf reported, was they want 4 impact players in the first 4 picks.
Well, we ain't got that there.
Now you can just pretty much right now you're taking flyers on guys. So I think a lot of the picks later on are going to be reaches to an extent, and you're going to be
we took a long snapper last year in the 5th round. So we got
that
pick again we don't pick again for like what? How many picks? 80 picks
we're done for the night unless they trade back
100
up.
and something, I think.
Yeah, like 150 something, I think.
Again, if the Gesicki replacement thing is in mind, that's another move you've made where you're thinking about 20.
By the way, did you see the picture of the War Room and you saw who was in it?
I know.
Sitting next to Chris Greer, Dan Marino.
And
in the War Room.
Are we saying Marino's the one who wanted Hunter Long?
I don't know, but he's in the war room sitting next to Chris Greer.
Okay, if that's the case, then this is exactly why I keep saying I don't want Marino making executive decisions.
So now
Marino tell him,
Gary Jackson.
I never had a 1,000-yard back. This kid doesn't need one either.
Just tweeted out Dolphins now with 6 tight ends: Gesicki, Smythe, Shaheen, Seethan Carter, Myrick, and now Hunter Long.
None of those guys are making the team. They're top 4 tight ends. We know who it's gonna be. But Hunter, this is the thing that people have to bring into account too. Miami still has room in the training camp to make trades, bring in that running back. Every year we have a guy who gets traded for, But Hunter Long has his highs and lows, but I do think he's a decent player at this pick.
Can he block at all?
Well, shit, at 253, he better be able to goddamn.
Actually,
that's not what I asked.
I'm gonna say I knew him and was following him more as a blocker than an actual receiver.
Who, Hunter Long? Yeah, blocker, but he can catch a ball. I mean, he's
Is he really going to be an upgrade over Shaheem or Smythe at this point? Like,
Smythe, yes.
Well, so you say that Gesicki's up, but they were drafted at the same time, so that means Smythe is up. So are you or is going to be up soon? So are you giving Smythe a second contract, or are you just going to go ahead and replace him with Hunter Long?
Well, which one would be more stomachable as far as a contract?
Oh well, I mean, but they're different players. Like, you know, are you really going to give
Smythe over Mike Gesicki?
No, I mean, but are you really going to give a second contract to a guy that is kind of a dime a dozen, which is Durham Smythe? Or are you just going to go ahead and replace him with the next guy?
Well, okay, so I think the question would be, what would you think Gesicki's worth as far as getting money?
And to add, before
less than what he's going to get.
The tight end next year, Miami has 2 first-round picks. Remember that.
No, they don't. Not next year.
No.
2023.
Year after. They traded. They swapped with the 49ers now.
Yeah, so.
They have the 49ers pick next year.
Eagles stars.
We need Trey Lance playing week 3.
By the way, Hunter Long. They said that Hunter Long could complete a Rubik's Cube in 47 seconds. So we have that.
So there's that. Yeah, that going for him.
I do like the tight end class next year with Billingsley from Alabama as a replacement guy for round where they'll be picking.
So can we officially say they just don't value running back? Like they've signaled this to us.
No, it's just they value their guys.
Doc,
like,
yes.
I think
they're not picking one.
I said that they didn't, but CK made me think that because what he heard is that they were trying to go after it in the first round. That leads me to think
they were trying to trade up and it didn't work out.
And then you saw the run on running backs because Najee and ETN went back to back. I just feel like maybe they had those two up there as, you know, you go get them, and then the rest of them are just like just guys to them. Yeah.
So, but like I said, Miami still has the firepower to get a back during training camp season. You know, Le'Veon Bell still.
I think CK has mentioned it too. We would. I wouldn't be surprised if they had like something like a Breda trade already lined up. You know.
Yeah, they might.
Even Le'Veon Bell, you could see something like Le'Veon Bell just sitting there, just waiting to see what the Dolphins do, and them saying, "Hey, you know what? Here's a little deal."
Le'Veon Bell feels like 10 carries and 24 yards.
No, hell no.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kansas City did not run the football. He went there based off him trying to get a Super Bowl ring.
That's cool.
Let's just call it what it is.
He hasn't been a good running back in 3 seasons.
What are you talking about, man? The Jets fucked that man over. Excuse my language.
He's done. He will not be in the league
again before YouTube algorithm.
I bet you $1,000 right now that he'll play in the league for however long he wants. Because Le'Veon Bell can play. He can play receiver if he wants to.
No, he's done after. I'll bet he is done after this season. He'll get one more try. He'll go out there, do the running back thing where he plays in a couple games, averages 2.8 yards a carry, and should never held out.
What you mean he should have never held out? They weren't trying to pay him.
Okay, well, it ended up costing him more. I mean, what two deflated seasons?
No, bro, you get your money. You know, this is
no,
the
they've
NFL.
actually it's actually been written that what he lost from that season, he hasn't truly made up. And that,
brother, let's just put it in this perspective. If a guy and everybody on this panel has had jobs before, you're the best man from the job. You've been the top guy at your job. They don't give you a raise, but they bring somebody else in. You're gonna be upset that you don't have your money. Pay me. I've been your second best receiver behind Antonio Brown for 3 seasons before that. Come on, man. You pay me my money or else.
And he did. He wasted a full season of his salary, got more money, but it hasn't resulted in another. Like now, his career is just deflated since then. I mean, it has.
Ooh, that's a good pick by the Redskins.
What did they do?
No, man.
By the what?
They got Brown.
The Washington football team. They got who? Brown?
They've had a good offseason. They just should have got a goddamn quarterback.
Are you talking about Spencer Brown?
No, Diami Brown.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. UNC wide receiver.
I could take or leave that.
I just think they should have went quarterback. With Justin Fields there, Washington should have traded up and got him.
There are 3 wide receivers right now. Terry McLaurin, Curtis Samuel, and Diami Brown. That's something.
Yeah. No, don't forget about the Sims kid that they had last season.
Yeah. That's a decent crew.
And they got
their defense. Their defense is really good. So Fitzmagic might finally make the playoffs.
Oh, so Quinn Miners went 1 pick after we picked Hunter Long, and the Carolina Panthers. The Carolina Panthers were forced to, because we took Hunter Long, they were forced to take Tommy Tremble.
I mean, Tommy Tremble was actually rated higher than Long on their little best players available board.
Tremble is 24.
Yeah, he just went. Oh, how old is he? I don't know how old he is.
No. I'm saying that was number 24 for Notre Dame.
Oh, I don't know what was his number. I don't really know.
If that was him, I think he's actually a legit good player.
Yeah, he wore 24 at Notre Dame. Tommy Tremble.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think.
Oh yeah, that's the one.
When Miners got selected? When?
Yeah, right after us.
No, he didn't.
No, he did. No, he did.
According to draft time. Oh, okay. Never mind.
No,
all right, you're right.
They said he hoped Quinn Miners goes to Washington.
Okay.
Which
I
they did not,
thought he
they picked Diami Brown.
said he did go to Washington.
So he's still falling.
Yeah.
Cowboys selected Chauncey Golston, Iowa defensive end. My boy Chad Ronenbaum, happy as a clam right now, I'm sure.
You know what's crazy? Cowboys draft is good.
Yeah, they didn't reach at no picks. They got value at each pick.
Titans traded down.
I don't like Micah Parsons for them because, Van Der Esch and Jalen Smith, but I recognize the talent.
Sean Lee retired.
The Wolf Hunter is never he's never available to he's never available to hunt though. So,
yeah, no, there's always something wrong with him. At least as of late. Yeah, you're right about that.
Well, the Dolphins don't draft to the 5th round again, so
yeah,
5th.
There is no 4th round for Miami.
70 picks.
Can you believe Quinn Miners is falling this far? Like, what's going on here?
No, I mean it's not that far. We're still in the mid-3rd round. It's not that. It's not.
But we never expected him to fall. Like we figured, like it had to be. In most of our mocks, we had him at like pick 50.
Well, yeah, I took him at pick 50 because I wasn't sure if he was going to go somewhere between 50 and 81.
Right, but now we're at 81,
we're just a little bit beyond 81. So I mean, he could go in the next 5 picks, and that still would have, that's still the range. I mean, it's an inexact thing. It's not. You're not pegging guys for exact decimal value.
No, I get that, but still, it's like when you find guys that have so much value, you figure that they would go a lot sooner than they are.
It's all need at a certain point,
And Packers traded up with Tennessee. They're coming up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 spots.
They're coming up to draft a receiver, bro.
Amari Rodgers finally.
I think they're coming to get a receiver.
What's Durham Smith's?
They're gonna get Equinemius' brother.
Packers select Amari Rodgers.
There it is.
I knew they was coming up to get a receiver. It just made sense.
They could have gotten Equinemius' brother, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
I think Amon-Ra St. Brown is very good.
Yeah.
And if he falls to the 5th round to the Dolphins, he's gonna go before.
What's Durham Smith's contract situation?
He's the last year. It's last year. He came in the same year as Mike Gesicki. So Mike Gesicki's in his last year, then they're both in the last year.
All right.
Yeah, he's making. Yeah, there's no point in. This is the last chance. He's already 26 years old, so.
Yep.
All right. Well, 26 isn't that old.
I mean, it's not that old, but
no, I just think he's a like to use Bucky Brooks's term about what's his name, Lamar Jackson graduating from Baltimore. Well, I think Durham Smith's position is a position you graduate. Why would you pay second contract money to your blocking tight end?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Unless they feel like Adam Shaheen can do what Gesicki does with all the touchdowns he caught last year.
Well, Shaheen is Gesicki's backup, because he's the guy that can move like a wide receiver a little bit, and he's
the only guy. He's the only guy that lined up in Y ISO last year besides Gesicki. So this is a play on Durham Smith or Smythe or whatever the hell his name is.
I think it's Smythe. I think he's corrected. I think he's corrected people and said Smythe.
Okay, Smythe last year when he got injured, the Dolphins kind of changed what they tried to do. Gone were all the wham blocks. He's the only guy that I guess.
Don Aponte. Hello, how are you?
You know who did the wham blocks, Alf? After he was gone, Mac Hollins.
Yep, that's who did the. Yeah, that's right.
And I've tweeted many times. Mac Hollins is a bona fide tight end.
Yeah, he should be.
Just like Michael Thomas, bona fide tight end.
But like Mac Hollins, I think it's really impressive that as a wide receiver that's coming in to do that. He's doing whatchamacallit, zone. Those what's that? What Alf? What's the play again?
The wham blocks.
The wham blocks. It's something zone again. My brain is dead.
ISO.
No, it's
split zone.
Whatever. Split zone. He's doing split zone plays and doing the wham block on split zone. Mike Gesicki can't even do that shit. Like he's pretty bad at it actually.
Now, how's it from Amari Rodgers? You go from playing with Trevor Lawrence to Aaron goddamn Rodgers.
If he does. It's going to be probably. I think Aaron Rodgers is going to retire. I think he's serious about this.
Yeah, I think he's done.
I think it's Jordan Love time.
Well, remember we were considering him. We were thinking about him, wondering if he could have some potential. So it's not like we got to see a lot of him.
Jordan Love.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he could work out. The Packers were about to give up on Aaron Rodgers himself. Like it'd been years since they drafted him, and people are like, I'm not sure. Like you should draft Brian Brom, and that's it's
name,
like
right?
yeah.
Ooh,
It's they were about they were pretty close to giving up on Aaron Rodgers, I think, behind Brett Favre, and then he got his chance and ran away with it.
So let's see, who else? Because we're gonna go. I'm just gonna go down the list here again because these guys are still available as the third round continues. And let me just double check real quick here. See what.
Look at the top of Mel Kiper's list is still Michael Carter.
Yeah,
but Daniel Jeremiah had at the top of his quarterback list for a while, Jamie Newman. I kind of like Jamie Newman. I like to add him to the quarterback room.
He's bad though.
Really? but
everybody Alfredo and Chris Jock does not.
From that film I watched against when he was at Wake Forest and when he played Syracuse was the worst film I've seen from a quarterback. Like the missing of throws, like him missing obvious throws, and he doesn't have. Not that he doesn't have it, he's just not a good quarterback. So
the most disappointing thing about Jamie Newman to me always was that he's a big, strong guy. Like he's a big, big, strong dude, and you're kind of expecting him to have a big, strong arm. And the ball is not really doing what you think it should do. And so like what you're left with is he a guy that he was a good third down player, I thought. I thought like they leaned on him so hard on third downs in that offense, and he came through a lot. But I think for your lean, if he's not got that big strong arm, or at least it's not showing it in college, then okay, then he's got to be a technicals guy or something, But and I just didn't think he's a good technicals guy.
Yeah,
And
like that throw I seen him miss over the middle in Syracuse is just like, come on, bro. They brought pressure, safety busted very bad, and he just whiffed on the throw.
But,
it was like,
but
I'm back to Sam Ehlinger as a UDFA, or with our last pick in this draft.
Well, they don't care about their picks anymore. I'll tell you this: like Miami, they don't care about what they do with their picks anymore. They'll probably just like hand them to an intern and tell them, hey, go nuts. And I frankly, they might have.
Are you telling me that I should drive down to Davie right now and maybe I
you should
pick 151?
Just like ask them, just buzz them and be like, hey, can I make one of these? And they might do it.
CK, why did you like Sam Ehlinger so much? Because that's another guy.
Again, it's like you like him. It's like a rule.
I do. Like I don't think he can throw the ball that well, to be honest. No. But I think that they like Sam Ehlinger. I think that he fits the offense. I think that he played well for them in the Senior Bowl. They coached him well. They just pulled a coach that coached him for a couple of years at Texas. Worked really close with him. He works on Miami's staff now. And
an interesting thing about Sam Ehlinger, and you could almost track it.
So the TV is actually up to date now. The TV's up to date with the draft now. Wyatt Davis just went to Minnesota.
His passer rating and his touchdown to interception ratio goes up the higher the ranking of his opponent. He's a gamer. Right. Like he shows up.
That's true. He's always been that. But
he's a gamer that can't throw
he's
football.
He's Tim Tebow, again, like to me, like I don't think he's as bad as Tebow was as far as throwing, but I think, he always reminded me of Tebow in that he's a gamer. He's a
baller.
Big, strong,
he's a playmaker and a shot caller.
He's a strong physical dude. He's athletic. He's I like how he comports himself in these games, but I mean, God.
By the way, Wyatt Davis just went down. He just got taken.
I thought I just said that.
I love how as time passes by, you could remember things. And I remember when he was touted as a first round talent.
Yeah, he was supposed to be the best guard in the class.
Did he opt out, or did he opt out, or he played?
I think he played.
No, he played. He played last year. Yeah, he played.
And
Pittsburgh's about to pick.
That's the danger.
That's where he made his mistake at. He would have opted in.
Well, no, but that's where the opt-outs took their hit. They took their hit with the scouts because look at, they didn't have the chance to do what happened to Wyatt Davis.
The Niners just flew up. The Rams just made a trade here. They received the San Francisco 49ers have gotten the 88th overall pick, and the Rams get 2 4th-rounders.
Niners took Trey Sermon.
And they picked Trey Sermon.
I'm not a fan of Trey Sermon, though.
Neither am I. He does whatever the hell he feels like doing. He's one of these running backs. He looked great. He looked great in the playoff. That's a fact.
Yeah,
and he looked good running up to the playoffs. But he's a guy that he's off schedule. Like he does whatever he feels like doing, and he bounces way too many runs outside. And he's not fast enough to do that.
No, and he's gonna find out in the league when he getting his shit rocked.
If you run 4-3 flat, you could do that as much as you want. You know what I mean? But
he's gone in the wrong system to go do that though. Like he did not go to the right system.
Well,
to be that kind of player.
Most backs in the NFL, college backs, younger backs. See, it comes back to high school football because the backs are taught to bounce so much. Mm-hmm. So it becomes a habit in college, and you get in the edge sometimes. And when you playing at Oklahoma and you playing at Ohio State, you playing with guys who can get you that edge. But now you get to the league where the defensive linemen are just as good as the O-line. So it's like, hey, bounce the ball if you want to. You got Devin White or Bobby Wagner, like like scraping over the top. Jerome Baker, who's going, you know what I mean? So that's interesting, though. Do you guys think they extend Baker?
Yes.
I do.
Yeah. I think he's on the list. I think he's on the list. Like, he's first in line to get his money.
Yeah, well, because he's their kind of guy, like from the way that he handles himself and the way that he practices plays and doing whatever they ask him to do and excelling with it. I mean, you wouldn't pick him out. You wouldn't pick him out of a lineup for being like this is their system guy, like this is their guy. But he makes up for it with his explosiveness and his speed and just his physicality. I think that.
And here's the guy that actually shows up to play on Sundays, and he's a 3-time camp MVP. We talked about it every year on our podcast. Jerome Baker dominates camp from start to finish every single year.
Alf, what if you had to put an early number on him? Assume he has a comparable season as last year, maybe even slightly better. What would be your early yearly number?
$11 million a year.
I think he's going to
Yeah.
You think he'll ask for more than that? $11 million puts him in the top 10 linebackers.
I was going to say
guys usually have their best season in contract years. So
yeah, I know.
Well,
good for us this year.
It probably also depends. Alf, you said it. He's going to be asked to do a lot of things, and it might really come down to how much they ask him to pass rush because the sacks is really that sexy. If he can get 10 this year,
they have a pass rusher now. Jalen Phillips can rush the passer at a high clip. He is going to be.
Baker can blitz though.
They blitz a lot.
When he had a really quiet, I don't want to say quiet, but 7 sacks last year.
Yeah.
Baker was the one who chased down Patrick Mahomes for 30 yards.
Mm-hmm.
But I just feel like when you got him, you got Ogba. So I think now you have a guy.
Van Ginkel's the pass rusher to look for, not Ogba.
Yeah.
Ogba's the all-around guy.
Vince Beagle's coming back. We'll see about the injury. I'm skeptical about coming back from that injury.
I think after they drafted Jalen Phillips, I think Andrew Van Ginkel's going to be in one of those 1-4 stunts. So I think his wide 9 rushing duties are over. I think those days are done.
I just think Phillips is going to be a double-digit sack guy. So I really
I can believe that.
I'm just being real. Like from what I've seen on film, he rushes better with his hand in the ground though than standing up. I will say that. But from every metric that they measured, the guy is an animal at rushing the passer. So I think with that, you free up other guys to do other things. But you got to look at the AFC, what quarterbacks you're going against. So Jerome Baker's sack numbers probably will always be high. Just because he's going to be the spy when we play Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes. He's going to be that guy for them. So
I think it's safe to say that whatever happens with the defense this year, I don't think it's a difficult thing to project that they're going to be even better in spite of the fact that we've gotten rid of Shaq Lawson and Kyle Van Noy. Because what they've done to fill those spots and what they've done to boost the defense as a whole, now drafting Jalen Phillips to be an actual solo pass rusher, having Ogba still there, you still have Van Ginkel who's coming on strong. Now we have the ability to move the secondary around thanks to Javon Holland, and now maybe you can put Bobby McCain in the nickel corner slot every once in a while just to kind of mess with the defense. And, of course, I am positive they're still going to be throwing that cover 0 stuff out there. And now you have guys who are even better at rushing the passer to make it happen.
I think that the most exciting part, if Noah and someone like Brandon Jones take a step.
All Igbenogany has to do is not stop. He's already taken a step forward.
But Igbenogany was a project guy. Anyway.
Yeah, he was. Yeah. And I get that.
And he didn't play bad down the stretch.
But Devontae Smith said that was one of the best corners he ever faced.
He said it was the best. It was the best corner he ever faced.
So,
and you can see it. They competed well in that game. it's a smart pick for Devonta too, because you could tell they competed in that game. I've watched the all 22 of it, and they competed well with each other in that game, and it was a hard game for Devonta Smith, but he still came out on top. So he's not going to talk about Calvin Joseph being the best corner that he's faced, because Calvin Joseph, he didn't come out on top of Calvin Joseph. That's like the one guy I've ever seen him lose the whole game to.
All right. So,
by the way, next year is Stingley the top corner next year?
No doubt.
I mean, he heads into it.
Man, that was the worst tape you'll ever see is Devonta Smith hanging 250 yards on one guy.
I'm gonna tell you what Stingley should have done though. Stingley should have set out last year because he had no reason to play, and you can kind of tell he wasn't gamed as he normally was. But from what I've seen, like on tape, when he locked in, he's probably gonna be the best corner. It's gonna be him, the kid from Clemson, Andrew Booth, who gonna be up there, which they like. Which I haven't really watched him, so I know those are probably gonna be the top two guys going into next year. But I mean, pick number one is probably gonna be that kid from Oregon, Thibodeau. That's his name.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, he's gonna probably be pick one. Like he's gonna be slated as the next guy.
He'll fall in like kind of that Myles Garrett top edge rusher.
Yeah,
my boy, I like Myles Garrett a lot, but my boy got to get in the lab because he ain't got no goddamn pass rush moves. He's getting sacked because he just a fucking ox, just strong as hell.
Yeah, he averages a sack per game for his career. That's crazy.
With no pass rush move. So imagine if he had a go-to pass rush move, he would have 23 sacks.
You remember Trace Armstrong?
Yeah.
He had how many sacks in one season for us? Like
he had like 16. He had like 16.
It was more than that. It was
98, right? I believe.
Was it? No, I want to say it was like 2000 or 2001 or something like that.
Are you sure? I'm thinking the year he sacked Doug Flutie to end a wild card game.
No, the year was it was 16. You're right, Alf. It was 16 and a half in 2000.
Yeah, and he only played on third downs. He only played on third downs.
He only played on third downs, and he only had one move.
Yeah,
he only had one move, the bull rush. That's it. Like he got every single one of those 16 and a half sacks on a bull rush.
Myles Garrett, the guy got no pass rush moves, and people be like, "Well, he's so great." No, bro. Joey Bosa is way better pass rusher than him. Like Joey Bosa is probably if you want to learn how to play defense in here, you turn on Joey Bosa's tape, like teaching tape.
No, but his brother. Too bad that his brother's falling apart physically, but Nick Bosa, that's the.
Joey's better to me, though.
Nah, to me, Nick is always better. I was at a practice when Joey Bosa was leaving to go to Ohio State, and I had pro scouts were there telling me his brother is better. And I'm like, who the hell is his brother? I'm like, that guy on that sideline. I'm like, he's like 6'1", 195 pounds. And they're like, nah, he's like obsessed with it.
Nick more athletic. Joey Bosa, like when I'm talking about like Al technique wise, Joey Bosa is like just like Mike when Pouncey was talking about him. Mike was like, bro, I've never seen a guy like Joey Bosa bend the edge like that in practice. It was just.
But you know the test though. The test. Go back to that Super Bowl and look. I mean, we're talking about the San Francisco Kansas City Chiefs, and look what Nick Bosa was doing in that game. The way he took over and it was single-handed domination up there. He was making it very, very difficult, and he was like the only one. And I think that's the test because that's the biggest game you could possibly be in. That's when every single person around you is turning it up to 11, and that's when he.
We sitting here arguing about two brothers who better, both of them $100 million guys.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. Well, it's the Bosa.
Jakari, did you ever watch Nick Bosa play at St. Thomas Aquinas?
No, I never. I coach high school football now, and I'm not really big into it. I don't really. I don't watch none of the highlights unless they really talk about a kid. Like
those
I'm
games
gonna tell
were. Those games were jokes. Every time you watch it, they were jokes. Like he would get like 6-7 sacks a game.
Well,
I watched. Kid out. Go ahead, Shane.
I was gonna say I watched Nick when he played when he was a freshman, and St. Thomas was playing, and my mind just went like the one of the national powerhouses from New Jersey, the school in New Jersey, and I think someone told me, oh yeah, this is Joey Bosa's brother. He was 14 during the game. He was dominating 14. I mean, and they weren't playing like a school from a Piper High School. I mean, they were playing another national powerhouse. They actually lost the game because they had 2 punts blocked, but him himself dominated.
But it's not. I'm just be real. It's not hard for him and his brother to dominate. Daddy was a first round pick. Uncle was a first round pick, and they all played the same position. So it's not like they haven't had the tools.
Yeah, it's the family business.
Yeah, the only guy.
Although, by the way, you know what is the family business? You know what Joe is John Bosa, right? Yeah, you know what John Bosa owns, right, Jakari?
No, I don't.
He owns 2 strip clubs.
That's right. That's right.
He does. John Bosa owns 2 strip clubs, and that's the family business. So
strip club to strip sack.
he owns strip clubs, and he makes $100 million edge rushers in the NFL. That's what he does for a living.
Do we know which ones?
I
have no idea, but I know that he has 2 strip clubs.
You know what? In that Super Bowl, he had Nick Bosa. He had 12 pressures on and 40 pass rushes. He took over the game.
If Kyle Shanahan would have laid his baby on the damn bed, they would have beat the hell out of them. I don't understand this Schwartz pick right now. I really don't get it, but okay.
Just speaking of, we're talking to high school. That's the 7th kid from Broward County to go.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Broward has better
players.
Broward has better coach players, but Dade County has better athletes. Period. They have better players, but Broward is more structure up here, so you don't have you got Columbus probably the closest thing to St. Thomas Aquinas, but think about how many schools up in Broward County have St. Thomas Aquinas structure. American Heritage,
Chaminade,
Weston, Champagnat, Deerfield, they have it. But that's going back to the high school. That's the only kid I ever watched and was I know he's going to the NFL. Was 2, Dalvin Cook and Jerry Jeudy. When I see Jerry Jeudy, especially when I see him run routes as a freshman, I was just this kid's going to the league because I've never seen a route runner like that young. It was crazy to see that kid.
All right, so the 3rd round's getting ready to come to a close. They're going to start doing comp picks at some point now. So one of the guys in the comment section, Robert Hilbert, was basically asking us to go around the horn and kind of give our overall thoughts on the draft. We'll take it from a Dolphins perspective first, and then we'll kind of go more in general. So let's go ahead and we'll go ahead and get started with Chris. What are your overall thoughts on the Dolphins draft right now, based on everything we've seen so far?
I don't know. I got to think about it a little bit more to get an overall impression. I thought yesterday was a really strong day in what they did. Impacting the team immediately. Today, I'm kind of more tempted to give it a sort of a BC, and that's they got some guys that make sense for them. They got some guys that can play, and Javon Holland and Liam Eichenberg. Yeah, they can play. I understand it. They gave up a lot to move up 8 spots. I thought 8 spots for Liam Eichenberg. They gave up a future 3rd round pick. Giving up a 3rd round pick to move up from 50 to 42 is kind of That's kind of a big price to me. So
maybe they're planning on letting somebody walk and they get a comp.
Yeah, well, yeah, but that's always a separate deal. So I mean, like I think that this is I'm tempted to more like a C, and then the Hunter Long thing. I'm not sure I really get that. I understand replacing Durham Smith. I don't know if you need to do that right now. Maybe long term, what they're thinking is that they want to go to an offense where the tight end is not really that involved in the passing game, and it's more about the three wides. Maybe that's what they're thinking. I don't know, but it's hard to really understand that one. So I'm kind of at a C on today. Like there's some good that I like, but there's some bad in there. And
so that averages out to a B.
Yeah, well, I think it averages out to it. It's just a very average day. I'm not a grade inflation guy, Lewis. So I think it was a very average day. So it's a C. It's a very average day.
Okay, so for today it was C. Yesterday it was A.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll mash it together and whatever.
No, but I gotta think about it before I put a full because first.
Okay. I get what you're saying.
First day matters more, right? So
I guess you could say that, yeah.
I think about it before I give the whole thing a grade, but yeah.
I gotcha. All right, Shane, you're up.
It's more. I like the players. It's just more. What are they going to do with these guys? What's kind of the long-term vision? Again, the tight end and Heinrich, and Holland. Okay, where are they going to play this year? It's a lot. None of those three picks. Just there's nothing clear cut. Be like, okay, this is where we know they fit, and until we really can figure out where they fit or we see where they fit. I mean, how do we really judge it? Was this tight end more long-term thinking, or are they thinking immediate upgrade? Like this is a guy we can pair with Gesicki and do kind of the two tight end thing. A lot of people are talking about with Pitt, but we can do it with this guy. Or is this like just Gesicki's replacement if they plan on letting him walk next year? We don't really know that.
Could we say that Hunter Long is the Deion Sims of the 2021 draft?
Ooh.
I think it's the Durham Smith of the 2021 draft.
Okay, but Smythe wasn't so much of a weapon. Sims did a little bit of both.
Again,
that's true.
Is this we want him in the secondary now, or is this a long-term replacement for McCain?
You're talking about Holland. I'm talking about Long.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying these picks.
What
are they doing with
the Bills selected Spencer Brown, CK.
Oh fuck. Well, not that he was going to make it 70 more picks to whenever the Dolphins pick again. So that's
Miners is still there.
Yeah, he won't be.
We'll see.
We don't pick again until 156 or something like that. It's out. It's over.
All right, Jock.
Well,
overall Dolphins impression.
Overall, I think they did exactly what they were what they came in the draft to do. Get players that's going to make an impact right away. Waddle first off and foremost. He gives Tua what he needs because you think about what Tua is as a quarterback. He's an accurate distributor of the football, but his game opened up by hitting the intermediate passing game. Then he started getting in the rhythm, and then he started opening up the playbook. I.e. the Cardinals game, he hit his short intermediate throws, and then he started throwing rocket shots down the field, hitting big plays. You get Jalen Phillips, who has the potential, barring no injury, to be the best player in the draft as a pass rusher. And you don't pass up on guys who can be elite pass rusher. You don't pass that up. Then you go Javon Holland, and then you got Liam from Notre Dame, which I tweeted. I've never seen a bad offensive lineman from Notre Dame, so kudos to them.
Sam Young.
No, man, but he still was a swing backup player. But I'm talking about Hunter Long was kind of it was a filler pick. The Dolphins will focus on the first 4 picks. I love the value they got from Javon Holland. He was a guy projected to be a first-round pick early on in evaluations. So I do like what he does. He's a former corner, so he's going to be able to do a lot of the versatile things that the DBs at Miami do. It allows Bobby McCain to move back down to nickel back. You never know what formations they throw out there. Brandon Jones, Eric Rowe, Holland, all out there at one time with Bobby McCain. So the versatility that he brings. So the Dolphins' overall grade is a B+, A-. The A- is because they took Hunter Long. I don't know why, but whatever, is just a filler pick. I thought they could have went offensive line and with one of those picks with the center position with a Creed Humphrey, or, they could have doubled down with a running back maybe. But I think overall they did what they came in the draft to do, and I think they made it very clear what their plan was. Because we all have seen that Miami is not afraid to move on from players after 1 year. So they were looking for impact guys right away.
Alfredo.
Yeah, I like the first 4 picks. Those are guys that are gonna play. I'm waiting for a press conference, and maybe they'll be forthcoming with the information, or maybe they won't. What they're planning to do with Liam Eichenberg, because I am confused about that. He played left tackle for 3 years. Is Austin Jackson moving the right guard, or is he playing left guard like Brian Baldinger says he's gonna play, or how he penciled him in? So what's going to happen with the offensive line? I guess we'll get some press conferences. Maybe we'll watch minicamp, and maybe the answer will come there. Hunter Long, I just don't get it. He's Durham Smythe's replacement, essentially. That's who he is. So I don't know what that portends or what that's going to be. But yeah, if I'm going to give him a grade right now, I think it's still incomplete. Obviously they don't care about running back. It's not, it's just not their thing.
Or there's a trade in the works.
There's a trade in the works. Yeah. So mainly, I just like to know about what they're going to do with Liam Eichenberg, because if they're going to move him to right tackle, I got a problem with that, because he played left tackle. I don't like guys that earn their draft spot by playing one position and then you're going to change him. So I just don't like that. So is he going to play left guard? Then sure, that's fine. Is he going to play left tackle? And Austin Jackson, has been a project for an entire offseason to be moved to right tackle. I want some answers on that. And after I get those answers, then I could give him a grade. But putting that one aside, the first 3 picks, yeah, all 3. I like all 3 guys. All 3 guys are good players, and all 3 guys will play enough.
And I'll go ahead and just round off the round table by just saying that I'm pretty much okay with everything except for the Hunter Long pick. That one I don't get it. I don't think I've gotten it. Every single time the Dolphins seem to pick a tight end in the middle of the draft, I find myself scratching my head thinking, okay, why did we do that? Like when they picked Mike Gesicki, I thought they were done. And then they went and got Durham Smythe. And I was like, okay, but why? And then they went and they drafted Deion Sims before that. And again, I was like, okay, but why did they do that? And now here we are again, several years later. And here's Hunter Long in the 3rd round. And once again, I'm thinking, why? It seems to me like we regularly find ourselves getting caught off guard by what position Miami prioritizes and why they are prioritizing it. If you're going to take a tight end in the middle of the 3rd round, then you're going to have to sell me on what the plan is. Because if you're wanting to say that you want to move on from Durham Smythe, okay, fine, but it's not like Durham Smythe was making much of an impact in the first place. Why do you even need to bother with that right now? Like, is that really a priority? Is finding Durham Smythe's long-term replacement or even this year replacement that much of a big deal? If you're looking for a contributor, Long's not it. He's not somebody that you're going to throw onto the field even 50% of the game. You're just not. Unless what Alfredo said and what everybody's been alluding to is that you're essentially going to be saying that it's no longer about having tight end being a priority. You're essentially saying that we want to throw 4,000 wide receivers out there at one go, and we're just gonna let everybody run wild and tight end's not even going to be an issue. We're just going to have, if we do have a tight end, he's going to be blocking. Well, if that's the case, then Gesicki walks next season. I mean, you would have no reason to pay him.
What if your 11 personnel was running back, obviously, Long, Gesicki, Waddle on the outside, and Parker on the other? Like
that's not 11 personnel, is it?
That's one running back, one tight end is 11.
Yeah, but what if that? What was that? What if that was?
You're talking about going with a 12 look with Hunter Long and Gesicki is what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying Gesicki is not being even viewed as a tight end there.
Yeah, 12 personnel nowadays. You know, the second tight end is often not used as a true tight end. You know,
it's almost so.
Yeah,
he's almost always lined up.
That's 11
as a wide receiver.
That's not. I disagree. It's personnel based, but I think that they're gonna go. So listen, 13 personnel wasn't working ever last year. 12 personnel was iffy. Two things that I would watch for, and one has to do with Gesicki, or maybe they have to do with each other, but I don't know. But is Gesicki, if there's, I don't think this is about letting him expire and just move on, but you never know if there's like a whole change of tack happening with the offense and being more wide receiver oriented, and if you're going to be so wide receiver oriented, you need if you're going to run 11 personnel. Like you're talking about, you're going to need a blocking tight end, and then your 3 wide receivers: the Will Fuller, the Jalen Waddle, and the Devontae Parker. And getting that to work, and especially if you get a back that can catch the football, getting that to work might just hey, we don't really need Mike Gesicki. He's a luxury. Like maybe we can trade him for something. And so, he's in the last year of his contract. You're going to have to pay him next year. Maybe Miami could start feeling their way out on that, and we can trade him for something. The other thing is, who jumped in front of us to get Javonte Williams? One pick before us. It's the Denver Broncos. Who do they have? They have Melvin Gordon. The Dolphins have flirted with Melvin Gordon a lot in the past. In terms of trade and free agency and stuff. So they might be calling the Denver Broncos at George Patton and his good buddy Chris Greer, they talk to each other.
What is, if let's say they do that, what is actually good compensation to get Melvin Gordon?
Who knows?
What would they accept at that point?
Who knows?
6th round pick.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Yeah, it's not gonna be that high, but still, I think keep an eye on that. If we're talking about trades, that's one that makes sense. They just basically supplanted Melvin Gordon with Javonte Williams, and so yeah, I would see if they look that up. The Kareem Hunt is a thing that we've talked about. I don't know how real that is or not, but we'll see. But I think that watch out for a trade.
Is Philip Lindsay still a free agent? I believe he is.
No. He signed with the Texans.
Yeah.
Oh, he signed with the Texans. All right.
Yeah.
My top trade guys, if they were to trade, obviously Kareem Hunt.
Yeah.
Melvin Gordon. You can also go ahead and look at the 49ers with Tevin Coleman. Maybe they were to get rid of him.
Well, Tevin Coleman went to Atlanta. He went back to Atlanta.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, okay.
No, he went to the Jets. He signed with the Jets.
Oh, that's right.
I also like the kid Jamal Williams that was in Green Bay.
Yeah. What about? Jacksonville. They just got ETN, and they're talking about him being a 3rd down back. I mean, how much do you take a look at Robinson at that point and be like, hey, you obviously hate this guy.
And another team that I know people are gonna say no, but it's the Raiders. I really think they will consider moving on from Josh Jacobs.
I take him to heart.
If the asking price is right, I think they'll move on from him.
That's a good one. I like that.
The Eagles.
Patriots, right?
So here's a nice little tidbit. Apparently, Hunter Long builds computers. It's a hobby of his.
God, what a nerd.
Yeah, I'm more impressed with his Rubik's Cube trick. That he could do a Rubik's Cube in 40 seconds.
Did you guys say he was on the Senior Bowl team? That was Coach.
What's that? He was. Yeah, he was. He was the Senior Bowl. Coached him in the Senior Bowl, and then all of a sudden Flores shows up personally to his pro day. The Boston College pro day had like one guy working out, and it was Hunter Long. And then Brian Flores was there. That's why I saw it like in the WhatsApp chat, Alf and Simon. I was like, Flores was at Boston College. What the, there's one guy working out. It was Hunter Long. That's it. Like
Broncos got Quinn Miners.
Okay. Well, you knew that. You knew it wasn't going to last.
I know, but still, a man can dream.
Yeah, but we'll see. We'll see. Whoever's still there at 150 something that you're like that we've been already talking about, thinking about now. It's probably like a do not touch because there's a reason that you and I don't know about.
Yeah. Exactly.
So I think for all intents and purposes, and we're wondering about the Hunter Long pick, where did that come from and stuff like that. And I kind of wonder if it's just like the long snapper pick last year. At a certain point in the draft, they're like, well, we made the picks that count. And there's like nothing else that really counts, and so now we're just getting like a pet project, some BC guy that Flores really liked, or something like that. I don't know.
And another David Johnson will be a solid fit for Miami too. Now,
does he have anything left in the tank?
For a 6th round pick, you take a flyer.
I mean, no. What's up with running backs that haven't been good in 3 years?
I know.
And you.
But it's a 6th round. So I want to ask you a question. If David Johnson, what he can do, bring to the table?
I don't want David Johnson.
I'd rather
2017 with like.
I mean, I'd rather just go with Myles Gaskin at that point. I mean, he was consistent. I mean, the guy had nearly 100 total yards and a lot of games he played last year. Pick up 60, 70 on the ground, make a few catches. I mean, is David Johnson doing that?
I can't wait until they actually try and push that after the draft because they're going to get asked about this, and they're going to be like, "Well, Myles Gaskin and Savon Ahmed, we really like them." And it's
they are. I don't know if you guys saw. They were already putting out a couple quotes of Flores, and he did say something similar.
Yeah,
already. We like what we have in our backfield. We're trying to upgrade every position.
Except running back.
That's some smelly bullshit.
He had a pretty good someone tweeted a pretty good quote about Boston College players, tough, smart, very
of course
football guy type thing.
Nerds.
Yeah, well he did draft a nerd, but I mean that's his he played at Boston College like Brian Flores did, so I mean that's of course he's
I'm willing to bet that Brian Flores is a closet DC fan.
You think he's a comic book guy?
DC, yeah, just like not everybody puts their nerddom on display for all to see.
I don't know. I don't know if does he have time for comic books?
I know one thing he does have time for. He does watch his kids play flag football, and to see.
Okay, well, if he didn't do that, he'd be a bad dad. So
to see him on the sideline compared to how I see him last week Sunday, it was just like night and day. Obviously, it's supposed to be he's around kids and but very talkative. He's very talkative to everyone. Was not standoffish, just very, very, very cool guy. Very good guy. Roundtree is actually an interesting guy too at running back too from Mizzou.
Roundtree? Did he go or something? Did Carter go? No, Carter hasn't gone.
No, Carter's still there.
That's crazy.
Would you take Carter over Myles Gaskin?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
I really like Kylan Hill. I just do. Kylan Hill is a guy that I had in my top 5, and he does everything right. And I don't see the fault in him. I think he's a guy that you can give 200 touches to this coming year. And let's face it, with what they have on the roster, nobody is getting any more than 200 touches.
So Cameron Wolf tweeted this. I think maybe this is a little interesting. After Greer saying, they feel good about Myles Gaskins, blah, blah, blah. Greer mentioned when you draft for need, you often reach for players.
So what are they trying to say? Hunter?
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of a hint in there, like maybe the slightest of
excuse.
Yeah,
they're just trying to. They tried something. They gambled again. Last year they gambled and they came up empty. This year they did it again, and they know that it happened again. So they got to come up with some good BS.
CK, when you say they gambled, what are you implying? That they were trying to play the game and see if they could get the running back at their spot?
They gambled and took a shot on Jalen Phillips at 18. And it's because they know full well that he has had 4 concussions, that he's had 2 ankle injuries, that he's had 2 surgeries on a mangled wrist from a bike accident. They know that he has serious problems. 3 of those concussions happened in college. He actually got either DQ'd or he quit because of the concussions.
He retired.
Depending on who you ask, like there's people that will swear he got DQ'd by UCLA, and then there's people that will say that he did it, that he retired. So I think that either way, it's a bad look. It's a bad situation. You know that's risky. Even if he's a good edge, a really good edge in a bad class, they know they took a risk. They gambled on it because Flores is a defensive guy and he didn't want to pass on it. And so they went with it. So they gambled on that. They didn't get Najee Harris. Najee Harris went 6 picks later, and they tried to trade back up to try and get him anyway. So that's a gamble.
Phillips' talent level is top 5. It's like there. But
I don't know if I see that. He's not a Watt brother, man. Like he's
Would you say they tried to trade up? I mean, how hard did they try? Because they have the ammunition. I don't think
not
anymore. I mean, they're not going to give a first round to move from 36 to 23. And I think that I think the negotiations just didn't work out. And I think that possibly they did not expect, they couldn't get up in time for Najee Harris, but they probably did not expect Jacksonville to take Travis Etienne 1 pick later.
Some of my inner nerds gonna jump in here, referring to Rayshal Ghul 01. First of all, why is the League of Assassins leader talking about the Miami Dolphins? Second, Gaskin 97 yard. Yeah, exactly. Yes, I put my nerddom on display. Yes,
it's okay.
And 97 yards per game from scrimmage, I guess. But I don't want my guy to have 97 yards in scrimmage, and most of it is because he was inflated by big yard gains in a couple of games.
Mm-hmm.
That is not an accurate representation of Myles Gaskin.
I think he was all right. I mean, I can see if they're like
he was.
I think I can see if they're like, I want to see how deep the rabbit hole goes on him before we just totally give up on him. But that's no excuse for not getting anybody because nobody's a bell cow. So they got to get somebody. And they're going to get somebody. The proof will be in the pudding.
You keep saying that. I'm not convinced, man. I really am not. I don't think they're going to get anybody.
You think it's just going to be Myles Gaskin?
Yes, I do. I think it's going to be Myles Gaskin, Javon Ahmed, and Malcolm Brown, and Patrick Laird. I think that's their running back room.
Oh, God.
I will say this. Looking at the guys who can go undrafted, I like Javion Hawkins from Louisville. This is another guy that's sneaky, Jamar Jefferson from Oregon State. He's a good back. And,
okay, so if they're so good, why are they undrafted?
No.
I mean, you can't
because it's not that good.
Yeah.
Yeah, but undrafted in later rounds that's kind of a reach because some of those guys turn down getting drafted because they just sign with whoever the hell they sign with. That's one. And two, later on in the draft, these guys are taking freak athletes or a guy like this potential picks. Oh, he can be a special teamer. Because James Robinson, for instance, should have been drafted last year. Not based on what he did in NFL, what he did in college. He did not get drafted.
Yeah. Illinois State, he was dominant.
So you can't really say why they're undrafted.
What's the thoughts, Jacob? What's the thoughts on Gainwell?
I think Gainwell's a good back. I think he opted out, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he opted out.
He opted out. I think if he would have played this year, he probably would have been drafted in about the third or fourth round. Around there.
I think you gotta look at Khalil Herbert, see how far down he goes.
I love Khalil, man, because you know what? I heard about Khalil Herbert as a freshman when my best friend that was still at Kansas after I graduated called me and told me like, yo, this kid like really, really good and how many big runs he had in practice, and it translated to the game.
You know what he has though? What really impressed me, and this is what I usually look for, is I look for early vision. You know, how early they see it and how early they're making their move and preparing for what's coming. Because there are some guys that are just pretty. I mean, they see it, but they're late. You know, and I think that he has really nice early vision. Khalil Herbert does, and he's a good athlete. I mean, he can run fast. I mean, he does run pretty fast. But
he's a good player. I think Khalil is a very good running back. Another American Heritage kid. He's a good back. See how late he goes, but I just think Miami missed the boat. Not in the draft. They missed the boat when Alvin Kamara and Dalvin Cook was having contract issues because they should have called and offered whatever the hell it took to get those guys there and paid them.
We'll see.
So
there's a running back
2022.
There's a running back named Jake Funk. I never watched before.
Jake Funk.
Yeah.
Here, let's look him up here, just out of curiosity. Now
we can't scout everybody.
Is he on Simon's draft guide?
Probably.
Alfredo, you have it. Can you look him up real quick? See if he's in there. Jake Funk.
Yeah, for as much shit as I gave you, Puka can actually play. I was showing Alf and Simon some videos of earlier today.
Hey, but Puka,
but doesn't he? Yeah, but he weighs like 125 pounds.
No.
Oh my God, I'm heavier than this guy.
I think
he's small, but for a player, bro, he really explosive. Like I never see like when he played Oklahoma on national television. I think when people finally got to see who he was, the cuts, the early he got early vision, make a guy miss an open field. He's gonna be a gadget player in the NFL though. He's not gonna be able to tote the ball 30 times.
Well, what I find myself wondering is if I'm gonna go with Puka Williams, why wouldn't I just go with Demetric Felton? You know,
he's another guy who's really, really good.
Yeah, he is really good, and I think that I find myself like, okay, well, I'm just going to go with Demetric Felton and have him, maybe have he and Malcolm Perry compete for kind of a gadget running back wide receiver role, and they coached Demetric Felton in the Senior Bowl too, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's actually a target.
What do you guys see Perry fitting in right now?
I always thought he was going to be more of a running back.
Me too.
To me.
And I watched him in camp last year, and that's what he played. He played running back. So it was just odd to watch him in the regular season, and he to the slot.
They were that desperate.
He's explosive. He's explosive.
He is really like the amount of big runs that guy has. Like the one carry he had the entire Senior Bowl was a 50-yard touchdown or something like that. I mean, Wildcat runner is natural running back to me.
Did you find him?
Did he score in the Buffalo game?
Not in the top 25.
I don't know.
So he's not in the guide at all.
Yeah, he scored in the Buffalo game. He caught
yeah, right. Yeah.
Okay, so Here, let's. We're running on fumes at this point. Tony Paul. This is from Pro Football Network. Is the only thing I could find. So Jake Funk he had a good pro day. He's trying to make a late surge up the draft boards, a late bloomer. 5'10", 205 pounds.
It's a good size for a back.
A lot of knee injuries. Good vision. Can find the hole. Short burst. He's a north and south runner. Keeps churning, and he can catch passes out of the backfield.
Jake Funk can find the hole.
Womp womp. So, yeah. I mean, he apparently the only real negative is that he has a long injury
That's a
history.
disappointment.
What?
But let's face it. Let's face it. This is. I mean, before you give grades and stuff like that, you got to reconcile that right now, as of right this moment, like we're kind of like, what in God's name are you doing at the running back position? That's a pretty big disappointment, right? So
yeah,
I think all the grades have to reflect that a little bit, or else it's just not. It's just
they continue to ignore running backs. So yeah, I kind of have to grade them based on that.
And that didn't avail them last year, right?
It's like you didn't answer this question.
2 years in a row, actually.
Yeah, if you're
2
Eric
years in a row,
Studsville,
really.
If you're Eric Studsville, like I don't know if he's in the draft room, but like let's say he's in his living room, like what are you thinking?
Yeah, right.
Because you got to call plays for these guys, and now I don't know. I don't know what his evaluation was. I know what his evaluation was last year, but
I mean,
you got to think he liked somebody in the top 50. No,
they ignored it. They didn't just ignore it last year though, Alf. They ignored it the year before too.
Yeah.
So they ignored it the year before. They ignored it last year. Now they're ignoring it this year. And it's just like if it doesn't work out again, it's just going to be like the definition of insanity. And you're like, why do you keep doing this to yourself? Why you're doing it to yourself? It's self-inflicted. And well, maybe it works out. Maybe they're just hoping that finally it'll work out. But
yeah, because you missed on some good backs last year. Dobbins, Akers.
They could have got AJ Dillon. That would have been all right too.
Last year, Eric Studsville at the Combine, spent 2 years ago. He worked out Taylor in a private workout here in Miami, but he spent, and somebody counted it, 2 hours and 15 minutes in and around J.K. Dobbins, talking to J.K. Dobbins and giving him schooling. And then J.K. Dobbins actually opted out of the workouts that day at the Combine. So who knows what Eric Studsville told him, but he hung around him enough and talked to him enough.
It was easy to see with Dobbins that he was a good running back, though. I mean, he
I
carried
think there were a good number of running backs last year, and they all ended up pretty good.
Yeah,
and
none of them are bad, really.
And that's the worst part about drafting or not drafting, because it's like, well, damn. What if I don't draft a Jalen Phillips and he turns out to be, a top 5 DN? Or I missed out on J.K. Dobbins, who can be a top 10 running back. So it's kind of like what do we do? But Miami, Dalvin Cook was the year Dalvin Cook was there. They should have took Cook then. I just think Miami they missed out on the backs. So we can just call a spade right now.
I know somebody that's
missing
it
implied that they tried. They ignored it. Like aside from the report that they tried to trade up for Najee Harris, which we don't have any confirmation of. It's not like Chris Greer came out and said, "Oh yeah, we were trying to trade up to get Najee."
Right? No, it's not. It's not a report, but it's somebody. It's somebody that I trust pretty implicitly on this. This is a person that told me that Raekwon McMillan was going to be our pick, a day before it happened. This is a person that told me Brian Flores was being hired at the time that everybody else thought that it was, 2 other guys. This is a person that told me Laramie Tunsil is real, like back when everybody was dismissing it as a stupid rumor. This is, I trust this person. They tried to get up. And they failed. and it, and then once
So,
that happened,
they decided to ignore it from that moment on.
Well, once you don't, if you got two guys targeted, like these are your guys, and now you don't get them, like it's like, well, these other guys, they might just be like, well, this isn't better than what we have.
Do you really think they wouldn't have took Javonte at 30?
No, I don't think they would have.
I mean, Denver sure thought they were going to.
Denver has traded up with solid reasoning, I think.
Yeah, they needed a running back.
They needed but also Miami was certainly square in the people you would suspect might take Javonte Williams. You got to get ahead of them. It was good solid reasoning. That doesn't mean it would have happened. New Orleans traded above us to get what was that center's name again? From
Cesar Ruiz.
Cesar Ruiz, and they were convinced Miami was going after Cesar Ruiz. They were not.
Did they take Eric McCoy? Was it Eric McCoy or was it Cesar Ruiz?
No, Cesar Ruiz.
Okay.
Well, that was a different year. But Eric
talk
McCoy
about a guy. Talk about a guy who should have fucking opted out. Sean Wade. My God.
Sean Wade, yeah.
Top 10 pick to now.
No, he didn't need to opt out. He just didn't need to change positions. He changed position to be an outside only, and he was an inside guy only before, and it totally fucked him.
He's an elite nickel corner. I never would say that, but Jesus Christ, how he played in that slot fit him perfectly. His aggression is,
he changed to pure outside. He's trying to improve that he's an outside. He's a real corner. He's an outside corner, and it backfired on him bad.
Yeah, because now I think Sean Wade. Now looking at his tape, I think he's gonna be a nickel / safety in the league. I really think he fits that move.
And in 2019, he played 443 snaps inside and slot, and only 12 on the outside. And in 2020, he played 448 on the outside and only 34 at slot. He switched, and it was bad. So some team might actually feel like, oh, we're gonna get a value on him because they made a bad strategic move. Maybe this isn't what he is, but we know what he is.
If he's there when Miami picked, would you take him? Because if you cut Bobby McCain saves you money in the cap.
Yeah, but this is that really a Bobby McCain thing, or is that a competition? I view it as a competition for Nick Needham thing. Because
I love Nick Needham.
I like Nick Needham, but that doesn't mean he doesn't need to compete, because he had a stretch of games where it's really good, and you're shutting down Keenan Allen, you're shutting down. Because Keenan Allen got catches, but I think he did it against other guys. But you're doing well against Keenan Allen, you're doing well against Cooper Kupp and stuff like that. He had a nice stretch, but then he was a letdown for a lot of the late season, and so he doesn't deserve to not compete. So you could take Sean Wade to compete with him. These day 3 picks are going to be practically throwaways. So.
Yeah. All right. So speaking of those day 3 picks, the third round is just about ready to come to a close, and tomorrow there is no show, so we're gonna be just watching the last day of the draft along with everybody else. Of course, we will be on Twitter. Of course, you can always interact with us there.
I won't be.
You won't be. CK doesn't care.
I won't be watching, and I won't be on Twitter, so don't bother.
Where are you going, CK? Where are you going?
I'm going to Orlando. I'm going on vacation.
You're going to Disney World.
I won't be watching either.
Ravens took a guy who was playing running back and converted the corner.
You had to bring that back, Jock. You and your ever desperate need to
rub it in.
It's crazy, man. All right.
Baron Browning is gone, by the way.
Since this is going to be the last time we're going to be doing the show until obviously the next draft year, let's go ahead and just break this down. Tomorrow, day 4, they have a fifth rounder, and I believe they have 2 7ths. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So I have a 5th and 2 7ths. What do you want them? What do you project them to do with these picks? And what would you like them to do? I'm going to go ahead and go around the horn, and we'll call it a night.
It's like the Broncos are in the Dolphins giraffe room. Like Williams,
Baron Browning.
Brown.
That was the last pick of the third round.
Yeah.
All right. So now that that's taken care of, we'll go ahead and we'll go around the horn, and we'll call it a night. Jock, what do you want them to do tomorrow?
Just pretty much just get fillers. Maybe take best on board, like a Sean Wade if he falls, Michael Carter if he falls. Just take the best player available at this point, because these guys are pretty much special teams, flyers guys. Not really expecting snaps out of them. So just do what you've been doing and take risks how you were. Hopefully, don't. And the only thing you can't damn do is draft a damn long snapper in the fifth or sixth round. But I fully expect some of these picks to get traded tomorrow, though.
Yeah, that's. There have been times they trade one for like the same pick next year.
Yeah,
there's like punting it down the road. We're not interested in the guys who have left.
I will say there's an interesting point on the same pick for next year. The way with college football worked this year were a lot of guys, and this is much more effective, kind of the G5, FCS level, those guys that were a lot of tweener draft picks, late round guys. A lot of them came back.
Yeah, you're right.
I think you're going to have almost a huge influx, almost like 2 years of kind of those guys who might have been thought as 6th, 7th round picks next year, or this year, next year. A little larger pool of those guys next year, so it might not have a few extra late round picks.
And to add to your point, I think the supplemental draft is going to be pretty huge this year.
That's a good point. Yeah,
Alf.
Yeah, take one of those running backs that drops to you, and hope for the best. If that happens, it's entirely possible they might pass on all of them, and it's entirely possible that Michael Carter could be there in the 7th round and they'll pass on him again. So other than that, I would say, mine that 7th round for some good special teams players. There's always somebody out there that could contribute right away. Try to get a contributor late in this draft and basically set up the UDFAs after that. But yeah, I'm not expecting anything really with that 5th round pick or the 2 7ths. Just, but do use one of the 7th round picks as, try to get a contributor, because you could get a good special teams player in the 7th round. And teams, usually that's what they're doing in the 7th round. That's what they're drafted. They're trying to draft guys that they're going to play snaps on special teams.
CK?
I think, probably these are punt picks, and they might just, I actually like Shane's idea of just like punting them off to the next year, just because there's going to be so many of those tweener guys, so many of those late round guys. There's going to be an influx of late round guys next year, and so, or a glut, I guess. And I like that idea, but at the same time, if you can get a hold of a running back Elijah Mitchell, do it. If you can get a hold of centers, either Drew Dalman or Trey Hill, do it. Just go ahead and pull that trigger. I don't know if there's anybody else that's like really worth targeting too much down there. I mean, you mentioned Sean Wade for competition at a nickel spot, but even that, I'm not in love with it or anything like that. I just think that those guys at those positions, Elijah Mitchell, you're not going to get Michael Carter. Elijah Mitchell or maybe one of those centers, Drew Dalman or Trey Hill. See if you can swing it, and maybe even if they get too far down, trade up that 157 pick to something where you could be assured of getting it. That's a possibility.
Shane.
Yeah, I'm more in favor of trying to find diamonds in the rough impact guys. I don't like the punting idea. I think there's too much talent, especially, and everyone says, oh, running back. Oh, you can find him late. All right, find that guy late. You know what I mean? Let's find a 700 to 1,000 yard back in the 5th round. You see teams talk about it every year. Let's do it.
And all I'm going to say for my part is that if they can find maybe somebody like a Malcolm Perry in the late rounds, maybe somebody who's will get a chance to contribute instead of just kind of sitting there saying we're going to make him contribute, that would be nice. Now, what I'll go ahead and say, thank you all so much for joining us and for sticking with us this long. The 82 people still watching, almost 5 hours in. Holy moly!
Wow,
this is
that's something.
One quick thing. What number does Waddle pick?
Oh wait,
Single digit, right? It's got to be single. 7.
Who's 17 right now?
Tannehill.
That's it.
I mean, because he's going to want to go, even if they're unrestricted anymore. I think he's probably going to want to get.
I like 7. I like 7. For him.
Yeah.
7 or 2, 1 to 2 touchdowns per game for Waddle.
Let's see.
Oh, Reed Sinnett is 17. Come on, he could buy out Reed Sinnett.
Yeah, we're definitely buying out Reed Sinnett. So.
He could buy him a McDonald's and they'll do it.
all right. So thank you all again so much for joining us. It has been one heck of a ride. Tomorrow, day 3 of the draft, we won't be doing a show, but for those of us who will be on Twitter, you can always interact with us. And of course, you can always tweet at 5 Reasons Sports.
King Jock 24.
And of course, you can do that as well. So anyway, thank you all again so much for joining us, and we will see you all the next time something crazy happens in the NFL. Good night.